should we show them how we do it every day? Let's get it. Kali that girl, Kali gon' girl, Kali gon' stop, Kali gon' skirt, Kali got a job, Kali got a word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 than a rough it. 죽여주잖아 like a rough it. 누가 감히 on my outfit. 그 문 열지 마 that's a rough it. Don't give anymore cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미. But all of my numbers are talking back. 부루마법 message monopoly. 눈종이 돈이나 real money 필요 없대. 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it, go get it, go get it. 더 미션 눈을 못대 못해 그래 너도 get it cause I got it different.
All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, and it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. When I go, it's for thought. Get it cool, but I'm cold. I don't fit in a mold. I'm a rebel. I don't do what you say. Making moves, I don't wait while I smile in your face. I got different DNA. What's higher than the top? That's me. Come take a look before falling at my feet. 조용히 몸을 숙여봐. So take a look, 나를 기억해, queen. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, and it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Way out，感觉犹如海浪的味道，不断往前，Oh you never way down. This is how I do it every day. Wow, wow，这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more，准备好就一起走，giving it all more。No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time.
I ain't looking for no wifey, but you're tryna entice me. No way I see PD. Cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, am I calling late? I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Eh, you're amazing, I didn't want no baby. Eh, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Eh, you're amazing, I didn't want no baby. Eh.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but make it quick cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night. You're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now.
Giving me one more time. Giving me one more time. Giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush. I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Eh, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Eh.
I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Eh, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Eh, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Eh, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Eh.
It could all just be so simple, baby. If you wanted to be mine, you don't gotta be shy. Relax your mind, relax your mind. Don't take your time, don't take your time. It's alright, it's alright. Stay a while, stay a while. 'Cause I can be everything you wanna make to be. I could be everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let you. 'Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so take your time with all of them. 'Cause I need you to look at it before you go to just tasting and feeling on me. You know there's a cookie here, but before you go tasting, I need you to breathe. 'Cause I wanna be everything you need, and I need to be everything you want to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. 'Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. 'Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, hold up, hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me, like bust down. Shock him out the clutch and then bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, on the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, it's a time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Ooh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive, hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, excel like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, flex can code us. Crept down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, then it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip but no canteen. Now y'all boys can but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and it step like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it, yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach, I cook like I'm frying up chicken. And ain't no debate on the hood, man, they catch it, I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, a beat and they yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah, hot, fresh out the skillet. Yeah, busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG, it won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion, I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff on you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you getting mobbed, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
rack it up. First of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, shots to the face. Ciroc with the Sprite, he might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cop shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on the handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on the handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on her fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny, if you tryna take it from me, better tell him go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I know he want me, taste like honey. Head so good, he a dummy. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on the handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on the handstand.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen.
Now it's time.
I pray this will never end. I never let you alone.
normally we'll do some official interviews with the players, but today we are going to go to the Suzhou Yangcheng International Esports Stadium. So that would be my first time to be there. So I'm super excited about that part. I'm going to change for this, so looking forward to that. Now we are on our way to the LNG Stadium, but I will be the audience to watch the game together with you guys. So I'm really looking forward to that, and I hope it can be a super intense best of 3. So see you guys later! Now I'm in front of the Yangcheng International Esports Hall, and today's matchup is between LNG and Suning, and I'm going to have a very simple arena tour later. They're preparing some fan products for today's matchup, so maybe we can just take a look. This is icon. This is icon. He just made a cosplay, right? I'm going to take this one and let's go. Guess where I am? I'm in the arena now, and you can see the game is about to start in 1 hour. And now you can see all the players, they're testing their equipment on the stage, so maybe let's keep quiet. And we have noticed there are so many fans here, so maybe we can have some short interviews with some of them. 哎，我能感觉出来你应该最喜欢的是 icon 吧？口罩都是 icon。
是的，是的，我也是最喜欢 icon， 然后李宁的选手都很喜欢。我觉得就是希望他们能继续漂亮下去，然后就是能去自己想去的地方，获得自己想要的事，然后希望他们都身体健康。
我特别喜欢阿乐，我想祝他这个夏天不留遗憾，然后打出跟自己实力相匹配的成绩，然后 LNG 能越来越好。
我特地从上海过来看的，希望他们能走到深圳。
LNG 加油
！LNG 加油
！LNG 牛批 ！LNG 冲呀 ！LNG 加油！必胜 ！LNG 必胜！
Tower for 1 point. He got all 5 points by himself. Angel goes down the mid. Can't do anything. That's going to mean that LNG takes down Nexus and pushes to 3 games against Zoom.
Oh my god, I'm still super excited at this moment, and I must say all the teams, they performed so good and have shown us a very intense best of 3. And I think like watching the League of Legends games at the venue is definitely a very special experience, because you can feel the enthusiasm from all the esports fans. Once the highlight have shown in the game, all the people in the arena, they were just cheering for that. So I think I will never forget today. This is Wendy, and guess where I am? I'm here in the boot camp of LNG. I believe many of you may be super curious about the daily routine of a pro player. So today, let's take a look together. So let's go. So this is the first room. You can see there's some very comfortable sofas here. And this is the activity room. So basically they will organize some activities here, and like the fan meetings or some ceremonies. And then after that we can see here is a very beautiful part. There's so many League of Legends related products. I like this sticks, right? He's so super cute.
你好，夏。
哦，刘老师，哎，刘老师中午是要去做什么啊？
就是我现在去叫队员起床，给他们聊一下他们身体情况。
哦，
你跟我一起吗？
哦，好啊，好啊，那我就跟着凑个热闹了。
走。
天刘老师每天早上都要这样叫他们起床是吗？
就是他们有一个固定的时间点起来，然后他们就养成一个好的作息嘛。
那一般谁是那种起床最积极的？
积极的比较有规律就是他冉和奶茶。
昨天几点睡的？他冉醒了醒了。昨天几点睡的？1点。睡这么晚。
手工。
醒一醒，该起床了，走吧。
我听说刘老师你们还会统计这些数据是吗？
是，就是他们的心率、血氧量，然后体温，然后通过他的心率反馈他的一些身体疲劳情况。
哦。
就因为这个数据要形成一个很系统，不是说1天2天就可以。
没休息好啊？
我腿还有感觉。
肯定没休息好啊。这里很痛。
这里是肌肉的支点。哇！
Anyone's here? And we heard like the auntie is cleaning the room for the players, so maybe we can talk a bit with her. 哦，这些是选手们就是晾完洗完的衣服是吗？
对。
哦。哇，那阿姨平时就是每天都会给选手们来打扫一下房间吗？
是的，是的。
哇，好辛苦啊！
应该的，
应该的。但是就是我想问一下啊，就平时选手们可能谁比较爱干净？稍微给我们透露一点，偷偷。
李晨勇比较个人比较讲究一点。
哦，就是非常好，非常感谢阿姨对我们选手对基地的付出，谢谢阿姨。那我们就不打扰阿姨了。对我们整个俱乐部的早餐有什么样的评价吗？
评价我觉得还挺好吃的。
比如说像过2天是阿乐的生日嘛，我们提前偷偷在这里说个生日祝福给他吧。太突然了是吗？
就祝他生日快乐，然后可以成熟一点。
This morning exercise is not an intense one, but now I'm still feel so tired. You know, I must say, like, I think all the people in the sports industry, we just need more practice. It's good for our health. Water room. And this room is the training room. I think the players are doing the screams now. And now we're in the pantry. The smell of food just guides me there. Oh. 哇，这个真的好香啊！因为你是 LPL 现在来讲中单年纪就是最年长的一个选手嘛，那尤其像很多就可能03年、04年的选手逐渐登陆赛场，你会觉得有种压力吗？没有。而且像夏季赛你也拿了10多个不同的英雄，就是你是觉得没有什么影响吗？没有。
00后一般都不行。
00后一般都不行吗？经验是吗？胜在一手经验。那比如说像你们一天可能就是整个的日程是什么样的？
起床、吃早饭、做操、打一把排位训练赛，打完训练赛吃饭，然后睡2个小时，再起来训练赛，然后就一直打排位。
作为教练，平时都做什么？
他中文不好。
First blood。
我听得懂，我听得懂。一般就准备比赛，我说的。
哦， 你们就是他是和你们是比较朋友之间的关系吗？
没事，因为他听不懂。
啊，因为听不懂，所以就欺负一下，是吗？
你觉得我听不懂吗
？And Tarzan is doing some physical training, so let's have a short interview with him. 那我们就简单问几个问题啊，这也是我们向网友征集的。第一个问题是想问一下，Tarzan现在的中文水平到一个什么程度了？
大概我觉得小学生吧。
啊，小学生嘛，但是真的听的，我觉得听力已经是100%的水平了。对于整个夏季赛有什么自己的一个目标吗？
个人的目标什么意思？
个人的目标。
更努力一点，然后进步吧。
我们这里看到刘老师在指导 icon 来进行一些训练，那我们也趁着这个机会来和我们的 icon 选手来进行一个简短的采访，好不好？首先第一个问题呢，就是逃不过的女装问题，就是很多国外网友也对你的那个阿狸的 cos 给给予了非常高的一个好评，然后所以想问一下，你接下来还有什么女装的计划吗？
没有，暂时没有。
暂时没有，也就是说后面如果有机会的话，还是有可能的，是吗？那如果要是下次再 cos 的话，你会想 cos 有没有稍微有倾向性的一些英雄？So after taking a break, all the players are going to prepare for the next scrims later. So I think this will be the end for our bootcamp tour of LNG. I think it's a very special experience to me. I feel all the players, they have just put full effort into practicing League of Legends, and also they are not fighting alone. Instead, they got a whole team to be the backup to support them. I really like the atmosphere of the whole team. And please subscribe LPL English. Definitely will prepare more interesting clips for you guys in the future. So see you guys later. Bye bye.
嘲讽了一下，直接在那滑倒，嘎啦还是被切死了，已经倒地了。那这样的话感觉要溃败了，卡拉已经把这个超神，就是带走了卡里。
波起身以后，卢锡安遭到了相当，但这个火龙魂有没有机会？手分跳下来，手分把火龙魂抢走了！我的天哪 ，LNG 要崩溃了！
这个人真的太坏了，他在做什么？这波团战，
我天，他在，
而且这一波抢到了以后，马上踢过来要打
，3个人嘎啦就没闪，嘎啦直接被秒了，马上爆了一下，但是没有人能跟输出了。
这一波他在也太猛了吧！
拉完现在这个头在 Brief 已经进场了，只剩下冷帅能够再拉一个针 ，QR 同时到，冷帅倒下以后，只剩下一个在战场中央的一个勋被处理掉，这波 IG 被打出团灭，
感觉甚至有机会一波，
直接给大了，
来日子开始了，送丢丢，
有嘎啦，1000块
，49分钟的大战，
我呀，最后的这个开车送丢丢，
闪现再去粘风风。奈特将风风站于防塔之前，视频投资再接一个强弩，撸到金克斯的脸上。奈特换掉一手鳄鱼，金克斯闪现走开，奈特再杀一个，再一个技能，一个克 Q 技能打到，3杀的奈特，滔博的救世主。
季后开启定乾坤，英雄登场破万象。
Welcome, one and all, to the LPL. We are in round 2 of our playoffs. I am Penguin. I am joined for the first time by I Will Dominate. Dude, great to have you on the show. Great to have you here for playoffs. Obviously, as well as that, belated happy birthday to you.
Thank you, man. Yeah, it was a good one. I'm old now, man. I'm 31, so... Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I feel like I'm pushing 40 now. Like 30 was the last milestone where I felt old. 40, I'm gonna feel even older.
Well, you're not getting older. You're leveling up, as most cringe gamer tweets put up. That's how you put it into. That's how you put it in perspective. Level 40 WoW account's better than level 31. That's how I look at it. But anyway, coming into today's games, of course, we gotta look at the bracket. We gotta look at how we are getting towards the end of our split, and we gotta see exactly what's happened so far, because we had a little bit of a mini upset there on day 1 with Suning dropping to LNG, and then WE absolutely smashing OMG.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, WE versus OMG, I think, is pretty expected for people. OMG, not the best early game team. Pretty much never had a chance in that series. But LNG is a huge upset over Suning. I don't know one person that I was talking to that actually had LNG winning that series. And at the end of the day, they won it in a commanding fashion. And especially some of the unique things they did with picks and, the Jackson to Camille in Game 5. It really shows the level of confidence that this team has, which makes you pretty excited for this potential LNG TES matchup to go the distance.
Yeah, honestly, it really does feel as, of course, that is our match of today. It is Top Esports versus LNG. And we're looking at this now from the point of view of, we got to introduce Top Esports, a couple of new viewers, people who might not know exactly what's going on with this team. But the way we describe them in the LPL, the way we have always looked at this team, the Trident. They are a 3-pronged attack in top, mid, and in bot lane. And these guys have the stats to back it up.
Yeah, and they're definitely a Trident, but I would say the middle prong of that Trident is probably a little longer than the other two.
Yeah,
it's a little bit longer than the other two. You got Knight, who's been absolutely dominating people in the LPL. This year, actually, he broke this split, the solo kill record worldwide for one split, and he did it in less games than the other person, Marin, that had the record previously. This guy's just been solo killing everyone. I'm just hoping we get to see one game of Knight Silas in this playoffs.
Honestly, I think if we do, LNG made a mistake in draft. That's all I'm saying. But of course, you're looking at the reason why we look at it is that these guys are just pure power coming into this. 369 spent the majority of the split not really playing, but when he came back, he was so lane dominant. Him on this Jace, one of his most powerful picks, just constantly putting down the pressure, making sure that someone like Knight had the opportunities to roam around, get into people's faces, get into people's jungles. And then of course, Jackie Love, yes, he still have, he's had a couple of faux pas in the most recent series, not gonna lie, but I do believe that you look at his damage per minute, you look at his damage percentage, he's still Jackie Love, and we know his ceiling is so incredibly high. I will say for Top Esports, though, coming into this particular split, they have been very reliant on Knight to get those pop-off moments.
Yeah, Knight has been completely carrying the game, but I kind of view that as a product of the environment he was in before with Qingtian. Qingtian wasn't a bad player by any means, but the way that he played was more of the utility style. From top lane, he was playing a lot of Renekton, Set, these types of picks, where with 369 back in the lineup, it really enables them to play a bunch of carries top that they weren't able to play before. So I definitely like this version of Top Esports more. Thank God we're not seeing Yu Yanjia in this. I feel like Joe's been playing so well. There's no reason to bench my boy here. So I definitely think that this is the original version of Top Esports that people wanted to see coming into the season, and now they're back finally at the end of summer.
I think that's a really good point you mentioned, though. I think Zhou he does what Top Esports want him to do. He is a facilitator for those crazy engages, those big team fights, whereas you don't want a timid or a tempered engage. You want someone who's going to go full ham, face to the wall, saying, yes, I'm committed to everything and anything you tell me to do, and that's exactly what he's done coming back into this roster. And for Top Esports, they had a little bit of a rocky, start to the split. Obviously, they were trying out Qingtian, but looking at some of these plays, Knight never missed a beat. This was one of the big base defenses against Rare Adam, where he just literally 1v5'd almost in the entirety of this fight. And this is exactly why you were saying you wanted to see this man on Sylas, because he just knows this champion better than anyone else.
Yeah, and looking back at that replay, I actually didn't notice that those were all kills that actually had an assist on the Karma. So when I saw that and I was trying to contextualize in my head, oh, Knight having 35 solo kills, I immediately thought of situations like that, later on in the game when he's just picking up kills, or when he solo kills the support, all of those are contributing towards that stat. And I thought that those were 3 to 4 solo kills right there, but they're actually all with assists. So he had 35 solo kills on top of that 1v5.
It's mad to think that he had a literal career-defining split, and he wasn't quite able to get MVP because Doomby is also having a career-defining split. We'll get to him later on into the playoffs. But obviously we're talking about Top Esports. We talked about how they've come into this one. We're definitely expecting a lot of power coming from those lanes. But looking on the other side of this one, I want to talk about LNG and talk specifically about Ale, because Ale had a fantastic performance against Bin, and this is someone who definitely feels like he can be a little bit feast or famine, considering that if he doesn't get the resources that he badly needs.
Yeah, and it's also kind of a product of the champions that he picks. If you're picking a lot of carry top laners and you do get behind in a game, it's really hard for you to have an effect. But the thing that I really appreciate about Ale is the confidence. I mean, like we stated earlier, the Jax pick in game 5, I respected that so much into Bin. If you know anything about the LPL and Suning, one of the rules of the LPL is you must ban Bin's Camille. It had something I was looking on the stats, it was 17 out of 19 games it had been banned before that, and in game 5 they leave it up, and he has the confidence to actually pick the Jax counter pick, and he played the early lane phase really well, which led to the early dive. So I think that this player is someone who could potentially match up to 369, because he does have that confidence to play the matchups that he's good at.
Yep, and I think we looked at how he played, and it is a confidence matchup, and I think this is why LNG were able to get the edge. They were able to find themselves in situations where they were making the engages. They were the ones getting the better of Suning, and yes, it was an upset, but they stepped up, and it's all about that in playoffs. This is single elimination until you get top 4. You cannot mess up. If you do, you end up in situations like this, but this is just highlighting in that series how LNG weren't afraid to just fully commit to giving Ale those resources in topside to make sure that little bit of an edge that he was able to get over Bin stuck.
Yeah, and the thing that I would potentially criticize about LNG is that a lot of these plays, even though they are early game plays, are reactionary based on what they see Suning doing on the map. So if we get into a series and LNG is just losing super hard, it feels like they're not the type of team that will make the proactive plays to actually come back. They're normally a team that will bleed out a bit. So it's really scary against a team like Top Esports, because we all know here in the LPL, if Top Esports actually plays at their peak, almost no team can match them.
That's the really scary thing when we're coming into our top 6, top 8, I suppose, of our playoffs, is that we're starting to see some pretty damn scary teams. And I think with Top Esports and why people have so much faith in them, the mojo, if you're Munchables, is we know the ceiling. We know how high they can hit. So for LNG, they got to punch above their weight. They got to get themselves into the mindset that they can take these guys down. And if we're going to look at, the the two people on either side who are going to facilitate that, it is going to be in those jungles. Karsa versus Tarzan. I feel like this is two people who kind of get pulled under the rug just a little bit, swept away without, because of the crazy outplays you get in the solo lanes, but they are the glue that keeps their teams together.
Yeah, and Tarzan is somebody who people have been talking about as one of the best junglers in the entire world. He was actually the all-pro first team in jungle. I know that was a little bit contentious to say, but he was, he did end up winning that award. And Karsa is somebody that needs to be thrown in the conversation for like greatest junglers of all time, considering his longevity and how long he's been good for. So I think that this is actually a really interesting jungle matchup. And the thing that I love about both these junglers is they're both extremely intelligent. They both have mechanics to potentially outplay each other, but when I think of these junglers, I think of intelligent pathing, being able to like see opportunities on the map that other people don't. And that's super valuable, especially when you play high-level playoff series. One really smart like outpath or one really intelligent use of vision could win you an entire game and completely snowball a series.
And that's the really big point as well, like you mentioned there, is that it's about how they're reacting and how they're using that information. These two guys are just so good at taking the smallest bit of information. Oh, I saw the enemy top laner was out over by Krugs because he can't defend the top lane. Cool, I'm going to make all these different 5D chess moves to get myself into a position that 5 minutes down the road, we have 2 uncontested Drakes and there's nothing the enemy can do about it. It is an incredible feat to watch these guys. They are not flashy by most means. Couple of pop-up performances here and there, but they are glue. They are solid foundations for their team to work off of, especially for Karsa. When we talk about the trident of the 3 power lanes, we reference him as the staff that has the trident on the top of it, because he is just so important. The trident's useless without it. So curious to see how this game will go. And for LNG, it's exhausting. You start at the bottom, a step of the ladder realistically, and you're coming up and stuff like that. In terms of, your experiences and your prep, playing multiple best of 5s in a row, especially in single elimination, how does that affect your prep and how does that affect your setup going into a series?
Well, you don't have a lot of time. That's the first thing. I mean, normally when we look at other leagues, you might have a full week break between your first round match and your second round match. But here in the LPL, what did they play? Thursday, I think, was when they played. Now we're here Saturday, so they have 2 days in between, so you don't have that many opportunities to really alter your play that much and like alter your prep specifically for the matchup. I think lucky for them, they actually have good things in place that will work against players like Bin and could work against a player like 369. So they can go to the same strategies that they did, but they need to execute on an extremely high level to really perform in this series.
And we'll see. We are going to see our teams coming out onto the stage now. And like you said, not a lot of time between the games, not a lot of time between the series, but LNG have a job to do today. They have to come out with another upset, but today's opponent is a completely different beast. Top Esports, our 2020 Summer Playoffs winner, our top 4 in Worlds in 2020 as well. These guys know how to win, they know how to turn it on, and I think playoffs is definitely their home.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, though, that team that they ended up losing to in semifinals of Worlds last year just got beat by LNG. So, this is shaping up for a pretty interesting playoffs. I mean, for me, this is the real World Championship. LPL playoffs, to me, is the best tournament we get every year. There's so many high-level teams, and there's such a great format coming in that I just love watching this entire tournament from start to finish, because there's so many storylines and so many narratives that you have just within one single tournament.
It really does, and it does reward a high, placement in the regular split, while also saying, look, we'll give you a chance if you got 10th, but you got to work hard for that. If you're LNG, it's like, cool, you got top 8 or, whatever it is, cool. You got to keep pushing yourself. You got to make sure you're getting win after win after win. And I will say that this would be a fantastic win for LNG or Top Esports, regardless of who wins this one, but it is such a massive, massive move as we wait to see how both of these teams end up going into this match. We are back in. We're going to be jumping into picks and bans very, very shortly. And what do you want to see? Do you want to see the standard metas? What do you want to see high priority on? Where do you want these drafts to go for these two teams?
Well, I feel like the interesting thing is what is going to be the approach to Knight Sylas over the course of the series. Like, some people tried to leave it up, and they might have a counter pick in lane. Maybe they play something like Lucian into the Sylas. Maybe they play Orianna. But I would like to see, just in general, LNG not try to do anything tricky, not potentially lose a game because of that, and just go for a Sylas ban. And then besides for that, I think standard bans, if they don't want to play into something like Xin, if they don't want to play into something like Viego, all understandable bans. Potentially Ziggs could be on the table here as something. Thinking about their last series, they actually did use Vayne as a counter pick to Ziggs, but I don't really like that. I don't think that that's a super viable strategy, so I hope that they don't go for it here.
We'll have to wait and see. We are jumping straight in, wasting no more of anyone's time. Xin Zhao, LeBlanc, the Jace, and the Renekton. So LNG focusing into 369's champion pool. Jace and Renekton, two things he is very, very good at, very, very potent at, and they're trying to stop that lane dominant bully in the top side.
Yeah, I definitely like the Jace ban. I mean, he's been controlling lanes so hard with this pick, so if he gets his hands on that, it really opens up a lot of options. Dives top around 315, all those great things that you see from the LPL generally.
Well, both teams taking their time with the final ban. There's still a lot on the board. The Lee Sin is still there. As I say that, it just gets banned away, but still a lot of power picks available. The Viego, something that Knight has been exceptional at. Gwen is there, but it looks like Top Esports, they may be trying to just bait out a couple of different picks. I don't see why you wouldn't take the Viego right now. It's still a flex, and it is still absurdly powerful.
Yeah, and there's also a chance that you could get the Ziggs on B2, B3 here for Top Esports due to the fact that LNG was potentially looking for the Vayne counter, similar to how they did, and it looks like it's coming in here right now for Jackulov.
Well, there's going to be the Syndra locked and loaded, so that's going to be Icon on that to try and deal with what I imagine is Knight's Viego. Of course, can't go into Karsa in the jungle. We have seen both of these guys pop off on that pick, and we'll see now where they want to go with it. And Top Esports, yes, they lock in the Ziggs, but they're still keeping the flexes going. We have seen jungle Trundle, support Trundle as well, so they're not giving away all of their answers just yet.
Yeah, so I'm expecting a Hail of Blades support Trundle here, especially because the Leona's already been picked. Normally, if there is a tank support in the bot lane, it ends up going into the bot lane for the Trundle support. Also, the Trundle pairs well with the Ziggs. You have Pillar into Ziggs Minefield, Ziggs Bombs. It really lines up his skill shots easily. And there is the Vayne pick that we were talking about earlier. LNG ran the strategy against Suning. I was not a fan, but maybe they just stick to their guns here and they end up pulling out a win just like they did versus Suning.
I mean, fair enough. The actual matchup of Ziggs versus Vayne, probably not the greatest. I still maintain that Light had a fantastic series on that, had some great moments with it. So regardless of how he feels about it, if he feels comfortable, I think that's what LNG are going to be going with as we wait to see now what they kind of go for now. Is honestly, I kind of see the jungles being pinched quite hard now, and actually, unfortunately for you, Sylas going to be banned away as well by LNG. So Top Esports going to focus on those jungle picks, was LNG trying to get Icon as much of an easy lane as possible.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about Karsa getting his jungle pool pinched too much. I feel like this is somebody who's been playing forever, man. He can kind of play everything. So I still think that he'll always have a champion to fall back on. Right now, Viego is, in my opinion, better in the jungle than in a lane because of the nerfs where they reduced his lane sustain. So we'll have to see what Karsa ends up going for. It seems like LNG banning the Diana is really trying to send that Viego into the jungle, and Knight is going to be the person that will have the counter pick into the Syndra here.
We'll wait to see what Top Esports want to go for in last. Again, still plenty of junglers for Tarzan to choose upon. I wouldn't want to see him on the Graves. Might be something to go towards to get their early damage, but the Zac being banned away, they're losing a lot of engage. I would like to see maybe a little bit more of a facilitating jungle. I feel like that's, as we talked about in our pre-game segment, that's where Tarzan seems to shine. He's not exactly seen as a carry on this particular team, but that he can facilitate the rest of his carries. And LNG, you got to kind of pick your jungle here and then wait for that final pick to get that counter for Ale. It's so important that they get him a good matchup.
Yeah, and I really agree that the facilitating jungler would be best for LNG, especially when you have Syndra and Leona on your team already. You have set up in your lanes, which would enable a ganking jungler. I would assume that that's actually a Nocturne jungle that was locked in here for Tarzan, but now TES, they get to potentially blind top. Maybe they pick something that's good into Nocturne, but also a strong top laner, and the Kali for Knight would be the soft counter pick to Syndra. Not the best lane, but throughout the game, it's pretty annoying for a Syndra to deal with.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of options, especially onto something like a Vayne or a Syndra, where you can get that backline access, you get on top of them, and you just become a nuisance. Even if you don't get the kill, you take away the attention from the rest of the DPS, so you can take away damage onto either tanks or even, hell, if you're in a really bad situation, onto the rest of your carries. But Top Esports, they're thinking about their final pick here. They're hovering onto the Camille. They are going to lock it, so it's going to be, yeah, I'm going to say either Jax or Aurelia here for Ale, and this is something that he is very, very comfortable into taking into. Even might go with the Kennen, things we did see. He's got a lot of different options available to him.
I would be really surprised if he was willing to play Jax into Bin, and then into 369 he ends up not going for the matchup. Also, Kennen is something that I think can be a little bit sketchy in this matchup. If you ever get behind, it's really easy to gank the champion, but he's hovering it right now. We'll see if he ends up locking it in. He goes for it.
Yep. There it is, locked and loaded. So Ale taking on the Kennen, had a good performance with it, and it does work with the overall scheme of what they did last time against Suning, where Iwandi goes in, gets the engage, and you come in as a flanker from the Kennen side. But a lot of pick potential I'm looking at from the side of Top Esports, and very difficult way, apart from the Nocturne, I don't really see many ways you get on top of the backline here for LNG.
Yeah, I think that it's more of that scaling comp that we saw in game 1 of the Suning series, where they just kind of want to exist and like get through the lane phases evenly. And if they end up hitting like 30 minutes and they're not too far behind, they just win out the game at that point, with the Vayne scaling into the game and Kennen disrupting team fights so heavily. So this is going to be a really interesting game. We're going to have to see how Kennen plays against the Viego Camille, because post 6, you can get ganked really easily in this matchup. So that's something that I definitely think we should be focusing on for this game here.
I will definitely be keeping an eye on the junglers. Creative pathing and just seeing how they're able to feel out the matchups will be on the cards here for both of these guys. I am curious to see exactly how this Nocturne works. Hasn't seen a lot of play since it got nerfed back in 11-13, I believe. So definitely something we'll be keeping an eye on as we come into that first game. And the momentum that comes with a first game is huge. This is the testing period, if you will. If LNG can get themselves a good start, a good step forward, get some momentum behind them, then Top Esports will start to look. We'll see if they have any gas left in the tank, or on the other side as well, if Top Esports can get that first look, LNG will need to find answers. This is all about how you start this series and how the rest of it will go on.
Yeah,
looking down at the keystones, it's not really much else to really talk about apart from the the Ares for Ale. So he's looking for that big lane dominant Kennen.
And no Hail of Blades on Dro here. We've been seeing almost every Trundle support playing Hail of Blades, but in this game, he actually goes for the Guardian, so that's a little bit curious. We haven't seen that much. We'll have to see how it fares in lane.
Well, we will wait no longer. We are jumping onto the rip. Top Esports versus LNG. Best of 5. Winner gets the right to play against RNG. Loser is out for the rest of the year. They don't even get a world shot. That's how much is on the line, as we're going to see exactly how both these teams line up, fan out, and set themselves up. But coming into this first game, what do you want to see? Where do you think the first little bits of action are going to happen, excluding any craziness?
So when I look at this game, I'm actually really scared for LNG's bot side jungle. They're playing the Vayne into Ziggs lane, which generally you will get pushed in that lane. And then when you have the Viego, which is better in the first 6 levels than Nocturne, I feel like there could be potential like abuse onto this Gromp, invades on this side of the map. And that's why you see Tarzan starting on this side, because he doesn't want to end up level 3 in his bot side jungle when he could potentially be invaded.
We are going to see both junglers starting on their blue, so opposite sides of the jungle, we'll see the Viego path from top down to bot. Of course, like you said, something that maybe Top Esports can't take any advantage over. As you can see there, just in the LPL from Top Esports from 2020, 2nd in spring, 1st in summer, top 4 in worlds. These guys know how to win, and that's the big important thing that coming into this one. LNG gonna have to maybe be an upset from probably Top Esports' most successful year to maybe one of their worst.
Yeah, and I think what's hilarious about the standard of this team is that when you look at that graphic, the top 4 in Worlds, which for most teams would be a massive accomplishment, was actually considered a failure for this lineup. People are expecting this team to be a favorite to win the whole thing. So we'll have to see like if they're able to get that mojo back up to snuff and really make an appearance at Worlds first, but then some damage in the World Championship if they get there.
Yeah, I definitely feel like 2020 was a humbling experience for Top Esports, specifically for Knight. Knight has come into this split with a man on a mission, with a vengeance, trying to make sure, even despite all the troubles that Top Esports were having in the middle of the split, he was the consistent factor. He was the one with the massive foundation keeping his team going, and we'll see if they're able to continue that legacy, or make it into a legacy, I should say, or if LNG will have anything to do about it. And LNG are very interesting beasts. We have obviously a little bit of time before we really do see any kind of action. We shouldn't see much from the Nocturne until he hits level 6.
Going top.
Oh, yeah, he's already going to try and go for it. I might have been completely wrong in that assessment as he wait to see how they hover it. You can see on the mini-map there, the Viego is on that bot side, but it looks like it's going to be a trade of scuttles for the moment. But looking at LNG, on paper, this team is monstrous. They have so many fantastic individual players, but I think that's kind of also a weakness for them in the split. We have seen them play very, very individualistically, almost solo queue-esque, and it's so hard to think that this team might actually just be knocked out here and now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that that's kind of just what happens when you play the type of team comps that they play as well. They don't really opt for these, heavy dive, massive aggression type of team comps. They prefer more of the scaling, and just in general, their playstyle is to wait throughout games. So, I mean, right now, I would say if you haven't already died and you haven't given up a dive in the first 4 minutes, you're doing pretty well at the Top Esports.
You're doing all right. 4 minutes in, no blood just yet. Both very tempered setups. Of course, the junglers did get their first resets. We do see a TP from Icon back into mid lane. Almost certainly see Knight do the exact same. Otherwise, he's going to lose so much into that tower. So it's going to be pretty much answered straight away. But this is fine for LNG. I feel like they're the ones that are a little bit more reliant post 6, I would say. Their ultimate's far more powerful in that regard for them specifically. They can't really do much in the early stages, but as I'm saying that, Tarzan going to be walking straight onto a ward. This wave is crashing. 369 has flash and his hook shot, so should be able to get himself out to relative safety, but LNG feeling confident that they could go for something while they were getting a reset off mid.
Yeah, and that's the timer that Icon's going to have over Akali. Once Akali hits level 6, the lane is not as easy for Syndra. Has to definitely respect the all-in potential. But overall, like when you're playing a Nocturne comp, you kind of just want to farm till 6 and then use the Nocturne ulti once that is available to you to really just play a very standard game. I mean, your jungle is pretty streamlined at that point. When your ultimate is up, you gank a lane with Nocturne. When it's not up, just farm your jungle.
It's that simple. You've heard it here first from an ex-pro. It's that simple how to play Nocturne. But again, not really too much to really talk about as such. We actually have a little bit of a moment really to talk about, I suppose, Jackie Love and the mojo, if you will. Obviously, we talked about the Trident, and we did mention very briefly that Jackie Love has not had an amazing split. Do you think that it's just he'll turn it on for playoffs kind of setup? Do you feel like that could definitely be the result here, or do you feel like there's something bigger that's happening as to why we're seeing maybe Jackie Love falter a little bit?
I mean, when I look at Jackie Love, I just feel like he's the type of player where he's generally going to be good throughout the game, but there is definitely a chance for these massive blunders. He's like the best AD carry that has that worst quality, where if you do run it down in a team fight, you can just solo lose the game. But overall, I mean, I think his Ziggs has been pretty consistent, and they actually did something pretty interesting this game in lane. Normally, we'll see the Ziggs just try to perma push into the lane, bomb the wave, and just get as much damage on the turret as possible. But in this lane, they use the Viego pathing down to zone Light off minions to hold the wave and really make Light sweat for every single CS that he got.
Yeah, with that pressure they have in mid and in bot, that's going to be a first dragon here secured for the side of Top Esports. LNG, though, they're thinking about it. The pillar of ice comes down. They haven't quite secured the dragon just yet. They are going to get it just there, and Ziggs follows down. TP was committed here by LNG as Ale is there. Not quite able to get the slicing Maelstrom just as Joe flash. Good idea from the side of LNG, but not quite able to execute it. So they'll get a kill, but they don't really get anything else.
Yeah, it was a pretty risky dragon start from Top Esports. Ale had the TP advantage, and normally when the enemy top laner has TP advantage, you don't really want to make aggressive plays around bot side, especially when it's a TP user like Kennen that can come in and do so much in a team fight. But overall, Jackie Love being the noble sacrifice there, not the best to trade a kill for dragon early game. It's one of those things where the dragon will pay off later if you're able to snowball them, but in terms of like gold right now and pressure right now, it's definitely super nice for Light to just get this relief in the bot lane here.
Yeah, he just gets caught up. There's nothing he can do. He can't flash away. Even if he does, where is he going to flash to? So just accepts his face. Ale, a little late on the finger there. Just kind of, maybe if once he got the flash, he could have just backed away. But now, might be in a bit of trouble, but Tarzan senses something, and this is the battle of the jungle, the 5-head moves that we've been talking about. Karsa trying to make sure he's away from this. Iwandi is here, though, so this is going to be a 3v2 at best for the side of LNG, and they completely capitalize on it. Nicely done there. Good counter gank there from LNG.
And that's what I always say, man. Jungle is support gap. The fact that Iwandi was here top lane actually swung the matchup so hard here. You know, Viego definitely entertaining the possibility that he could be there, but ends up just getting caught out. You get the flash over the wall, the Nocturnal coming in, and there's no way he can really escape that.
Good early start here from LNG. Really, I suppose that was the big question we had coming into this series. We talked about the Trident, the power you get with the top mid and bot lane from the side of Top Esports. But if you're able to suppress that, keep that down, don't let them snowball the game out of control, you're in a very, very good position, especially with the composition you've built here on the side of LNG. And now they have top wave pressure. They are seeing if they can maybe contest this Rift Herald. It's a little risky here for Karsa and Zhou to go for it. They are not quite really in a position. As I say, that hook shot down with the Hextech ultimatum, the exhaust going to come in. Ale going to get a 4-man slicing Maelstrom and get himself out. The perfect execution, though, is enough to take him out. Now Knight flashing away. The Rift Herald, though, will be taken by LNG. Will they get the kill? Yes, they will. Icon with the scat of the week after the unleashed power means that LNG still very much on top.
Yeah, and the reason that this objective was started was because the Nocturne ulti was down. They're trying to abuse the cooldown and actually punish by taking this Rift Herald, but LNG just fights it anyway, and the 1-for-1 with Herald is definitely going to go in LNG's favor.
Yeah, and even Light moved up. He was ready to kind of join his team. Yes, he lost a couple of minions, but nothing really too poor to really say that's an advantage for Jackie Love. And now LNG, I'm liking this movement. I'm liking this momentum they have coming into this first game as we look at the replay and see that, like you said, Karsa just starting this one up because they thought they had the advantage without the global available for LNG.
Yeah, and Ale ends up getting exhausted, or he would have done so much damage to the enemy team with that Kennen ultimate. But Knight has to commit really heavily to this, and because of where Ale died, Karsa isn't able to actually get the possession, get the reset here, and without his ultimate, he's kind of just useless in this fight. He goes down as well. I mean, normally Nocturnal being down is a huge advantage for like Top Esports in that situation, but the fact that Viego also didn't have ult pretty much evened the playing field for that fight.
Now LNG have themselves a Rift Herald in their back pocket, see where they want to kind of go for that one, and with the Paranoia now back and available, we'll see where they want to maybe put this pressure down. Iwandi roaming around, has the Solar Flare available to him now, and Karsa needs to be a little bit careful. 0-2 on this Viego first pick, as not quite sure why Iwandi did not finish off that pink ward, but he did not. As we can see now, Tarzan, they want to keep Ale going. This is exactly what we talked about before coming into this series. LNG are not afraid to just pile the resources into their top lane.
Yeah, and you don't necessarily need to fight this dragon. It's only second dragon for Top Esports, so if you end up, for example, killing 369, you dive him while Top goes for a dragon, but hold on, we're getting some action here. 369 going on to Ale.
Yeah, we are going to see the Slicing Maelstrom come in with the Paranoia. Hextech ultimatum comes down, and Ale is dead. There is the fear, though, onto the Premonition, and that's going to be enough for Karsa to pick up a second one. TES read the play. They knew they had the better 2v2, and they come out trumps.
And this is just superior mind games here. LNG going for the topside play, thinking to themselves that Dragon's coming up, Top already got the first Dragon, they probably will go for the second one, and wanting to use this Rift Herald to really snowball this top advantage, but then they end up losing the 2v2 with Karsa just being the one that pulls the trigger first.
And this is exactly what we talked about with these junglers, is that they get the information. They know how each other is going to think, so they're trying to just react to the, you know, fight-head the other player. They're saying, right, cool, we know you've Rift Herald, we know you don't really want to fight or don't have to fight around this dragon, so we're going to push ourselves down towards this top side and get the trade back. Speaking of trade backs, though, double TP into this bot side. Icon will take down Jackie Love, but a lot has been expended to take down the one player. 369, though, trying to jump in. Knight going in, out, weaving and bobbing and ducking, finally gets himself a kill onto Icon. There's 4 members now of Top Esports in this bot side. The rest of LNG are going to fall. They'll pick up 2 kills, but look at the side waves. Mid lane and top are being pushed in by LNG.
And the main thing here to note was that Ale did not have his TP up yet, which allows TES to double TP into the bot lane and really punish that over-aggression onto Jackie Love there.
This game is tit for tat. It's a push, it's a pull. One team makes a move, the other one tries to either answer it or get something on the other side. Knowing TP timers was absolutely massive there for the side of Top Esports as LNG overcommit towards the bot lane. It is a trade of gold really in the top and mid for the Dragon, but let's have a look at this top side. It's just Ale. Sadly, unfortunately for him, Tarzan was just a little too far away, and then when Karsa comes in, there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, and it's really punishing. Whenever you lose these nocturnal situations early game, it hurts the champion a lot and, you know, his viability throughout the game. Generally, you want to be winning these plays, but the top play that we saw there, they win top side, then they have the TP advantage right now, come into bot side, all ATPs behind, and LNG just expended too many resources to kill JackeyLove. They're not actually able to take this 3v3 afterwards.
That Solar Flare was so close to catching Knight and stunning him up so he couldn't get the perfect execution. Sadly, though, for LNG, they are not able to salvage this place. They end up trading it back 2-for-1 in that bot side, so it ends up being a 4-for-1 really overall around the map after those two plays. And that means that Top Esports, they got themselves about a 400 gold lead, but more importantly, they have got themselves 2 dragon stacking. And this is something that myself and... Oh, actually, Knight's going to find Tarzan. And yeah, Tarzan has to leave. He can't fight the Akali right now. You cannot go for this one here as he trying to just see if he can take away his red buff. He will get it. Nicely done as he Dustbringers himself out of there. But they're piloting the top side.
Yeah, and Ale has to run. He has flash, but it doesn't look like he's going to be forced to use it here. But Tarzan really scared there. It's not really just about the Akali, it's who's behind the Akali too. He knows that the support is missing off the map. He knows the jungler hasn't shown in a while, so that could easily just become 3 men at your red buff instantly.
Well, it is going to be a trade of sides as we do see top lane owned by Top Esports, but of course LNG getting some free time for their Vayne. It is nice to get the gold there onto light, but with 369 taking that tower, that becomes a very, very long lane now for Ale, and we saw how much resources that the side of LNG piled into him, or at least tried to pile into him, so we know what they're trying to do, so having him put behind a little bit early is a nice feeling here for Top Esports.
Yeah, and I really like what JackeyLove did here, respecting the fact that because the support roam top, they most likely will look for a dive if he attends this turret. So he uses the ult to clear out the wave, and he keeps himself safe by not walking the turret and opening himself up for that Nocturne dive. So I respect that a lot. Those intelligent plays from AD carries, they mean a lot to me as a jungler, because normally as a jungler, you just feel like your team's trying to punish you, you know? Like, you make a play on top side, your bot side has to die, but JackeyLove, you know, this is going to be such a mental edge for Karsa now. Karsa knows that his AD carry is not going to int the game for no reason. Perfect.
I feel like we're just in a therapy session about the PTSD, and oh no, oh, you talked about the bot lane die. Dom,
never mind.
Congrats, you've just done your first caster curse.
Oh,
congratulations. Oh, fair enough. Well, with me, it's your first one of the series, but
it hurts.
You just, yeah, it hurts, man, especially after you've done so much praise, and that's going to mean that the bot side is still owned by the side of Top Esports, or sorry, by LNG, but Top Esports, not to be outdone, will just try and run this one down into Tarzan, as he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. If they land the shuriken flip, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. He does use the last of his mana to try and get a perfect execution right on top of the flash, means that Knight picks himself up another solo kill.
And it's so clean there. You know, that whole kill just depends on the Akali hitting his E, lands it onto Tarzan, and just is able to follow through. I mean, I think Tarzan kind of wasted his flash there, honestly. After he got hit by the E, he's probably just toast, but decided to use the flash too, which means that he won't have it for this dragon fight that's coming up in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Just see exactly how this one goes. Of course, Tarzan did lose his flash in that last exchange. 369 is going to jump straight in on top of Icon. Has the Hextech ultimatum available to him. The flash has been used, so Icon now needs to be very, very respectful as he goes in with the hook shot, wall shot. Nice scatter the weak, though, to stop 369 from getting it fully on top of him. They're going to try and slow him down. Now 369 in a little bit of trouble. He gets stunned right before he can get over the wall. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Not going to land onto anything. And LNG will trade it back. Too over aggressive from 369.
Yeah, definitely too over aggressive. I think after he got the flash, he could probably have just backed off here. But the good thing is that he died in the timer where you can actually make it back for the dragon. So Kennen not having ult for this dragon means it's going to be really hard for LNG to actually contest. And this would be sole point for TES.
Light took about 2 hits with a bomb. I think it was a bouncy bomb and a passive from Ziggs, immediately down to about a third of his HP. And with Knight hovering off to the sides into the wings of the stage, he cannot walk too far forward. They want to try and stop this second charge, but there's the Immortal Shield Bow popped, cracked. He's trying to go for it, but the good condemn means that Knight cannot bridge the distance. But that means they're going to get this tier 2 now in the spot side. As I say that, Solar Flare down. They're trying to jump down onto Jackie Love, but they're not quite able to make it stick. Ale not quite got the slicing Maelstrom just yet, and with the bouncing bombs coming in thick and fast, LNG cannot aggress any further.
Yeah, and the big win here is Soul Point for TES is going to be coming in. I don't think they'll be able to contest this Dragon after losing that fight mid lane, or just losing their cooldowns in that fight mid lane. So now you're getting into that situation where you're going to have to play that knife's edge, where you're going to be playing against the enemy team having Soul and Baron Threat in the same game at the same time, which normally ends up being a doomed situation for you. So definitely not the place that LNG wants to be, especially because of the timing of this Soul. Like, this Soul is going to come in at 23 minutes, and LNG is not going to be on all their core items yet and ready to fight.
Well, they'll get the Dragon, they'll get mid tier 1, bot tier 1, so a lot of gold influx coming in here for Top Esports. They are about 1,000 gold ahead, and this is something that's, you know, we haven't really touched on as such, but the game has been so close, but it has felt like Top Esports being the momentum shifters. They've been the ones that have been getting the objectives. They've been the ones that feel like they're being a little bit more proactive, and that's exactly what we talked about for Ale and for LNG after their Sooning series, was that they are reacting to what the enemy team are doing rather than proactively looking to make something happen.
Yeah, and I think that LNG's, first 7 minutes or so was really good, but after that, I think it's been all Top Esports, and definitely we can't understate the value of the Drakes. It is only a 1k gold lead, but the Drakes are going to be something that you really have to keep your eye on this game.
We should see a bit of a lull in the next few minutes. Nothing really on the map, and both teams happy enough to farm up and go for it. I will say, yes, it is Soul Point for Top Esports, but it's mainly burst on the side of LNG, so I don't think they're going to be too worried about it going into a long extended fight. I feel like if it's a long extended fight, they've lost anyway, so it doesn't really make that big of a difference. But you still, something you don't want to lose out on. Of course, if you can stack those dragons yourselves and keep those stats away from your enemy, you're doing a very, very good job. And a lot of eyes I gotta look at right now. Gotta go to Ale on this Kennen. I want to see flanks. I want to see him being proactive on this pick and looking to try and catch out this backline.
Yeah, and it's really going to be up to him to get into the fights and be able to do the initial damage, which will allow Vayne to clean up. But right now, I mean, he doesn't have many items yet. He doesn't have his Zanya's completed. He's definitely going to need a stopwatch at least to be able to do some effective damage, or he's just going to be one-shot. And this is one thing that I really like about Joe here, is that he's taking the exhaust into the cannon, which will deny the damage portion of the cannon ult in most situations.
Yeah, you don't have to exhaust anybody else in realistic terms, even if the only two people you should be would be Icon, of course, on the Syndra, if you feel like your AD carry is going to get blown up by an Unleashed Power. So great little summoner choice here from Top Esports, as they also have the triple TPs, the global pressure with them. And I'm looking at the scoreboards, and yes, it looks pretty damning for Jackie Love at 0 and 3, but he's a Ziggs. His job is not to dominate, to get kills, and to just be an unstoppable force of nature. His job is to clear waves, and you can see how difficult it is for LNG to get past their middle, even halfway through their own jungle, because Ziggs is either in mid or he's in bot, and he's just forcing those waves back, which means you have to respect the lack of vision, the lack of information you have.
Yeah, absolutely. And the only scary thing that will end up happening here for Jackie Love in this game, like you mentioned, is the fact that he can get flanked. So if he does end up picking up a stopwatch, I think it's going to be really hard for LNG to win a fight, at least in the next like 5 or 10 minutes.
Well, 2 minutes time, we will see the Ocean Soul point spawning for Top Esports. LNG will see if they want to try and contest that one, but they are fully aware of exactly what you said. They are trying to get some early Baron vision down, so they can't be completely denied off of that objective. And of course now, with almost all summoners up and available, just missing Light's Flash, which should be up before this Dragon spawns, we are poised to have a full 5v5. Now, LNG, do they look for a pick beforehand? They have got a very quick Baron take themselves, so if they're able to get a pick off of a priority carry, they could just turn onto that objective.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely possible for them to do a Baron, but I think TES is going to be conscious of it. And the nice thing for TES here is that not only do they have the Soul Point, but they normally, when you are on Soul Point, you can kind of bait the enemy team to over-prioritize that objective, and you can just play for the fight yourselves, because in reality, if LNG end up getting the Drake, it doesn't really do anything for them, but if TES gets the Drake, it's huge. So I want to see how they actually leverage this advantage going into this fight.
Look how smart Top Esports are being. They're saying, you're not going to go for the Baron. We don't have to go for the Dragon for another 45 seconds. They push in the side waves. A massive wave was lost towards that bot side turret. So more experience, more gold not being given over. You can see it in the CS numbers. 30 or so CS in the top lane. 20 or so CS in the mid, or jungle, I should say, as we see a TP coming in. I think it was more just to be ready for the Dragon than actually looking for anything hopeful, but these big CS numbers will start to hurt LNG the longer it goes, the more you need experience for those levels later on in the game.
Yeah, and the scary thing here for LNG is that they don't have vision control right now, and trying to face check into Ziggs is normally doomed for you. So Knight can just sit here and hit this turret, and the fact that he has TP wards behind LNG makes it really hard for LNG to aggress, knowing that they could be TP'd on and flanked at any moment by the Sakali.
Yeah, even without the wards, the bot lane is pushing in favor of Top Esports, so he has that little avenue. He has an opportunity to latch onto those minions and get himself behind the enemy lines. So LNG now going to commit the TP from Ale, and looks like LNG fully do not want to give up this soul just yet. They want to try and fight this. They have got some good AoE ultimates, and they're going to start up the Dragon. You can see Akali in the mid lane. Knight, can he get behind any of these players? This Dragon will be taken down very, very quickly. There's a good pillar of ice, though, to stop everything from happening from the side of LNG. And now you got to be so careful. They know where Knight is. They have a rough idea where 369 is, but look at these bombs. You don't have to do anything if you're on the side of Top Esports. You can just keep chucking in this poke, and there's not a lot you can do. Now, here we go. Paranoia used as a defensive tool. They put the exhaust and the contempt right down onto Knight. There's the Dragon confirmed, secured. Viego goes down, and now it's a 5v4. Can Knight do anything there? It's a fantastic slicing Maelstrom, though, and it's going to be the top laners traded off. The jungler eventually goes down. It's a 3v3. Knight, though, with the perfect flash over the wall, gets himself out. It is the Dragon over for LNG, but they do trade evenly.
Yeah, and I think that everyone's just going to go back and farm here. Big win for LNG, the 2 for 2, but they end up denying the soul here. So they're definitely going to be happy with the result, and it buys them time to continue farming, getting towards that 30-minute timer where Vayne is going to have 3-4 items and end up being super effective in the fight. You get into the replay here, the one thing I want to focus on is Karsa. He really commits to try to get this soul and pretty much just trades his life for it instantly, which puts TES just out of sorts here. They're not able to get in. The exhaust can't go onto the Kennen, so when 369 engages, he pretty much gets blown up by the Kennen ultimate at the same time. And there's no real damage left for TES onto LNG here because all their major cooldowns were down, and they don't have a normal AD carry. They have a Ziggs, which is more going to be burst-oriented and AoE-oriented at the start of the fights.
The longer this game goes, I'm just watching that Vayne picking up farm, picking up items, picking up the effectively one-shot territory where you get those silver bullet procs down, you're dead. There's nothing you can do. And with the Guinzo's Rage Blade almost certainly coming in there right now, 100% completed off of that last fight. This is a 3-item Vayne. Light 3, 0, and 2. He has to be respected. And I feel like all the side of LNG want to do is just protect him.
Yeah, this is really reminiscent of the Suning Game 1 that they had just played, where, you know, the game wasn't going super heavily in favor of LNG early, but once Vayne got those items, he was just such a menace. And now with all these items coming in, he's relatively tanky too. It's not that easy to kill the Vayne. I mean, Knight's gonna have trouble getting through the Wit's End, a ton of MR there, the shield bow active, the passive, all those types of things. Yeah, the exhaust, everything. It's so insane.
There's going to be so much. And we're going to have a little bit of a lull. Obviously, both teams going to be positioning to farm up, maybe make sure that they don't take the Baron. I will say the one real negative you have with taking a Ziggs is that your Baron take is incredibly slow. You can't just try and sneak it away. It's quite a difficult thing to just get off of a bad rotation from the side of LNG. So Top Esports, knowing they don't really have that option, are just going to be happy enough to farm up. And coming into these later game team fights, the two people, one on either side, I am looking at is going to be Light on the side of LNG and Knight on the side of Top Esports. Knight versus Light. Couldn't have picked a better script for today as we come into game 1. And this is probably a lot closer of a game one than we were anticipating. You look at the predictions, a lot of people were anticipating this to be Top Esports coming in, maybe clapping a couple of heads together saying, right, we're Top Esports and we're in playoffs. But LNG, all props to them, they're looking fairly competitive.
Yeah, they're definitely looking good in this game so far, and now I would even say that, like, based on the comps that you have here, they're even if not ahead, despite being down 2k gold in this game. So, yeah, they're starting Baron here. We're gonna have to see if they're able to force TES in.
I mean, there's no TP committed just yet. I mean, this is taken very, very quickly. Like I said, this is good from LNG. Now they know it's being taken on the side of Top Esports, but can they do anything about it? Baron down to 2,000 HP. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb down. But Baron secured. They go in. They trade off Viego immediately. There's a slicing Maelstrom down onto Jackie Love. Zhonya's with a sliver of HP, and he will fall. Nicely done by LNG. They get the Baron, they get 2 kills, and they get out.
Oh no, man, that's Jackie Love with the stopwatch of hope. It's not even a Zhonya's, it's actually his one-time use active.
Oh.
So now he's gonna have to be building towards that Zhonya's here, but 369 engaging onto Ale.
I love this play from Top Esports. They know they've lost the fight. They're just capitalizing on someone being greedy. You've used your flash, you've used your slicing Maelstrom. No way you can get out. LNG will lose their top laner, but still positives for LNG.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand what Ale's thinking there. You just win a team fight at Baron. You think that farming at your tier 2 essentially is going to be relatively safe, but 369 is actually scaled into this game. But I think that this was mainly just TES overestimating how quickly they could actually get here to contest this Baron. They definitely were not respecting the Baron take enough, and once again, Karsa has to suicide to even have a chance of stealing the objective, and once he's down, there's no way that they're going to have the sustained damage to win this fight.
Yeah, it feels like Karsa more hopium than anything else as they try to jump into that pit, because if they get the Baron there, it's pretty great for the side of Top Esports, but you feel at this level of play, any jungler worth their salt should not be missing that smite. And now with the pressure you have with that Baron buff, that's going to delay another soul point. I don't feel, actually, as I say that, yeah, Top Esports, they're not gonna trade this one out at all. They're just gonna go straight ahead and try and take themselves an inhibitor. They commit the TP from Knight. 369, though, will not be able to confirm that objective just yet. They get the rest of LNG off of the Dragon, but this is a creative play we were talking about that we wanted to see from these guys, as they know that they're going to have to be creative to come out with the win.
Yeah, definitely have to be creative, especially because at this point in the game, I don't think that they're very confident in their ability to win team fights. When you have things like Camille and Akali into a really, really strong Vayne, a Syndra, a Kennen, these champions are built for team fights. So trying to make the play topside, keeping to the top lane because they know they're not going to be contesting the soul, I think it's definitely reasonable, and it's something that Top Esports is going to need to do in order to win this game. They have to get creative, just like you said.
I just had a quick look at the items. You can see stopwatch, 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 stopwatch for everyone on the side of LNG, bar the Leona. Hasn't gone with that. Actually, no, never mind. It's picked it up just there. So 5 stopwatches on the side of LNG. They know that if they can win that next fight, they can take the game. Their soul point has been delayed another 5 minutes. We are into critical mass for the side of Top Esports, where they're going to start losing the game. The scaling is still very much with LNG. This game goes further and further on. There's not really a lot you can do against a Vayne or a Kennen. They'll just shred through your health bars.
Yeah, and if you're LNG and you could teleport to this point in the game every single time with this draft, you would, and win like 95% plus. Like, this is such a great situation to be in. The Vayne is so strong, and you know, in general, if you get a Vayne late game, you're pretty happy, but especially into team comp like this, where there's not a lot of sustained damage coming out of TES, you are chilling super hard.
Yeah, well, Knight does have to pop down the Shroud pretty quickly, as they do trade a tier 1 for a tier 2. 369 doing an exceptionally good job at just trading back, but 2 people have been committed here. Both Ale and Icon have TPs available to them, but they are just there to make sure the base wasn't cracked. And important enough, yes, it was a great creative play in that top side from Top Esports. They didn't get the turret. The turret did not go down, so they were not able to crack the base. And that is so exceptionally important for LNG to keep themselves in this game and in the ascendancy effectively, even though they are still technically behind in gold.
Yeah, for sure. This next 2 minutes is really important for Top Esports, because this is when LNG don't have a neutral objective to just go to and just take. The fact that they do have, that Top Esports do have the Camille and the Akali, means that they don't want to end up in another situation where LNG starts a Baron and they're forced into a 5v5. So I would like to see Knight working with 369 here, playing on the same lane as 369 and potentially going for a pick in that side lane, because that could really open up the game and get them back into it.
And honestly, this feels for not to be not flaming, but this feels like how Top Esports looked during the regular split. Knight having an exceptional game, really coming out on top, showing that he is probably in the conversation at least as the best mid laner, one of the best mid laners in the world. But the rest of his team, 1-4 on Jackie Love, 2-4 on Karsa. The Camille has been okay, but not exceptional. And this is where I start to pull out a lot of different question marks about this team, because it does feel like Knight and a couple of wards, as I say that, 369 forced to flash away as Iwandi. He's kind of on his lonesome here, so he might have to be forced to flash as well, as we do see. There's the Shuriken flip. No! Oh. They catch out Knight! He got stunned, he got baited, and they can go straight back down onto this fight. They use the paranoia, but now LNG have a moment. The one mistake Knight makes and LNG capitalize.
Yeah, LNG capitalized, but it shouldn't be the end of the world here. Ziggs, one of the best wave clear champions in the game right now, should be able to protect the inhibitors. So Knight will be up for the Baron. There's probably going to be more action there in a minute, but TES have lost their window to play on the side lane. Knight did actually try to play on the side lane with 369, but he got spotted by a pink ward, and then LNG capitalized and were able to pick him off, get the big shutdown, and kill him.
Yeah, like you said, it was not the end of the world, but it always feels so bad when your best play. And this is honestly, for any of our viewers who don't watch the regular season of LPL, like if you are going to watch a series where Knight tries his very, very best, as we look at the replay here, he just gets baited. But when a team like Ultra Prime were able to take a win off of Top Esports, it was because Knight was trying so hard to find that unbelievable outplay that he slipped up, and it proves to us that sadly in the eyes of Top Esports fans, he is just human.
Man, Ultra Prime is just out here. Their season is over and they're still catching strays. What the hell, man?
I am an OG fan of Ultra Prime. All right, even before the rework, I was an E-Stars fan. But we see now as Baron has been started. And honestly, I don't know if you can contest this one from Top Esports. It's being taken down so low. Likely to take a Mega Inferno Bomb right on top of him. But you can see Jackie will force the flash away. His stopwatch has been used. The Baron will be secured. And now LNG will take a kill off of Jackie Love. 369 saying, look, I'm not even a part of this. I'm going to keep split pushing. I'm going to get everything I possibly can. But if the rest of your team dies, you haven't got much else to go with. Knight tries to bait out anything he possibly can. Light is hunting. Light is the worst person to go into Knight. But it does not matter because he knows how powerful he is. 369 is onto the Nexus turrets, but he knows he cannot end the game. Dro trying to see if he can delay any of these backs, but they should be able to take an inhibitor, so it's a good trade for Top Esports. As I see that now, LNG need to be a little bit more careful. 369 should be able to get himself out and ready, but Dragon is available here for LNG. They're going to get themselves a third Drake and delay that soul point once again. LNG just taking objectives, but I still feel like Top Esports are making the right calls.
Yeah, I mean, Top Esports committing onto the bot side, knowing that a team fight is not going to go super well for them. And LNG forced to actually recall to stop 369 because he's so strong at this point in the game that, LNG's afraid that without Zhonya's up for Ale, he can be dove under the Nexus turrets by this Camille.
I have to respect it, but it is 3 Ocean Drakes now for LNG. A hell of a lot of regeneration, and that's exactly what you want. You want the soul, but you also want the fully stacked up dragons on top of each other. So now, next dragon will in fact be soul, but I think both teams realize at this late stage in the game, it doesn't really matter. Neither side really gains that much in the long term from gaining the soul. You've more just been denying it as LNG, and now Top Esports finally cracked themselves the base, and it's going to be curious to see how they're able to kind of go with this. LNG, they want to push with this Baron, but I just don't think they can. Their 1-3-1 is just not strong enough.
Yeah, I don't think you 1-3-1 here. I think that they're going to have to elect for a 4-1. Maybe they have the Nocturne push in mid, everyone else go top, and really force 369 out of the side lane. Because if you end up 4-1ing and you put multiple people towards the mid side, you can just end up getting picked off by this Camille. So they definitely just want to usher in the waves, not commit super heavily, and crash waves at similar timings.
We're starting to run out of space now onto people's inventories. We do see pretty much the Zhonya's. There it is. I was just about to say to be finished up for Icon. He is now full build, so he's got himself a hell of a lot of defensive summoners. You can see now Light burning towards his last item as well. Compliments of the GA, and right now it does feel LNG are trying their best to find the opportunities, and Top Esports are answering them pretty well, but one botched team fight from Top Esports could just, the fine balance that they have could just completely fall apart.
Yeah, and I guess I could kind of go for any team when we're approaching these late game team fights. You lose hard enough, you just instantly lose the game. But I think LNG actually made a mistake here. They have the inhibitor down bot, and they tried to send people towards top and mid, which means their inhibitor lane is going to just be pushed in permanently, and then they end up having to recall to defend it. So LNG's Baron is essentially completely wasted at this point, and now we're in the situation again where there is a window for TES to make these plays around this Camille.
37 minutes on the clock. It is a 2,000 gold lead for LNG, but that means literally nothing right now. We actually see a Blade of the Ruined King as the final item here for Light on this vein, going for full single target elimination, looking to just blow up somebody with those Guinzo's Rage Blade stacks. And of course the Silver Bullet procs, and he will just wave clear for days. This is where Vayne is just as good as a Ziggs, because he does not care about the minion waves. They will just be melted regardless of how many super minions are in them.
And I like the adaptation from LNG. They now realize that the best person that could actually match 369 is Light. So they're trying to have Light sit in the side lane with some people hovering behind him, trying to bait 369 to go on this Vayne.
Yeah, and I think the hover is, I think 1v1, the Camille loses, but the hover is basically to say, look, if Karsa or Knight finds himself up on this top side, we have an answer. We have a way of coming back into this. And now Ale is totally fine to do this, you know, wave clearing. He's got Icon and Tarzan in the back pocket of him, and you can see lots of pings going down pretty much everywhere. 2 minutes until that dragon spawns. You got about 2 minutes at the same time for Baron, and I'd be curious to see now what team prioritizes that. I feel like Top Esports can't really take the trade of Baron for Dragon, mainly because they just don't take Baron that quickly.
Yeah, and I think Top Esports don't even get a say in what ends up happening. It's just whichever one LNG goes to, they have to go to the opposite.
TP, they're gonna go for it. They're gonna try and take out 369. He's here. He's gonna actually. Oh my god, Tarzan taking so much damage. The fear goes down. The Hextech ultimatum. They are gonna get the flash out of him. Should he get out? He's ticking down with the red buff, but he shall not fall. But here, into the gracious arms of Light, shall the kill go? And he's gonna get condemned straight away. It's Icon who picks up that kill right before anything spawns. Nicely done by LNG. I will say, Top Esports are lucky because they should have him back just in time.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of those times where it's actually okay to die. I mean, you will be up in time for these objectives, and LNG invested double TP into this. So we'll have to see how LNG now plays it, knowing that they can't be in two places at one time with the teleports available.
I will say the very big positive now for LNG is that they should be able to get their side lanes in order. They should have the priority coming into whichever fight they want to take, be it Baron or Dragons. So Top Esports need to make sure that they're not being pinned back into their base, as we can see that very important ward. They could go for an end if they're not. Oh, Iwandi, good man, Iwandi. Glad to see it. Always happy to see that moving forward as the see now. We're actually so late into the game. We actually see the late game, as I call the fully upgraded pink ward item for Iwandi. So he's able to have two pink ward. Yeah, wardstone. Thank you, God. I just could not think of the word because we rarely see it. But with the dragon spawning, LNG should be able to burn this one down. 369 is going to try and push into this mid lane. Iwandi there, and that's going to be Ocean Soul here for LNG. So a little bit more sustain in these longer extended team fights. But now you're kind of going for Baron. You will have priority for Top Esports, but LNG, they're feeling more confident in these fights.
Yeah, they definitely win all the team fights, so as long as they're not in threat of losing their inhibitors here, they should be really happy to opt into any of these situations. So you see them just catching waves, then grouping up, and once this wave is taken by Ale, I expect them to go towards the Baron and force that just like they did the Dragon.
So tense, and it was actually great just setup from LNG. They had so many wards around that Baron that are still there. They knew the Top Esports weren't looking for the trades. They felt comfortable taking that Dragon as quick as they possibly could. And now 369 without flash, without TP, trying to see if he can keep himself up. Iwandi though, moving forward, just land on Zakarsa, but needs to be a little bit careful. We actually see the Pillar of Ice doing a lot to stop Iwandi from his retreat. Now LNG with that Ocean Soul. We see the TP being committed to the top side. We're going to see Ale using the Slicing Maelstrom to try to burn down before this Knight can get in here, and it's a 1-for-none trade. Knight, though, seeing if he can 1v2, he will look for it, but he has to go golden. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Not quite able to get him because the heal was enough. Double kill for Tarzan, and now with the Solar Flare landing down onto Karsa, the rest of Top Esports need to run away. They cannot defend this Baron. LNG might have found their window.
Oh man, it's so smart from Tarzan, just waiting there in between top and mid, knowing that if they end up trying to make a pick onto either group of players, or if they go onto Ale, he's just going to be able to counter the play. And with his ultimate covering both lanes at the same time, they end up getting the big win in team fight, which leads to the free Baron.
Oh, this game is starting to heat up just a little bit, and it feels like LNG are the ones controlling the heat. There's a look at the replay here, and like you said, just Tarzan hovering around. As soon as they commit to it, he's instantly got allies back.
And it was really big that they had taken off 369's GA before this fight even came down, and Knight missing the E, not actually able to execute Ale. Ale ends up going down to Karsa, but in the end, you're completely fine with this trade for LNG. And the main thing that they went out is that now they have the Baron, but this time they don't have an inhibitor down, so they should be able to push a lot easier.
No inhibitor down, and also no teleports for 369 or for Knight. Knight committed his in that last play, and we can see now this is what you can do with this Vayne pick pushing into turrets. This is what you can do when you're trying to just siege down these turrets. They finally get themselves in front of an inhibitor turret, and now Top Esports, you got to find an answer. You got to find a way of getting on top of Light, but it's so difficult. He has so many ways, like we mentioned earlier, between his GA, the exhaust of Iwandi, of course, his own flash and his invisibility with the final hour. He's got so many things that can just keep him alive for so much longer that I don't know if Top Esports have enough in the tank to do it.
Yeah, definitely. LNG are pushing in, but they have to rotate back mid because the one person that actually does not have the Baron buff is Ale here. So they rotate back to mid, and now that they have both waves in decent position, they should be able to finally break this base here.
Oh, Solar Flare forces the flash out. There's the Paranoia down as well onto Jackie Love. He cannot clear these waves anymore. He goes golden, only to be feared and immediately put into the Slicing Maelstrom. They will trade the Cannon, though, for the Ziggs. That's a 1-for-1 trade, but the inhibitor now has been broken. 369 is still pushing. I feel like LNG, they don't want to try and trade that the fight just yet. They want to try and go for this. Knight needs to be so careful. Lights popping off. He almost takes down Joe. There's the inhibitor dead. They send back Tarzan to deal with the Camille. They are knocking on Top Esports' door, but they haven't quite got the answer yet. Nobody is home just yet for Top Esports, as there's the TP going to be committed, as LNG now know they need to run away. They're in an unfair disadvantage, and they back themselves up. They will not be able to get the full commit here from Top Esports, but they get the TP out of 369.
And TES trying to force, knowing that that Tarzan was actually the one defending in base of the Nocturne. 3-man pillar here.
Great pillar just to stop. I think 369 was actually pretty screwed if he walked any further than that without Dro. So now LNG will defend themselves, their base. They get one Nexus turret. And this game is still going on, Dom. This game is still happening. Top Esports, despite looking like they should have been down and out so many times, they are making LNG work for this.
Yeah, and it's really just down to 369 being super annoying. You know, if LNG group towards mid, he's suddenly in the bot lane. When they group towards Dragon, he's in the top lane. He's trying to just split LNG up as much as possible, play the map as wide as you can to open up opportunities for his team to actually get back into this, because there's no way that they're winning a team fight at this point. Even if you do get on the Vayne, he has a GA, he has a shield bow, he's going to be invisible, and the other people are threats. You got to respect the Syndra at this point. A 6-item Syndra is going to hurt. That will one-shot your face off. So yeah, I mean, I think
6-item Syndra who sold boots, by the way. That's a Rabadon's instead of Sork shoes. That's how much power this Syndra has.
Yeah, Syndra's absurdly strong. And a huge win for LNG as well is the fact that they have now desynced the Dragon and Baron timer, which means that they can just show up to this Dragon in 38 seconds, and it's just theirs. There's nothing the TES can do.
We're just waiting now. I suppose there's nothing else to do. Even when I see Light farming up, I'm like, oh, he's farming up. What is he getting? And then I realize nothing. There's nothing for him to get. He does need the extra little bit of move speed coming into these fights, so I don't really see a world where he would sell the boots. It's just too important, really, to have that. And now, with 15 seconds till that Elder Dragon spawns, you can see LNG just trying to see if they can just catch somebody out. Top Esports are the ones who are pushing all of this back, so they still, like we mentioned earlier, they still have the stronger 1-3-1. They still have the stronger split push with this Camille and, of course, with this Akali, with the items they've already picked up. But right now, Top Esports, they need to be very, very careful. I think fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. They know what LNG's trying to do with these little plays off into the sideline. They're just protecting 369 before any fight can happen.
And look at all the wards that LNG have in their own topside jungle, trying to make sure that they have as much information as possible as to where Knight is, so that they don't end up getting 2-for-1 on that top side of the map. And LNG just mainly trying to stabilize their lanes here, so that they're able to get this Elder Drake for free.
Well, Been a long time since we've been at this top tier 3, as the inhibitor turret is there, but it's a good move here from Top Esports. They know they can't 5v5. They know that's not where they win this game. Where they win this game, though, is being able to catch out LNG on a macro mistake, on a situation where they cannot contest them. As we can see a full commit now from Iwandi and Tarzan, as we can see Zhou trying to see if he can kite out Light, but I think he's pretty much dead. Ziggs goes down, as does the Trundle, and very much it's a point to see where LNG can now go, but with 2 people committed to this top side, oh my god, Camille is dead, and now Knight trying to see if he can trade this one back, but he will only get 1 and he will fall. Now the base is open. It's only Karsa left to defend. LNG called the bluff and Top Esports didn't have an answer.
Yeah, and Syndra ends up TPing mid, but this was actually so smart from LNG the way they played it. They denied the 2 men on side lane by putting 2 men on side lane themselves, knowing that they win the 3v3. So they found a way to evenly match the fight, because not only do they win team fights 5v5s, they win 3v3s, 4v4s, 2v2s, and everything like that. So great win from LNG coming in game 1, and definitely that's a big one, especially using their Vayne into Ziggs counter strategy.
And it seems to be working. This Vayne into Ziggs seems to be an answer for LNG consistently. They will take the lead in this series, ultimately killing yours and Ender's call of a 3-0 for Top Esports. So rip to you, my friend. I'm very sorry about that, but honestly, I'm pleasantly impressed and surprised by how well LNG have come into this first game. They had a strategy. It took a while to execute on it, but at the end of the day, a dub's a dub.
Yeah, a dub's a dub, and especially for LNG, the way that their season was going, it kind of felt like they were falling off further and further, which is why most people predicted even Suning to beat them. And now coming into the series, it feels like they've regained their confidence, and they're playing really intelligently. They're one of these teams that is a little bit slower in LPL, but they have the Korean macro, so to speak, coming in from Tarzan, and they played this game really well. I think that they really eliminated the win conditions from TES throughout that game and just played a clean game down the stretch.
That damage for Light, excuse me, seems just incorrect for how he was shredding health bars, but I suppose he only needed to hit the important carries who wouldn't have that much of a health bar anyway, so the threat of the Vayne was more than enough to keep Top Esports at bay, and nearly 48 minutes for our first game, Dom, and this is just setting up for a series that, in all honesty, could go the 5 games, could go the whole distance right now as Top Esports lose their first game, and even that, I gotta be honest, like, I like the Viego a lot. I just feel like Karsa just didn't read. He felt muted. He felt invisible on the pick after basically the early laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that he wasn't able to have the mark that he wanted on this game. I think it just comes down to team plays, because Viego as a champion is not great in 1v1 situations, and when you look at how TES played, it felt like they weren't really on the same page with how they wanted to approach objectives, and a couple times we saw Karsa suiciding to try to steal the objectives, and it didn't end up working out for them. He didn't get either one, and after they lost that first team fight at Dragon, it just felt like they never had control in team fights for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I feel like that Dragon Soul point, that first Dragon Soul point was the moment really from the side of TES. You get that, you probably win the game in 25-26 minutes, no real big deal, everyone was expecting it, but because they weren't able to get it, because they were constantly delayed and being answered by LNG were able to continuously bring themselves back into the game, and right now, Top Esports got to find some different answers. I feel like the Ziggs is great for Jackie Love, but it didn't do a lot for what they wanted to do, and we'll see what they're able to do coming into game 2, or if LNG are going to be bringing themselves to another 2-0 start. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we return, picks and bans will be right around the corner.
See now a lot kind of coming into LNG's favor, but you still have Suning.
Iwandi's just gone straight in, and down go the members of Suning. Wonfeng answers with one. We've got Bin on the back line as well. Looks for a huge Gnar across the team, but Wonfeng doesn't have the damage to follow it up. He got a Gnar, but it just wasn't enough, and Light is taking over the game.
The Baron is not low enough to really burn down. Although OMG are still losing their base, and Team WE are just going for the fight. The Crescent Guard is huge from Beijing, and that's just another team fight wipe. might be getting caught. Breathe is now going to join the fight. Missing is in some trouble. Uses the Glacial Fissure nicely as the Harrowing Mist is going to be nicely done by Breathe. The big engagement from Cold. The Moonlight Vigil on top of it. And Cold has found himself 2 kills. Now you've got Elk into the fight. The rest of Team WE getting a little bit low.
Dicier for them as LNG trying to move in and contest here. Tarzan is in the pit. In we go with the Magic Storm. There's a slicing Maelstrom as well. Angel turns gold up, but On's already down. Suning health bars are being obliterated. It's 2 for Light. It's 1 for the Rel as well. Bin goes in. Flash from Ale. That's already a bit of a win from Suning, but it does mean that SOFM has to be spotted out. Tarzan moves in. There's a TP coming through from Icon as well as the play goes the way of LNG. It's all blown up in Suning's face. LNG read SOFM like a damn book and completely shut Suning out of the early game. Ale jumps over to the ward after stealing Bin's abilities. It's insult to injury here.
일단 플레이오프 들어온 팀들 중에 못하는 정글 선수는 없다고 생각하고, 그리고 다음번에 만나는 카스 선수도 마찬가지로 되게 똑똑하고 플레이도 잘하는 선수라서 그거에 주의하고 잘 준비하면 충분히 이길 수 있을 것 같아요. TES가 일단 경험이 많은 팀이고 저희는 TES보다 경험이 적은 팀이기 때문에 최대한 시간이 짧지만 잘 준비해서 포기하지 않는 모습이 가장 중요할 것 같아요.
Great little interview there from Tarzan. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We have just witnessed LNG taking the advantage in this series versus Top Esports. I am Penguin. I am joined by the fantastic I Will Dominate as we talk about junglers, which I feel like would be your expertise, because Tarzan got himself an MVP and really was the facilitator, like we said.
Yeah, Tarzan played a really intelligent game. I think that was the biggest takeaway for me, especially down the stretch. The way that he used Nocturnal to cover 2 lanes at one time was, you know, the thing that prevented TES from getting back into it. They could never play in the side lane because Tarzan was always there to potentially turn fights. He manipulated vision extremely well, and yeah, definitely deserved this MVP.
Really did. Like you said, the intelligence being rewarded. Of course, we love the flashy plays, but the fact that he was able to cover himself mid and top and just facilitate the rest of his team made it so LNG got the win. It was definitely hard fought and they needed to work and dig deep to get it, but a win's a win is a win, as we can see just a couple of the different highlights. And again, we talked about it just very briefly coming out of it, but it did feel like Tarzan was the better of the 2 junglers coming into this first game, because the Viego, yes, first pick and very powerful, but it just didn't have the same level of impact as this Nocturne did.
Yeah, the level of decision making that LNG displayed was extremely high tier here. Just always being able to recognize what their advantage was, and then also covering the things that they were weak at throughout the game. Like, that's just really good League of Legends. So I was really happy to see the way they adapted throughout the game and just pretty much denied all ways that TS could get back into it.
Yeah, and I loved how they never fully committed to an objective unless they knew that it wasn't a 50-50 smite. It wasn't them looking to try and outsmite somebody. Apart from that, for the Dragon Soul point fight very early on in the game, it was very much a situation where you even see in that last clip, and even on the Baron, it's like we turn off immediately, we go ourselves into the fight because we know we're stronger than the 5v5, and if they completely disengage, we go back to the objective. That is how LNG were able to come out with a win. And we were talking a little bit in the break as we come into, you know, the second game. The Ziggs pick has been a little bit of a crutch right now for a lot of different teams, and I feel like, especially in the LPL, it's definitely not something that has been as powerful as, say, in other regions. And the Vayne pick into it doesn't feel like it's a great pick, but because of the way LPL Ziggs are, it works.
Yeah, it definitely worked in that game, but I think that just picking Ziggs for TS, it denies one of JackeyLive's main strengths, which is when he's on form, he's one of the best laners. Like, he'll auto-space you to death. So I would love to see, you know, them go away from this Ziggs strategy, maybe pull out his Draven, which he's famous for, or one of these aggressive lane picks where he can really make his mark on the game.
Yeah, I think that's what we want to see from them now. We want to see maybe a shift in dynamic. Of course, that game could have gone the way of Top Esports. They may try and run it back. It is a best-of-5 series. They have the options, if you will, but we'll wait and see. And for LNG, you're riding on a high right now, and we talked about just before we came into this series how much of a momentum-based team these guys are, and how the idea of them getting that first win, the idea that they can do it, should be, honestly, such a huge boost for them.
Yeah, I definitely think that it's a huge confidence boost being able to actually come into this series and win a game, and especially with the strategy that you've used before. Now TES has to question, do they go for the salty run back? Are they confident in their strategy, or do they have to change it up? And it gives LNG just an advantage in the series, knowing that the first thing that TES threw at them, they were able to defeat.
Yeah, and that's always a good move coming into this one now. Of course, we are just waiting a little bit longer. Of course, a little bit of delays as we are making sure everything is compliant with all rules and regulations as we come into the series. Make sure every player is set and ready to go. But looking at you, of course, like I love asking these questions to the likes of yourself and, of course, Lyric, because you guys have that experience as your mental coming into a game too, especially in a best-of-5. How do you reset? Do you reset? Do you just try and forget about it? What is the mindset of you coming into a game two after losing?
Well, I think for both teams, they have things that they did really well in the game. So I think you focus on what your strengths were, where you think the enemy team could be exploitable, and then you try to really attack that. So for TES, I think they had good Dragon control early. I think they played the early mid game better than LNG. So can they use that to their advantage and draft in a way here that will exemplify that strength of theirs?
Well, we will see now this time around the same bans, except for that last one for Top Esports. They do not want to take the Viego. They are going to ban it away instead. LNG, though, going to stick to the tried and true, get themselves the Lee Sin, the Jace, and the Renekton off the board. And now for Top Esports, instead of banning the Volibear themselves, they'll pick it up.
Yeah, so Volibear for Karsa, one of his better junglers, something that he can gank a lot on. And when you think of Karsa, you know, as we've been saying, that facilitator, one of the best early game ganking junglers in the game would be Volibear, right up there with Xin Zhao.
Well, we'll see what LNG want to do. And honestly, I feel like for LNG, you're fine with picking up the Syndra again. I thought Icon had a fantastic game on it. He really did answer a lot of what Knight tried to do. Did exactly where he was exactly where he needed to be. And now for LNG, and again, as of right now, knowing that the Volibear is going to be in the jungle, you could just run back the same draft. I think all these picks did very well in that game 1.
Yeah, so we'll have to see right here if they do have confidence in the Ziggs, the Sylas hover. Come on, please, Knight. Give us a Sylas game in playoffs.
I mean, he could. This is something that he has just shown so much, how he's just great at just creating those spaces, putting himself into a position where he knows he can just take away all these fantastic ultimates. And even right now, even though we only have 2 champions picked on the opposite side, he has got 2 great ultimates to take. And Dom, you will get your wish. Sylas for Knight in the mid lane.
And everyone gets a treat here, getting to watch probably the best Sylas player in the entire world on his signature pick. As Braum being hovered for Joao, something that he is proficient on as well, known as a counter pick into the Leona in most lanes. Hovering the Tahm Kench could also be similar.
Yep, something that Joe could go with. It is still technically a flex. We have seen a lot of Tahm Kench tops, particularly in the LPL, so we'll see now where they want to go for it. And honestly, I wouldn't mind if they put that top side now, because you've got yourself an opportunity here as Top Esports to either force a jungle pick or a top lane pick here from LNG, or even hell, an AD carry pick, and maybe just leave them both open. So a lot of different variables available to Top Esports depending on how they want their draft to go. And for LNG, this Olaf pick would be very good in the early game if they want to try and snowball, and that's exactly what they're looking to try and do. They're looking to try and put pressure onto Karsa, similar to what they did in game 1.
Yeah, and Olaf the type of champion that generally will out-farm and out-duel Volibear throughout the game, but definitely doesn't have the gank prowess that Volibear does, so both of them have opposite strengths. You see LNG with the Ziggs ban coming in, which I think is a little bit curious. If TES went for a Ziggs, if they had a Tahm Kench, Sylas, Ziggs, Volibear comp, that is so much magic damage, I feel like it would be really hard to actually win with this comp. So surprised that they actually decided to ban Ziggs in this game when it looks like they would be going for when TS would be going for a standardized AD carry.
Oh, I like this though, mainly because I just absolutely despise the Senna Tahm Kench combination. It's so uninteractive and not fun to talk about because nothing ever happens, but they ban away the Senna. That has been something Top Esports had done very much before the Tahm Kench rework. They would run the Tahm Kench Senna in the bot side many times, and now Top Esports, you've got an option here. You got to see what you want to go for. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing maybe even a Kalista ban or something, but no, they're going to go with the Gwen, as honestly, I feel like that's a Gwen to try and maybe facilitate that Tahm Kench top.
Yeah, I mean, the Tahm Kench top could definitely come in. I'm really excited to see Jackie Love's pick. Right now, I would expect it to be Tahm Kench bottom just to, you know, keep your damage spread even throughout the map. So you have a lot of questions on what Jackie Love wants to play. Normally, mobile AD carries are not the absolute best into Olaf, but there is the Thresh available.
Oh, but I love this Cassiopeia locked in, so that means it's either going to be a Syndra bot, I imagine, here for Light. And now Top Esports, they got to weigh up their options. There's still a couple of question marks as to what matchup is with who, and LNG using the power of the red side to full extent right now. The Ashe is going to be locked in, so definitely more of a facilitating pick. And right now, I'm looking at Top Esports draft. This feels like set Knight up and let Knight do his thing, because right now, that is exactly how they've won this split.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing is that Sylas does have decent ults here, so the Lucian coming in as well. Is it a blind Lucian top?
I mean, it could be Sylas top as well. It's not unheard of, but this is a very curious draft coming in for Top Esports. And now LNG, you've got yourself an opportunity to see. You've got a lot of magic damage, so you imagine it will be some form of Bruiser and the Aurelia locked in. Both these teams going with big explosive damage coming into this early stages, and LNG trying to just answer what they can. They're going to put the Cassiopeia into the Sylas with the Syndra into this Ashe and Tahm Kench.
Yeah, interesting. So the interesting thing here is that the Aurelia actually has decent matchups into both of the solo laners here. And the Lucian doesn't have a good matchup to go into. So the Lucian top into Aurelia. Before the rework, it was considered Aurelia favored. But after the rework, with the E being a little bit harder to land from the Aurelia, it's considered more 50-50. I think that most people don't really have a great idea of New Aurelia and how strong it should be at max level. So it's still something that people are considering a skill matchup at this point, at least from my experience.
Definitely still something to look out for, as we have only seen the Lucian from 369 2 times in his history as all. The last time we did see it was in spring splits. It hasn't played it so far in summer. It was a win, in case anyone was curious about that, but it's not something we generally see for the man in the top side. So curious to see exactly how they go with this particular composition. And this feels like if Top Esports can get ahead, if they can do their lane dominant style that we know they love and they cherish, there is very little that LNG can do about it. However, if LNG can keep going toe-to-toe, keep it even like we saw in Game 1, LNG have a lot of options and a lot of answers to what Top Esports want to throw at them.
Yeah, and I would like to see some creative pathing coming out of Karsa here, especially because he has a Sylas mid into Cassio. Cassio is fine in this matchup 1v1, but the big strength that Sylas Volibear have is the ability to gank the Cassio. And Olaf is normally the type of champion that you want to be clearing pretty heavily with. You don't want to really spend time going for these abstract plays and being inefficient with your clear. So we'll have to see if they're actually able to punish this Cassiopeia by, drafting to kill the mid laner with Sylas Volibear.
We'll have to wait and see no longer, as we are jumping onto the Rift for Game 2 of this best of 5. Top Esports looking to strike back. LNG looking to put themselves one game away from knocking out Top Esports and knocking them out of Worlds contention as well. Top Esports, the only team from 2020 that can still make it back to Worlds in 2021. So a lot of shifting, a lot of power dynamics happening in the world. We actually have a look at the replay here, and I do believe it was a force of a flash there from Ale as they are able to use the Tahm Kench W as a nice little gank, and that's a nice little positive here for Top Esports. I will say, as a caveat, doesn't really make a big difference in the early stages. In 5 minutes time, he'll have that back.
Yeah, in 5 minutes time, he'll have that back, but it does open you up to the Volibear gank topside, which might not have been as attractive before. And with Volibear starting bot side of the map, it looks like now he'll have 2 lanes where he can gank into that Cassiopeia and that Aurelia top for LNG.
Right, well, both junglers having a mirrored start, so red for the volley and blue for the Olaf. So Tarzan going to be able to maybe mitigate some of that pressure early on. Of course, Karsa, like you said, going to be pathing up towards that top side, maybe utilizing the fact that there is a lack of a... Oh, as I said, Ale going to go straight in on top. He's going to have the Conqueror stacks, and you can see just so much damage right down. It will be traded back, but a great little start here for Ale to say, look, I can take you on if you're not careful.
Yeah, but now that his stacks have dropped, you still expect Lucian to be able to control the lane. We have fighting bot lane.
Ooh, a flash forced out as the exhausted come down. You have to be so careful of this level 1 here. Ashe, incredibly powerful with that slow on her passive. And it's going to be another summoner burn. So far, so good for this Tahm Kench. Definitely a different look for the Tahm Kench to what we're used to seeing. Used to be seeing nothing really happening, but now with his ult and his W being changed around, he has been seen more as an engaged support.
Yeah, and definitely caught light off guard by starting W on Tahm Kench, getting into the bush and trading his exhaust for heal flash is just a massive win in the bot lane for TES.
We got a bit of time as well, and I wanted to chat to you a little bit as well as why are we now seeing...
we might not have time.
Oh, we might not have time. I'm so sorry, Dom. I'm going to have to cut myself off just a little bit. But with Tarzan here, level 4 compared to Karsa's level 3, so... Actually see a lot of skirmishing going in favor. Tarzan trying to trade this one back, but he can't. Tarzan just completely misreads the situation, and now you have got the pressure, I feel, on top of this Aurelia, and I don't know if he's going to be able to stay. He's trying to see if they can go for the dive. There's a great flawless duet to try and delay some time. He goes back in on top of the Lucian, trying to trade this one back, but Karsa this time round has got himself 2 kills to start this game. Great start for Top Esports.
Jungle diff right there. I mean, that is just the thing about Volibear. If you end up getting hit by the Volibear E and you face check a Volibear, it is so punishing. Tarzan thinking that he could take the fight, being up a level on Olaf, but he just wasn't able to actually contend with the level 3 power spike of Volibear, probably the strongest champion in the game at this level.
just such a... You can see how quickly Tarzan's health bar was melted. You can tell he's like, okay, if I get low, I just pop on my W, get myself traded back. But look how quickly Tarzan's health bar just goes down to about 10%.
Yeah, and you saw Karsa was able, because he saw that Tarzan was face checking, he was able to get his entire combo in. Auto Q, auto W, E, everything just landed, and he was able to just chunk off like 3/4 of Tarzan's life before he was even able to respond.
And this is the Karsa that we did not see in Game 1. This is the Karsa that we just love and know can do these things. This is where we see him doing it. He's done it for years now at this stage. And Karsa has always got to be a person you keep your eyes on. Always someone you look to. And he's got a Sheen and Ionian Boots of Lucidity at 5 minutes. That's how far ahead. This Olaf cannot go near this Volibear anymore.
Yeah, the Olaf can't go near the Volibear until at least level 6. And for Tarzan, this is one of the worst situations you could be in. Olaf hates to be behind, especially in the early game. And now he doesn't really have any options. I mean, maybe he could contend a dragon, but with his bot lane getting pushed in, that's not even an option either. So I really don't know what the Olaf does to get back into this game.
This is going to be very, very difficult. Olaf is just one of those picks. When it gets ahead, it feels insurmountable. When it gets behind, it almost feels useless. Might as well be a larger cannon minion at that stage. And this is where LNG, this is where we kind of see what you're made of. This is where we see what you're able to do. And they have options other ways. You know, they're only 1,000 gold down. It is a very unfortunate start to the early game, but Tarzan has to play babysitting now. He has to play babysitter to Ale in this top side because there's just not really a world where this dive doesn't happen over and over and over again if Top Esports are playing correctly. And now we'll see Karsa roaming forward. He will be spotted out by Tarzan. They're just basically holding this top wave, but Lucian's already here.
Knight hovering towards top side, but then going back mid. I don't think that they'll be able to dive top. Most likely it'll just be a wave crash here for the Lucian.
Just gonna go for it. Still very risky. You can see Top Esports just making sure they're not getting too overexcited with their little bit of an early lead. Ale just skill flexing there on the 369, who's in no real danger as he's still yet to get level 6, but curious now to see exactly how this one goes. And possibly have a little bit of time, but I look at the minimap straight away and already in the bot side, double knock up here from the side of Top Esports bot lane. Zhou gets ignited and actually will get back down on top of him. The exhaust goes down onto I1. He shielded Daybreak to try and stop Jackie Love, but he's in a little bit of trouble regardless. It's a trade of health bars. Another good flawless duet, as we can see now. Karsa just being jumped on here. This is going to be Ale trying to get the 1v2, and he gets it. He almost able to get a 2 for none as he goes absolutely ham. There's the culling. Just stutter steps enough to stop the 369 getting the full combo off of him, but Ale not done yet.
And that's actually huge because he gets the shutdown off the Volibear as well. He didn't have the damage to dive this level 6 Aurelia from full life, had his flash up and his ulti. I don't know, that's a pretty rough play from Karsa. Pretty much lost his entire advantage here. And now, while Karsa is top, Tarzan's able to counter jungle the red buff. Potentially can start off the dragon as well.
Oh, we are going to see a move. Oh, it's a 2-for-1 trade, but you do not have the miasma. Knight will fall down. He was baited, and he gets taken out. So now 2-2 on the scoreboard. Tarzan level 6 may look for an early dragon, but LNG got some life in them.
And Knight was not actually able to turn around there quick enough to dodge the Cassiopeia ulti, and with the double stun coming in, the fact that Iwandi was already mid lane was enough to secure the kill. But as you see here, Ale hits level 6, lands the double flawless duet, and once he has that ultimate coming in as well, he has all the stacks, gets a max charge W, and yeah, just has the damage to one-shot Karsa there.
Yeah, you can see just how little damage the combo of Lucian does without that double tap, without the passive having it there to be able to, because he's disarmed once he gets hit by the Vanguard's edge, so there's nothing he could really do after getting his full combo off with getting the extra auto attacks off. So it's definitely a bit of an unfortunate time here for the side of Top Esports, as they are going to try and trade it for a Rift Herald on that top side. They still have the pressure. Let's not, beat around the bush here. They still have the winning lane in top, but they just have to be a little bit more careful about it. They are going to start this Rift Herald up. There's only a 450 smite here from Karsa. He's still got one more charge left, but don't really think there's much of a contest here from LNG.
So TES end up getting the Herald. I would assume that they will most likely use that in top lane with the top turret already being at, I believe, 3 plates. It's kind of hard to see with the, you know, the 480p and everything, but you know.
We try our best. You know, you're in America, I'm in Europe, this is in China. We try our best.
It's either a 3 or a 5, you know. The thing is full or it's at 3 plates. So we're just going to pretend that it's at 3 plates and say that he most likely will use it top lane. Oh, there we finally see it. Okay, so it is at 3 plates. So yeah, Rift Herald most likely going to be top lane in order to actually just break this and keep snowballing that Lucian ahead.
Yeah, we'll see now the Lucian gonna go with the culling there. With the plated steel caps, it is actually kind of difficult to get much more than that damage down. Ale now seeing if he can just maybe bait in 369. Tarzan here, though, and they might actually find him out. There's a flash here for 369, so he's got himself a flash and a dash. He might have to use it straight away. He will flash over, but the undertow is good. They had vision. They knew exactly where he was, and that is just pure pain for 369. He just can't get a look in.
Yeah, and the big thing there was Tarzan, by hitting the undertow, means that he doesn't have to flash to end up securing that kill. So that was a timer where it looked like TES was hovering topside, Knight was hovering topside of mid, you already had Karsa in that bush around Wraiths, and it looked like they were going for the Herald play and they weren't able to get it. So now Dragon going over towards top esports, they're feeling good about this game. I mean, if you were to tell me after 4 minutes that they would be ahead at 10, wouldn't have believed you.
Yeah, look at the first 4 and then look at the next 10 as we look and now see the full engage going down. There's not really a lot they can do. Tarzan is in a lot of trouble. They're going to try and find 369 though and trade it back. They're going to flash over and a devour. We can see the flawless duet come down and land on the 2. There's the Vanguard's head to try and reset all of these dashes, all of these patches, and we can see Icon now getting the poison down, trying to use his miasma, trying to use his twin fangs, but he will be fallen. And Knight on this backside has enough there, and there's nothing Ale can do. He can't kill off the AD carry, and Top Esports get themselves back on the board.
Oh, and it's so big for Knight having that Dark Seal, being able to flank around the backside of that fight. And the main thing that ended up turning that in Top Esports' favor was the fact that Tarzan didn't have ult from the top fight when they contested this dragon. So he was instantly stunned by the arrow and he wasn't able to really fight back in any capacity. And that's actually another swing back in TES' favor. Yeah, this is not the ping pong of waves. This is the ping pong of gold leads we got in this game.
Yeah, it's a ping pong of champions, basically, at this stage. It's just fight after fight after fight. As we can see, this is a replay of top side. We know how this one goes down. 369 just not able to get out of there. They know exactly where he is, and nice little bit of cinematic there. Axe in the back of the head takes him down, but this is just a really good opportunistic moment here from the side of Top Esports, able to recognize, like you said, Tarzan doesn't have his ult.
Yeah, and it's pretty big from Joe here, flashing over to save 369. Come out of the replay, and Ollie's getting dove again.
He is getting dove again. This is a flawless duet. We're going to see the Abyssal Dive come in, and they're going to be able to take him out. Karsa picks up a nice kill up in that top side. Eventually, though, LNG will take the dragon, as Top Esports did not take that objective. But there's the Rift Herald play we were expecting about 3 minutes ago, as Top Esports finally starting to accelerate that gold lead in top.
Yeah, one of the things that is a little bit unfortunate for TES is that Karsa is the one that keeps on getting these kills, and Volibear will inevitably fall off. So normally you would like the kills spread around a little bit more. I mean, if we had like an extra one of these on Sylas, an extra one of these on Ashe, it would definitely be better. But I definitely respect Karsa not taking the local gold here. You know, he's paying his reparations for what he did into the top lane. He came top into free shutdown and a kill to Ale, and now he has to pay for it.
He has to get paid for it. But speaking of pay for it, Jackie Love, I think we've seen this before. I think it was in game 1 where he decided to try and cross map, and he's just going to get absolutely obliterated. Stun lock, take it down. Wandy, don't think he needed to take that one, buddy. Sadly for the side of LNG, it does go over to support, but they will be able to trade back at least one more turret as LNG. And I do want to correct myself a little bit. I do apologize. Vanguard's Ez is no longer disarmed. It's been a very long time since I've looked at that particular champion, but do apologize for my little faux pas on that. Thank you, Dagda, for letting me know about that one, and also thank you, Dom, for not throwing me under the bus on broadcast. I appreciate that.
You know what? I'll be honest. I thought that it didn't disarm anymore, but I wasn't confident enough to actually correct you, so I just let it sit. You know, I was like, you know, maybe it does disarm. They just reworked
there is over 150 champions in this game. Like you can, and each having 4 abilities and a passive. You can forgive us every now and again for forgetting 1 or 2 things. How quickly this game changes. But speaking of how this game changes, the landscape of this game has very much changed. You can see the AD carries, actually pretty much everyone on top esports having themselves an speaking of having an see Knight just kind of pushing forward, going to jump in, and it's a dodge, but there's a TP coming in off the back of this. The Vanguard's Edge going to be stolen and maybe used off of this one. They have got the rest of LNG here, and Knight going to be struggling to try and get himself out, but while that's been happening, 369's jumping in on top of Light with the Gale Force and gets himself in, and the Devour from Zhou is enough to take him to safety. They get 2 kills on the bot side, and Knight gets out scot-free.
Yeah, Knight was on the run the entire time. 3 members of LNG topside trying to chase him down, and while that is happening, the 2 members that are bot side are just getting dove by 4 members of top. So yeah, and now Knight looped all the way back around. Oh my god, deja vu.
Deja vu, we have been to this place before, but this time around both CCs will land, but one has the Vanguard's Edge, and I can tell you this time around it is not the Aurelia. Knight gonna look for the solo bolo, but no, Iwandi is here to make sure it doesn't happen. Top esports trying to push through the gears and get this game back on their terms.
Yeah, and with Everfrost the just Vamp Scepter essentially from Ale, Tabby's being relatively useless in this situation. Knight just knows that any fight he takes, he just most likely wins, especially if there's no creep play for Ale to heal off of.
This is where the game starts to accelerate quite exponentially. We're hitting the 15-minute mark. It's a 2,500 gold lead. We have a look at the replay in this bot side, and I think it's just straight up unfortunate timing. The rest of top esports are here just as Tarzan takes that blast cone, and Light's dead.
Yeah, and Tarzan didn't have ult for this fight, so as soon as he ends up trying to commit onto 369, he gets stunned up multiple times. Volibear ult comes in to turn the turret off, and yeah, it's 2 free kills for TES.
2 free kills and a Rift Herald as well. It's going to be a second one of the game going over to top esports. They've got themselves a nice little handy lead. Unfortunate, like we said, that the kills have gone over to supports and to junglers, but Iwandi is trying to make the most out of it. Has got a stopwatch, has got himself roaming around to keep Ale and the rest of his team safe. And now Light on this Cinera, trying his very best to push it this way, but with the Rift Herald spawned in mid, this could just be top esports honestly taking 2 turrets because Knight's behind it.
Yeah, and with Knight's pressure, he's able to just roam down. Should at least be able to get the tier 1 here, but it looks like they're potentially scared of maybe Ale's TP, so they end up backing off.
Afraid of the TP. They're also not exactly sure where Light Syndra had gone, so it could have been a bit of a mismatch, and they do not want to end up getting themselves back into a even game state, but still getting a lot of damage on that tier 1 in mid. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. You'd love that if you're LNG, just to keep that dragon stacking going. Right now, Essence Reaver finished up here for 369, so he's massive. 369, despite having so much of the kills going over to his jungler, he is ridiculously huge, and I feel like top esports recognize this, as do LNG, and LNG are going to just forfeit this bot lane. They're going to say, look, take the tier 1, take the dragon, we'll give Ale some free time in this top side, try and get themselves back into a place where they can even get an item, because it's 2 items for 369 versus no items really for Ale.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's going towards that Blade of the Ruined King, but even on that Bork, if Lucian is able to either dash or Gale Force the Flawless Duet, don't think that Ale will be able to actually kill this Lucian for a while. He's just so snowballed. And the other thing that we have to note is the 600 gold turret coming in for 369. Again, that's 1,200 gold that he's earned from top and bot tier 2s here.
Yeah, regardless if you get kills or not, that is 4 kills worth of gold in your back pocket, as well as all of the plates, as well as all of the CS he has as well. So 369, despite only having 1, 2, and 5 on his scoreline, is exceptionally huge. Even picks up the Mercury Treads, excuse me, to keep himself safe should he get stunned up. And honestly, this is a game where, like I said at the start, top esports find themselves ahead. They will just snowball out of control as LNG don't really have answers to it.
Yeah, and we have to see where LNG's damage is going to start coming from later on in this game. They have decent, consistent magic damage, but they don't have consistent physical damage, which could be rough considering the fact that it looks like the Ashe is building a wit's end. I would expect Volibear to pick up MR at some point as well. And yeah, I just think that in general, TS is going to be very tanky into the damage type of LNG.
Don't have a traditional AD carry. This is 2 games now. We've seen the team without a traditional AD carry. Not really have the, as you say, the consistent DPS to look for fights they probably want to take. And Top Esports making up for game 1 by putting 2 in game 2. So making sure they still have that number nice and round, saying, look, we got 80 carries, the equal amount to everyone else. You can't mess with the meta. But moving forward now, we can see that it's just going to be pretty much ping-ponging of lanes, but Ale needs to be so careful. This is why when you take these 2 turrets, it becomes so difficult in these sideways, because you can see how tentative, even on your minimap, Icon is to push forward. Ale has to give respect. And yes, you have this tier 1 still up in mid lane, but it's such long lanes now between top and mid, top and bot, you just don't get as much value out of it.
Yeah, and what you want to see TES doing here is pushing the side lanes where they have advantages, and then moving their side laners, in this case 369 and Knight, towards mid lane to get this tier 1. Once they break the tier 1, they're going to be in a great position to just control the enemy jungle.
369 on a flank. Ale is roaming up though, so needs to be a little bit careful. Icon going to face check into him just a little bit. He might think there's a ward on top of him if he's not careful, as they do have Knight and 369. They're trying to pincer in on top of them and trying to defend this mid lane tier 1. There is the stolen solar flare used to try and get someone, but there's a good Cassiopeia ult onto the volley bearers. You can see Light almost goes down, but 369 has been jumped on and will almost be taken down. There is no Devourer to save you this time. However, the turret in mid lane does go down. LNG will pick up a shutdown.
And 369 went deep, essentially one-man diving the tier 2 after the stolen Leona ult landed there. But yeah, overall, I'd say that this is still advantage for TES. Breaking this mid turret is so important, and even though it sucks that 369 died, definitely did not need to die there, you'll still take this as a win for Top Esports, just due to the fact that now they've opened up the map so much.
Yeah, they've given themselves that little bit of extra room. The vision control from LNG needs to be an awful lot more, I suppose, shrewd, if you will. But we can see now 369 just trying to be a nuisance off to the back end of this, and they're just not quite able to make everything stick.
And the dash in Gale Force out from 369, that is definitely an aggressive Lucian play. I guess that's what we'll call it.
That's probably the most PC term we could put it as such. I suppose if this was your co-stream, you'd be saying something slightly different, but
I might call that a power int. Who knows?
Yeah. All that and more on I Will Dominate's Twitch channel most days of the week. That's why we had to steal you away for today. Couldn't be missing this opportunity to have you on the official broadcast for your expertise. But now coming up for a minute till that dragon spawns, we can see Ale trying to just take whatever he possibly can. Not really able to do much about this one here. Top Esports just in such a good position to bully him out. And the longer this game goes, the better it is for LNG, but for Top Esports, they are so damn strong right now. You got the Zhonya's already finished up here, alongside the Everfrost for Knight Silas. You've got yourself, as we mentioned before, the Gale Force and the Essence Reaver for 369. You're working towards that Wit's End for Jackie Love on top of the Immortal Shield Bow, so he's going to be exceptionally hard to kill. It's just looking more and more difficult, and even Anathema's chains for the Volley Bear means that he's still pretty damn tanky against the burst damage that could be coming out from someone like Light.
Yeah, and he ended up binding Icon here, which is going to make Icon more susceptible to CC, as well as reducing the damage that he'll do to Karsa, which is really important, just linking up with the major consistent damage dealer on the enemy team with your chains post 20 minutes. Really smart. And now TES, they don't quite want to aggress onto the Baron yet, but one thing I want to be looking at here is how they extend their gold lead. Generally, if you don't have the ability to take Baron yet, you're going to use the fact that you have pressure in your lanes to invade jungle, get vision, steal away jungle camps, and extend your gold lead by just denying the enemy their resources on their side of the map.
Obviously for Top Esports, all about denial, but for LNG, it's about getting what you can, working with the scraps. If you're being opted into this sort of strategy, you take what you can into this. When you can see Light already going towards that Banshee's Veil, recognizing that he's going to be a bit of a target. He needs to try and even tank up an Ash Arrow or two if he has to, just to stay alive. And For LNG, look at Knight TPing down into this one, and Ale might be in a lot of trouble. They have no idea he's here. They have absolutely no clue. Now they do. He spotted him and goes, oh god, now I have to fight this one. There's going to be a TP committed to this one as 369 is there. There's going to be a stolen Vanguard's edge. It's going to be traded back, but Ale is dead. They miss the ultimate there. Knight not able to grab that one, but there is a good petrifying gaze, but Knight's just too slick. They both go golden, and it's Knight who picks up another kill.
Nah, man, Knight is so good there. Turning the Casio ulti and then hitting the E to get on top of him into the Zanyas, man. That is beautiful Sylas play right there. Insane.
Great moves, and they can now move towards this Baron. They have 2 AD carries. They will destroy this objective, but LNG are very aware of that. They know they have to be here. They have a flash on Tarzan. He has Smite and Ragnarok. He could look for the steal, but they don't have perfect vision. I think they just lost their pink ward right there on the back of it. Light trying to do his best to see if he can keep this one going. Good double stun down onto the back line, but again, you're guessing. You don't exactly know where this one's going to go. You can see Iwandi now trying to get people away Knight as they look trying to fully engage. We don't want the Baron. We want the team fight instead. Top Esports going fully engaging as Knight gets onto the backside, and Top Esports have finally solidified themselves in this game as the favorites.
Yeah, and that was a really smart turn by Top Esports there, knowing that Olaf is over the wall with Reckless Swing and Smite. You don't want to risk a 50-50 here, so they go over the wall. Good double knock-up from Zhou, and I don't think that LNG can contest it, even though they're trying.
Oh, they have to. They have no other choice. They gotta go in, but the Baron is already down to about 1,000 HP. There it is. Enough for a smite. The culling enough to keep everybody away. Icon and Ale can do nothing but watch. And that is going to equal a 6,500 gold lead here for Top Esports. And the rest of the map is pretty much theirs.
Yeah, and as we jump into this replay here, Knight was completely unseen on his teleport. And Ale just gets jumped on, chunked by Knight. Now, if you want to criticize Knight a little bit, he did end up missing the Aurelia ulti here, but this was so good by him. Dodging the Cassiopeia ulti and then turning around, hitting the Sylas E into the Kingslayer. I mean, it's just such crisp Sylas play. You love to see it.
And Iwandi tries his best to keep Knight at bay, but Knight's just there on top of him and says, cool, if I take you out, I know that we can take this fight as the rest of Top Esports commit. And this is just such a good game from Top Esports. This is the type of game we expected coming into this series. This is the difference between these teams that we anticipated. For LNG, I like the idea behind the Syndra. I still feel like the lot of the mage carries in LPL specifically, they just look better on traditional AD carries.
I feel like that's most AD carries, man. It takes a very specific AD carry.
Very fair.
Most likely a role-swapped AD carry. Then you can maybe pull out the Syndra. But generally speaking, man, these guys are so good on traditional AD carries. There's no reason to pull out the Syndra. It's not that OP that you have to play a bot lane right now. It didn't seem to work out super well. I mean, even if you go back to level 1, LNG was on the back foot the entire time in this lane phase. And if you're playing a mage bot, you're getting perma pushed in and having to burn your summoners on cooldown. Not going to be scaling normally to the same degree as a traditional AD carry.
I tend to agree with that particular analysis as Knight does push in that bot side. The tier 2s are now all gone for LNG. They only have their base to really defend, and no, the Solar Flare completely whiffs. They will land though on top of it. That's going to force a Devour out as the Unleashed power does come in. 369 going to use his full culling there to try and get this fight going. This one's done. It's over. They've got themselves 2 kills. Make it 3, 4. Hell, let's make it a clean ace for Top Esports. Ale trying his very, very best. It won't be clean, but he'll go down, and Top Esports in 27 minutes will take the win and equal out this series. And we are going to game 3 even Stevens.
Yeah, I mean, we got a series on our hands here, Penguin. This is a good bounce back game for TES.
I didn't want to say it because it's the trope of all casters when you get a second game that goes this way. But Top Esports, not to be outdone, will bounce back, will punch back, and take us to 1-1 in this best of 5.
Yeah, really well played from them. Really like the different draft, the adaptations here. And I would be really shocked if they dropped the Sylas ban again. They gave it to Knight this time. He didn't pick it 1, 2, 3 in game number 1, but this time, knowing that, you know, if you leave it up to the second phase of bans, you most likely won't get your hands on it. Take the Sylas 1, 2, 3, give it to Knight. You're not going to be able to counterpick this man. He's just too good on the champion.
Yeah, honestly, again, time and time again, we have seen Silas for Knight just be this X factor. You cannot prepare for it. You cannot define exactly what your strategy will be against it because he is too good at this champion. The skill expression he has with this champ is just so damn high, and I like the ideas from LNG. The execution definitely lacked a little bit of luster, and for Top Esports, they got themselves together. For the compared to game one, Karsa was on such a great movement. He was able to be on a jungler who could make the moves in the early stages. 369 was able to bully out Ally in the top side, and then Jackie Love on a traditional AD carry was able to be a traditional AD carry.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see it. Definitely got to fault Tarzan a bit. His early game put LNG in a pretty rough spot, even though they did end up recovering. But we'll have to see the draft adaptations in game number 3. The Syndra taken by LNG and them flexing a bottom definitely shows that is something that was in their wheelhouse. But after how it looked, I'd be very surprised to see them go for the Syndra bot again.
Yeah, I don't think it's something that's really traditional to LNG, and I think that's something that they need to kind of keep there. I feel like, yes, it's great if you can play all styles, but right now, especially in single elimination process of the playoffs, play what you're comfortable, play what you know, play what you're good at, and hell, I wouldn't even if we realistically minded in a Vayne. Again, doesn't do amazing into the Ashe as such, but I do think that if you're going to be taking something completely different, it's got to make an impact, and it did not this game.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see the changes that these teams make. We've seen a lot of different picks, a lot of different styles already, and it's just been 2 games. So I definitely want to see what's in store for game number 3. I'm expecting that we get another spicy pick. I want to see Knight maybe pull out something else, another melee champion. He just looks so good on it, like a Knight Aurelia, something. It would be just great to watch.
Yeah, honestly, it's always a joy to watch Knight. It will be an absolute travesty if this man does not make it all the way to the World Championship again. But still a lot of games to go before then. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, game 3 of this best of 5 will be happening very, very soon.
The goal of every region is to reach for the top. And for the LPL, that once far off dream has become a reality. But the truth is, it wasn't a smooth rise to the throne.
You really have
Uzi's devastated.
就非常的不开心吧，因为当时在比赛中自己的心态没有调整好。
There were obstacles. Obstacles that the dragon couldn't seem to scale, time and time again. So we were left questioning when the stars would finally align. But what we seem to have forgotten, what seemingly slipped our minds, is that eventually a dragon grows its wings.
RNG's chasing success. Royal never give up, rule the world. Winning MSI 2018. IG are on the Nexus. The LPL has never won before, but that will change today. The Crownless are finally king. The Nexus is being focused. It's going down.
RNG, they're on the Nexus. Damwon has no ability to stop this.
Now the world is watching, studying the playstyle that some have considered too crazy to mimic. But for the LPL, all they've had to do is ramp it up. There's 10 fierce teams that each believe they have the right to the throne, but there is only room for one. So to all combatants, prepare to fight.
Brian clears the way so they won't quite just get it, but a Magnet Storm is insane! MLZ is still alive, so is all the summoners. Oh, the Moonlight Vigil is huge! He's one of the best in the world at it, and he goes, oh, he gets this steal way!
Oh my goodness, this is the party you're looking for. LNG's early pro activity coming alive here. 4-0 for LNG.
Well, they got through. 4 of them made it through. The recalls have to come in from top esports. It's an open nexus though. RA are going to do it. Knight is unbelievable. The triple kill.
Viper comes up clutch again.
Angel blows them to smithereens on the Akali.
Wants to back and make an attempt to return.
Oh my god!
This is the era of the LPL. Crazy plays, crazy fans. And you'd be crazy to try to predict what happens next.
因为夏季赛我们是有人员上的更换嘛，然后现在我们接近赛季末，然后我们就是人员也比较固定了，然后我们现在可能会尽量加宽自己的英雄池吧，去为季后赛做更多准备。比较期待的对手的话，应该就是跟我们同班区的苏宁跟 RNG 吧，因为这两个也是比较老对手了嘛，然后我们也是在春季赛的时候输给 RNG 了，然后想要打回来吧。
Might be able to get himself RNG. Suning sadly did not make it to the party. They were not RSVP. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our third game of this series. It is 1 apiece after Top Esports equaled out the first win from LNG. And we gotta talk about junglers again because it is Karsa who is our man of the rift for game 2. The early game start for the Volibear was just too strong.
Yeah, he played a really good game, especially the first 4 minutes. Getting that solo kill onto Tarzan into top dive really set the pace of the game. Had a small hiccup, you know, might have thrown his shutdown directly into Ale, but outside of that, I think it was a really solid game, and he was the one that was picking up a lot of the kills, forcing a lot of the action, and overall, good performance from Karsa.
Yeah, it really, really was. And this is why we highlighted these two guys, is that yes, you might have the power and the flashiness from all the other lanes, but when it comes down to how you get those advantages to make those pop-off performances, it's got to be the junglers who set that up for you. It's got to be the junglers that give you that platform to jump off of and dunk on kids from. But again, for Top Esports, I think game 2 was definitely more indicative of what we expected from these guys. They got themselves a very aggressive early ganking jungler. They had pressure in the top side. Knight got his Silas, need we say more? And LNG just didn't really have an answer to it. So coming into this next series, do you think that much will be changing? We are knowing that LNG have chosen red into game 3, so it is going to be still Top Esports blue and LNG red. Apart from the Silas, do we see much changing here from LNG?
Well, now they're kind of in a pickle in draft because there's 2 things that you potentially want to ban from that game, and then on top of the bans you already have, I don't expect them to drop the Xin ban anytime soon. So with Silas being high priority, obviously Knight showing that he is willing to essentially blind it, and the counter pick of Cassio into Silas not working out, you have to decide, are you going to ban the Silas? Do you end up banning the Volibear? Because Volibear looked great for Karsa. It looked like one of his best champions, and he's great on these ganking junglers, you know, like Trundle, Xin, Volibear, all of them. I think he's going to have massive effects on the game. So when you go into this draft phase, you really just have to pick the lesser of 2 evils, so to speak, and decide what you're willing to play against, because one of these guys is going to get on a champion that he's comfortable on.
Yeah, it's never a fun time when you have to pick between this bad thing or this other bad thing, but you kind of deal with one as such if you can, and that's how you have to take on this one. But for LNG, they not only have, as you say, Karsa, they have the Silas to look out for. 369 has the Lucian in his back pocket, so the Jace Renekton bans aren't enough to keep him 100% down. There is still so many avenues for Top Esports, and this is what I suppose is the difference between a great team and a good team. Is a great team will be targeted, they will be found out, researched, looked at from every single angle, and they will still have answers to be put out. Whereas a good team, they might find themselves faulting. We saw with OMG yesterday, they got it, an answer was put forward to them. They could not find anything else to put up, so they just kind of fell apart. But for Top Esports, they have just so many things they could utilize.
Yeah, and I think the problem for LNG arises when you consider the fact that they got the choice of a bunch of answers, and none of their answers really seemed to work out. They had the Aurelia counterpick into Lucian. By flexing the Syndra bot, which didn't work out in its own right, the Cassio was opened up as a counterpick into the Silas. And when both those lanes don't go massively in your favor, you start questioning, what do we actually want to take away from TES? Because at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to ban out all the champions in the game, so you're going to have to actually use some of your counters, and none of them seem to work in that game.
Yeah, either use some of your counters or maybe leave open some of the quote-unquote OPs. Maybe leave open the Lee Sin. Is that something you can deal with because we have seen it so much? These are where the mini draft metas, the mini metas as I like to call them, in the best of fives kind of come out, because you're so focused, you're so tunneled into this one series that you're not thinking about meta, you're thinking about the team in front of you. And for LNG, they just have to think of Top Esports. They just have to think about how they deal with the threats in front of them coming into this next game. And for Top Esports, you got your mojo back. I felt like game 1, you definitely were missing something, and it was missing mojo. They didn't really have that same flair in game 1. Game 2, they definitely did. It was a little bit more faster-paced game from them, and it feels like if they can just keep that same momentum, keep that same style in game 3, they should be pretty confident with how regardless of whatever they draft.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that Top Esports, they're the ones that are going to pretty much dictate what they want to play in the draft. We've seen pretty much only answers coming out from LNG. When they drafted the Vayne, remember, it was in response to the Ziggs. So if Top Esports doesn't go for the Ziggs, then what are you going to play into an Ashe that makes sense? Do you have like a Tristana or something that's considered a relatively good matchup? Do you see an Ezreal? So yeah, we're into the draft phase, and let's see what they end up doing.
All right, we are going to see the same bans as game 2, so we imagine Top Esports don't change what's not broken. You first pick the Volley Bear here.
Perfect.
Get yourself secured with that, and you're happy with that, but they're going to go with the Olaf again straight away, but this time around, LNG are the ones who are picking up the Ziggs.
Okay, but Varus is considered a pretty decent answer into the Ziggs, generally speaking, and that is still up in this draft, so we'll have to see if Jackie Love elects to go for that right now.
We'll see what they want to go for. Of course, they can still flex the Syndra into bot side if they decide to lock that one in as well. So Top Esports looking to go for it. They're going to get 369 back on the Lucian. Still technically a flex. You could put the Lucian into mid as well, but a lot of options here for Top Esports. They're happy to go with it. And LNG, they feel like they can make this Aurelia counter pick work. They just don't know exactly how to execute on it if game 2 is to be believed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what they probably said in their draft meeting was that the Aurelia was fine. It was just the fact that the Olaf died and I got dove at 315. That's the reason why this matchup didn't go as well as possible. But the Camille is actually the champion that ends up being locked into this Lucian top, presumably.
I love this. Camille is Ale's basically his signature pick. He was known for it when he was known as Natural back in the DMO days. It is such a massive pick for him coming into this, and this is kind of calling out Top Esports to say, look, we know that Lucian can be a flex. We're going to turn around and say we're going to ban away a couple of the bad matchups for the Camille here so that we are guaranteeing at least, at minimum, a decent matchup for Ale into 369.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see a run back of the Fiora. We got to see one game of it in LEC. It's known as one of the hardest counter picks to Camille. Did not go great in that game, but I definitely think the matchup is still something that is more than playable. 369 able to play pretty much all the melee carries. One of the big advantages of him as a player on this Top Esports roster.
Yeah, massive opportunities for Top Esports to change their draft, to move it forward into different directions. But LNG saying, look, we'll give the Camille at least at minimum a decent matchup, but we're also going to get rid of Joe's Tam Kench. We were talking about a little bit just before we came out of the break that it did feel like the silent carry in game 2 there for Top Esports was able to make those very aggressive engages and those very aggressive tower dives work out without losing many people, if any at all. So LNG now gonna have to see what they want to go for here. They're gonna put Iwandi back onto the Leona. Don't really see a massive issue with this. Iwandi has been very good when he's been able to leave light in that bot side and help out the rest of his lanes.
Yeah, the problem could be a potential counter pick coming in bot side. You could go something like the Trundle support into the Leona. Also has the ability to ulti the Olaf. It's being hovered right now. And maybe you go a Varus Trundle bot lane, and then you just put that down there, and you have a good, solid counter pick. But the Sylas locked in, so that means that it's going to be a Lucian or Syndra bot.
Yep, it's going to be a Lucian or Syndra bot. We imagine it will be the Syndra bot with the Lucian up in that top side. You cannot just let Sylas go to the side of Top Esports. Knight will take it, and they're going to put the Trundle probably in that bot side as well. So good disengage, good facilitator to the rest of his team. And this is where LNG now, what's your answer into the Sylas? You tried it out with the Camille, didn't really work out the first time. What's the next, or sorry, not the Camille, excuse me, the Cassiopeia, didn't really work out that time. And you've got a couple more champions. Icon been around for a very, very long time, so should have some answers to him. And he's going to lock in the Orianna, so not looking for a straight up counter, just looking to survive.
Yeah, this is a matchup that I think has been evolving over time. Originally was considered an Orianna just favored matchup into the Sylas, but when we've seen these really, really, really good Sylas players in LPL like Cream and Knight, it feels like they just don't mind taking Orianna ult and just E-flashing into a team fight. So I definitely am excited to see this matchup. I will say that I'm normally pretty scared when I look at TES and Knight is on Sylas. Like, that is normally a terrifying thing for the enemy team. So, I mean, I respect the confidence by LNG giving it back to him, but also something that needs to be considered is the fact that they probably didn't think that this was a possibility with the Syndra and Lucian being picked in the top 3 picks for Top Esports.
Yeah, they assumed that either the Syndra would go mid or the Lucian would, either or of the two, and then having that option available to Knight, he's going to take it. That's just a fact. He's not going to let you just take away something that he is just known for throughout his entirety, you know, this split and even beyond that. I'm just so curious to see if this matchup will still go in favor of Top Esports. If the Orianna, though, can survive, I suppose. I won't even say get ahead. If he gets ahead, then it's a complete mismatch by Knight. But if he can survive, if he can get to those big 5v5 team fights where you're able to utilize the Camille, where you're able to get that Ziggs getting perma push in those mid lane, that's where LNG could maybe look to something to try and snowball this Olaf and get that, you know, maybe early mid game push.
Well, I have a question for you, Penguin, because...
Go for it.
We've pretty much been talking here, and I've got the vibe that you don't like these mage picks in the bot lane, right? It's pretty much...
What gave you that impression?
I mean, I'm just saying. So if LPL AD carries suck at playing mages, but both LPL AD carries are playing mages, who wins?
Ooh, it's an unstoppable force and an immovable object, I think, at that point. I think that the killer thing here is Knight on Silas, because that's always a positive in my books. As we're gonna jump straight into game 3, and LNG looking for a little bit of a move here. It will not land the undertow, but they are gonna go for the hook shot straight onto Karsa. Not gonna land the undertow afterwards at all. So LNG try to get a bit creative. I like the idea. They don't lose anything for it. They back up.
Yeah, and the ward in this top rush, seems like both teams have maybe there's a little bit of a top lane scrim meta where people have been going for this play, because it's really rare to see both teams up here warding these brushes at pre 1 minute in a game 3 of a best of 5.
Game 3, and this is where the momentum can shift. You still have a little bit of room to wiggle a bit. You got, you know, one more game left in you, but you don't want to be going up against match point. Either side, you do not want to be forced to say you win the next 2 games or you're out. That's the end of it. With this one, you have a little bit of time. You got a little bit of opportunity here, and we'll see exactly how it all goes. And not gonna say that it's definitely not gonna have action, but I feel like with a Ziggs and a Syndra in bot side, I'm waiting for them to hit level 3-4 where they can just be independent little bot laners, and for the supports to start roaming around, because if Trundle and Leona can get out onto the map, that's where we could see some action.
Do you think we're gonna see one of those Team Liquid versus C9 games where they have like 5% bot proximity on supports, or what?
I don't know. I don't watch minor regions, so.
Okay, man. Jesus.
I'm sorry. You set it up, man. I had to spike it down. Like, come on, you gotta go for those. You gotta go for them when they're coming in. But
man, now I have to out you on the broadcast. I was talking to Penguin before this game, and he was telling me that he was a dreaded TSM fan, and now he says he doesn't watch minor regions.
Unashamed Rain Man, OG man. That is my OG setup. But you know, I'll wear those colors with pride. And speaking of wearing a pride, it is going to be very proud for Top Esports if they were able to get that first kill, but they were not able to land it down, as they do get the flash out of Iwandi. And I talked about how there wasn't going to be action in bot lane, but there in fact was action in bot lane.
Yeah, and definitely some action coming in. It seems like Jackie Love and Joe have been getting the better of Light and Iwandi in these early lane phases coming in. But yeah, don't sweat being a TSM fan, Penguin. We all have our flaws, you know.
I mean, I had to pick something. I got to cast the best league in the world. I had to pick a flaw. You know, it's like a D&D character. You can't be perfect. That's just how life works, sadly. Well, coming back into this game, we can see that Top Esports have got themselves a little bit of advantage in top and bot. We do see a very nice little hook shot here on the 369. So that's going to force him all the way back. Tarzan has found himself after a very early clear all the way up here, but he's going to get double scuttled, so a little bit of an early advantage here for Karsa, as they know exactly where the LNG jungler is.
At least it's not as bad of an early advantage as it was last game. The Olaf able to keep his life, and the Lucian is not getting the same lead that he was getting before. I mean, he has the CS lead, but at least he doesn't have the kills on top. I really like that little mind game coming into the top laner, in the top lane, where Ale used his W, and there's this mind game of if Ale W flashes, then 369 has to flash, and if he gets hit by the W, he could just die in that situation. But both top laners with nerves of steel holding on to their summoners, deciding not to go for the risky play. He might need a TP here to live, though.
I mean, he might have to try and get himself out of this one. He might have to flash just to try and get away with allies. Couple of seconds left on that hook shot. About 2, 1. There he goes. He's going to flash forward and try and just get on top of him. He knows he is dead, so he's not going to commit the flash of his own. First blood to Ally in this top side. You love to see it if you're an LNG fan.
Yeah, that's a really big kill for Ale. He had to commit his flash for it, and 369 electing to save his because he knows that Ale's hookshot was off cooldown, and if he flashes, he will just be followed by that ability.
Yeah, we see now 369 just TPing back into this top side. I feel like, Ale, you got to reset. You can't stay here. You've no mana, you've no pots, you've nothing. Just go back, get yourself back into the map. It is going to be pushing into 369, so might see Tarzan, as I see him right in the map now, going straight up towards this top side because he knows that's going to have to be crashed in for his top laner to feel safe.
Yeah, and the pressure from Tarzan up until top lane helped Ale get in position to potentially go for the solo kill, allowed him to get a good trade coming in. So now Ale's chilling in this lane. I mean, the early lane phase resolution, one of the most impressive champions in the game, can be rough. But in this situation, once you have the tabbies, it becomes a lot easier.
It becomes a hell of a lot easier. Don't know why they changed the name of it. More I think about it, don't know what Ninja Tabbies means in whatever way it was originally called, but still, it's a bit of a weird one. It's like I much prefer Tabbies as the name for it, but it's just not called that, and even then, Tabbies makes no sense. But like you said, it becomes a lot easier in that matchup now that he does have that extra little bit of armor, of course, the mitigation on the auto attacks as well. But now Knight in a little bit of trouble. Actually, I say that it's actually Kartsu who gets jumped on here. That's just Ale putting down a little bit of pressure, knowing that he can't really do anything in this top side. The wave is frozen right just in front of the turret. This is great from 369 to just try and deny Ale, but at least Ale is trying to find an answer to it.
Yeah, and this is just the advantage of actually having this push in top side. Allows you to roam back. And he does have time. This wave will be pushing against him, so he doesn't actually need to contest it at all. Could have potentially even recalled. He has a bunch of time opening up right now with that cannon wave spawning and coming in topside.
Well, LNG won't be dissatisfied. We look at the drafts, we kind of expect this level of oppressive laning phases coming out. They do have a little bit of a push in mid lane to be expected, but bot lane and of course top is pretty much expected for them to be constantly going down or constantly being pushed in under the turret, so nothing really too untoward about it, as we do see Karsa sneaking himself in towards this top side. Tarzan is here, as both junglers maybe look for a 2v2 on this top side. There is not a TP for the mid laners, but there are TPs for the bot laners. Light and Jackie Love do both have them, but it's just going to be a push in, crash, let Ale soak up the wave. With the Hextech ultimatum available, it would have been a bit dicey for top esports.
Yeah, and these are junglers that are absolute pros, you know, like these guys know the game better than almost anyone else. So when you have a big wave crashing like this, they both can kind of assume that with the way that 369 was pushing it, there's definitely a jungler here on both sides, and they both just handshake the wave crash and end up recalling and going back towards their jungle. So definitely going better for Tarzan this round as the Olaf into the Volibear. Not ending up behind in terms of kills, and he's just going to be able to hit that level 6 when he's able to have the dueling unlocked. So hopefully he's able to have a better game here, and he can make use of his Ragnarok coming in here shortly.
Yeah, we'll get the level 6 off of the next camp or so. Has got a couple of them available to him. We'll just hand off the blue buff to Icon, so Icon very happy about that. We do see Ionian Boots picked up for Karsa at night as their first port of call as they try and get themselves back onto the map. They know that their power comes from the rotation of spells and having them up as often as possible, but with the Rift Herald here, do top esports want to go for this one here? They do have a quick reset from Ale, and he does not have a TP, so there is an opportunity here for top esports just to get this free objective. Iwandi doesn't look like he wants to contest it just yet. That being said, though, with Tarzan level 6 and of course Icon having that blue buff, they should be able to just at least push top esports off of it.
Yeah, this is a situation where both bot laners actually have TP, so they're farming here, but this could erupt into a 5v5 pretty easily if one team commits onto the Herald.
Well, all summoners available for pretty much everyone in terms of what is going to be used. Flashes all across the board. You're still waiting for any real big items, but with the ward taken down, top esports just going to be a little bit delayed on that particular take. You can see Iwandi going back towards bot side. They don't want to take that fight just yet. They will just give up the first Rift Herald, so see what top esports are able to do with that objective.
And as you can see, Icon here having that natural CS lead of about 10 as Orianna into Sylas, but it seems like both laners will take this. I mean, I think both these mid laners are actually playing the matchup properly, and the standard advantage has been accrued by Icon.
Yeah, and actually, I correct myself already. Top Esports backed away from this Rift Herald. They didn't feel comfortable going for it, and it is going to be LNG eventually taking it. So we do see 369 just dashing away. We're going to see Hextech Ultimatum, and of course the Solar Flare. So it's going to be enough lockdown and enough for a kill. Ale picks up his second. LNG doing what LNG do best and feeding Ale on this top side.
Yeah, and you can see the discipline by Icon there. He could have easily stolen the kill using his W, but decides give it over to the Camille because that's going to be the champion that will really have a significant breakpoint here. Now the Herald coming in as well. They're going to drop this top funnel even more gold into Ale. And as you can see here, he's going to have about a 1,000 gold lead on the Lucian, which is really, really hard for the Lucian to recover from.
Not only that, but it's just completely unexpected to what we expect in this matchup. You're expecting with the Lucian pick that you will come out on top. You will be the one getting an advantage, having your first item first, your second item much further ahead than your opponent, and that's how we saw it in Game 2. But in Game 3, it is the Camille with 2 early kills. It is the Camille now with that long lane opened up. As we see now the TP coming in, Carson trying to go in on top of Iwani, but a good flash over the pillar means they are not able to get a kill. And that means that the answer from Top Esports is not going to mean a full turret, and Ale should be able to soak up the rest of this wave.
Yeah, and this is completely fine for LNG. They're able to fend off this dive, and they've stabilized really, really well in this game. Have a great lead on the Camille. That should be a pressure point going forward. The Sylas is not on the board yet. Volibear wasn't able to get anything done early. LNG's in a great spot in this game.
LNG feeling confident, feeling good right now, and this bodes very, very well for them going into this series. Of course, the big thing I will say is that we haven't seen Knight roam around. We haven't seen Knight be unlocked yet, and that is always an X factor. We talk about Knight coming in onto this Sylas, but even here, they're just going to be able to take plates and back themselves up. This is just really solid performance in the first 15 minutes coming out from LNG.
Yeah, and these slow, steady games generally tend to favor LNG. They don't really make big mistakes when they get leads. The problem for them is normally getting these leads in the first place. But in this game, they seem to really just be poised to continue snowballing here. They have a lot of options coming in after they took the top turret. Lucian is going to be afraid to push up, which means that Ale will be able to not only win the 1v1, but potentially roam mid. He does get the Grom stolen away, so mental edge goes to 369.
Game's over. Game's practically over now at this stage.
2-1 TES.
Ale, yeah, good job. We'll see you next game. But we are going to see Ale with a stolen Solar Flare forced to flash away, so I mean, you're talking about that mental edge. That could definitely help your affect your mentals just a little bit, not having that summoner. You're not going to be as confident moving forward now as Ale in the top side.
Look, he lost that Gromp, immediately walked mid for no reason and lost his flash. That's mental edge. That's like there's not even.
You called it. You called it, man. I'm not trying to argue with you. As we can see now, he's trying to just go back up to this top side. Culling does come out from 369, so just using that to just dissuade Ale for going for the full engage. But with the Hextech Ultimatum available for Ale, 369 needs to be so careful. And you can see he just can't even push up to this wave anymore. He just has to let it crash, get back up, and make sure that he's not getting caught out because he's in such a long lane.
Yeah, and the main thing that we saw in the first game wasn't necessarily just the CS lead, it was all the plates that he got. It was the fact that he got 2 tier 2 turrets, which combined for 1,200 gold into his pocket. So him not being able to get this plate top for TES means that the Lucian is going to just be stunted in terms of his general power curve.
I'm looking at LNG, I've mentioned a couple of different options. Where do you want to see them move? Where do you want to see them make this advantage known? Because yes, they have got themselves about a 1,500 gold lead, but where can they make it count the most?
Well, I think the best thing possible for them would be if they were able to break this mid turret. I mean, if TES doesn't have the Syndra mid, Sylas is not the best champion in terms of wave clearing. So if you can use your top advantage to bring people mid and you can start pressuring this mid tier 1, I think you can really open up the map and then be able to contest onto jungle camps afterwards.
See what they're able to do. We do, of course, see the TP came out from Light onto this bot side. Great thing about the Ziggs is that he's just a forever wave clear. It's impossible for you to be able to take down this turret. We can see now Karsa fighting for vision around this bot side, but there was no dragon for another minute and a half, so maybe they're just looking for a flank ward as such. We see 369 taking his own blue buff to try and keep himself nice and topped up before this next fight really happens. And I feel like LNG are going to be feeling confident. They have the big team fight ultimates. They have the Shockwave. They have the Hextech Ultimatum and the Solar Flare. They're the ones that are going to be looking for these big 5v5s, especially if you want to try and get the most out of this Orianna with the shields and, of course, the speed ups and slow downs.
Yeah, for sure. The one place where LNG is lacking right now is that bot lane, though. JackieLove, 40 CS up on Light. Zig's normally the type of champion that can contribute even if he's down in gold because of just the nature of his abilities, having a ton of AoE, bunch of AP ratios and everything. But Syndra is very strong on this patch. After the buff, it's considered really high priority. We see it mid lane, we see it bot lane, so we'll have to see if JackieLove can take over the game on a mage. Normally something that we don't really see, but if he does it, definitely would be an impressive feat.
JackieLove, you always got to give a little caveat to say he can do it. Whether or not he does it is different. Shockwave comes down. It's only going to land on the Zhou, and he now gets hit up with the Pillar of Ice. 14 seconds until this dragon spawns. That's not a cooldown you want to be using all willy-nilly. I feel like Icon saw something that probably no one else saw, because I don't think anything was going to come from it, even if he landed a two-man Shockwave.
Yeah, I mean, he's hoping that no one saw what just happened mid lane, because you don't want to have your Shockwave missing before a dragon fight here if you're LNG. Definitely one of their biggest team fight abilities coming in, and as you can see, because TES noticed that that's down, they're going right into dragon. This is second dragon, which means that the next one will put them on soul point.
Yeah, you cannot fight this. Again, like you said, the big team fight ultimate of the Shockwave that you could maybe coerce people in, get a couple of different, poke abilities down with the Ziggs, just doesn't exist right now. So they'll give that one up. It is going to be another Ocean Soul. We had the same in Game 1, and I think Game 2 as well, actually. So Ocean Soul, I will triple check that one, but Ocean Soul's definitely the flavor of this particular series, as Top Esports do have themselves a little bit of an advantage. There will be a Rift Herald started and almost certainly taken here by Tarzan as a bit of a trade back, and yes, Ocean Soul and Dragons are nice, but if you can make that Rift Herald pay, dividends and more, it can be so much more useful in the early term.
Yeah, I definitely want to see LNG using this Rift Herald onto mid lane. I mean, generally second Herald will almost always go mid, but in this game, especially into the Sylas, I think you could really open up the map by trying to place it mid. And what TES should do to stop this is to rotate the Syndra mid and put Sylas in the side lane, so you do have access to that wave clear in the mid portion of the map.
Well, they get the bot tier 1, so first tower of the game for Top Esports does get taken down. They have got themselves a little bit of pressure on the map as they are now resetting, kind of seeing LNG push in all of these waves. So right now, Zhou trying to just soak up this wave as best he can so it doesn't crash into the turret. They get full XP and gold from that. Ale is very happy in this top side. Ale is sitting on his first item. He's got the Divine Sunderer. Of course, we talked about the Ninja Tabbies as well, but this is totally comfort zone here. If you're pushing in the Lucian, if you're stopping the Lucian from having an impact on the rest of the map, you're delighted. That's exactly what you want to be doing.
Yeah, definitely. So now you end up in the situation for LNG where you have to decide what is more valuable to you. Do you have the Camille keep on pushing in the Lucian and maintain pressure on that side, or do you try to lane the Camille into the Sylas in order to kind of combat the biggest strength of the Top Esports 1-3-1? It seems like for now they've elected to keep him versus the Lucian.
They're saying it's a little bit more important for us that Ale gets himself into a stronger position, keeps 369 down. It is still a 40 CS lead for the Lucians, so not doing too badly, and that is pretty much mitigated by the 2 kills you have. As you can have a look now on the player gold on the left-hand side. Slightly in favor for Camille, but I'm looking at Jungle. I didn't even realize a 1200 gold lead here for Tarzan. He is just escalating so much further ahead.
Yeah, definitely. And he also got a few plates, if you remember, onto the top side when he dropped Herald there at about 11 minutes into the game. So Tarzan ahead of the Volibear, much different than last game. We'll be able to see if they can use that advantage when it comes to this third Drake fight.
He's in a little bit of trouble. He's going to hook shot, but he's going to get caught out. He's going to pop down the Hextech Ultimatum, but I'm pretty sure he is just dead. Nowhere for him to go. He's not even going to bother the flash. Shut down. Goes over. and that just feels like a little bit of a football. Hi, Knight. How you doing?
Yeah, I mean, and this is really good that it went on to Lucian specifically here. No kills for Karsa this time around, and the Lucian is getting a CS lead based off the fact that he's been the one that's been controlling the lane. Ale has been trying to roam mid, trying to use his advantage elsewhere, but 369 been really he's been really smart about how he's been manipulating his wave, when he's decided to crash his wave, when he's decided to slow push, and in the end of it, he still has a 45 CS lead.
Yep, he does, and he's got himself a shutdown, so a lot of gold. So you can see that probably if we looked at the gold again, it would definitely be swung back a little bit in favor of 369. They get the charge off on the bot side, so it ends up being just a kill in favor of Top Esports in terms of the trade. It will be traded back for tier 1 turrets on both sides. And now for Top Esports, this is where the game gets a little bit more fun. This is the game gets a little bit more interesting for them. I feel like they definitely have a much stronger mid-game, considering they have got the Lucian, the Syndra, and of course the Sylas coming up to 2 items now as well. So it will be interesting to see if Top Esports also feel the same, and if they want to try and make something happen at this Dragon in a minute's time.
And I think the crucial thing about this Dragon is going to be who gets vision control first, considering they both have these really great zone control mages. You have Ziggs, Orianna, Syndra. All these types of champions can do so much damage in these chokes. And for right now, TES has control first, which means that LNG is going to struggle to actually reclaim some of this vision.
Well, LNG now rotating Ale down. You can see it is Top Esports, the first one on the objective, like you said. There's no flash onto Karsa. There is pretty much all summoners available for LNG. So Karsa's flash, the only real big summoner that's not available, as we can see now. LNG saying, you're a little bit too early to the party, lads. We're going to get priority in mid and take down this tier 1. This is actually huge for LNG. Top Esports just a little bit too overzealous to try and get on top of this. And now they actually get caught out.
Yeah, and as you can see, Top Esports here really prioritizing this vision to a fault, actually, and losing their mid 1 turret because they were 30 seconds before. I think you can let that wave that crashes around 10 seconds before generally push into the mid turret, but this was just too early, and they lose the mid turret, and they don't even maintain their vision control.
No, Ale is looking for a flank, but they know he's looking for a flank. He went over a ward. Knight is on a flank of his own. Both the top laner of LNG and the mid laner of Top Esports looking to see if they can get some. These bouncing bombs are starting to do some serious work. As we do see the Scatter Week come down, it is Top Esports who get themselves the kill. Iwandi goes in, trying to get as much as he possibly can. Look at all that damage from the Ziggs. Iwandi will give his life, but can LNG make it worth it? They jump straight down on the Jackie Love, and they'll take him down. Camille gets a kill, and the Olaf is still fighting between 2 people. They're not able to keep him alive, and the 369 is going to be TPing back into this fight. He's full health, full mana, and got himself a little bit of payday as well. Ale is here, though, and he is just a little bit too strong. They're still looking for it. They're still pushing for it. They jump in with the Hextech ultimatum right down on the 369, but he has no support. Nobody follows up with him, and it ends up being Top Esports getting the kills and the Dragon.
And that's just pretty much as big of a win for Top Esports as you can imagine here. They get the Dragon, they're on soul point, and they win the fight. I think it went 3 for 1 for them, so they're really chilling after they got this objective. And I think that in general in this fight, LNG just tried to over-engage. You see Iwandi looking for the ultimate. He goes for the E ultimate combo, but the Lucian dashes it. So when he goes into the stopwatch, he just pretty much is dying for free here. And while this fight is going on, you can see 369 recalling. He has the teleport to rejoin the fight, and after they're able to trade this kill here, I think that LNG just really needs to back off. It is just a straight 4v3 in this situation, and with 369 having double buffs and full health, it's too hard for Ale to actually get onto him here.
Yep, he tries his very, very best, but you can see Knight does such a good job at just zoning away Icon. If Icon maybe gets in on that, maybe they get enough damage to burst him down, but even then they probably still lose both their lives. It's a hard one to kind of say, but Knight just doing what he needed to do. We talk about Knight being a pop-off performer, but he recognizes as well when he doesn't need to be the pop-off performer. He just does his job so well there, and that's going to be pretty much an equal gold state here for these two teams, but more importantly, sole point here for Top Esports. And honestly, I feel like LNG, they're getting a little bit scrappy, a little bit desperate. As I say that, TP is going to be committed on this bot side. Ale trying to go in 1-for-1 with Knight. There's going to be a shockwave. It's going to be Zanya's as Knight maybe looks to try go back in, but ooh, that's a lot of damage as Knight does end up falling to Orianna.
Yeah, and I think that was 2 TPs that actually ended up coming in bot side from Icon and Light here. Yeah, when you have 6 teleports in the game, it's pretty hard to keep track of all of them. If you type in chat, you know, TP, whose TP are you talking about, bro? There's 6. Yep. Like, it's crazy.
There's so many TPs, and with that kill, it does mean that LNG reassert themselves into a little bit of a gold lead. They get themselves the bot tier 2 as well, and you can see Top Esports didn't really have a response. They overcommitted to defending, I feel, in that bot side, and didn't really have ways of answering back on the map. So LNG, opportunistic, but they'll take a win when a win.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if TS can trade the top or the mid turret here for that play, but with Light returning, should be fine to clear these minions out. Now, that is definitely not a good thing for TES. It's not necessarily a good death, but that's one of the more acceptable times to die when there's not a major objective, and when you're on the opposite side of the map to the major objective that is up right now. It's pretty early in the game. Neither of these teams are going to do insane Baron damage, so the fact that they fought around bot, it is 1 kill over to LNG, but it's not the end of the world for Top Esports. I don't think that it changes their game plan at all. Soul is going to spawn in 1 minute and 30 seconds, and I want to see them get control early of the Dragon again.
Yeah, we want to see them on the objective first. That's exactly how they've been able to dictate these fights, dictate the pace of how these engages go. And you can see Iwandi tries his very, very best in these, but if he's just walking face first into a culling or into a Syndra Ball or a Scatter the Weak, he's just going to lose most of his health bar before he can do anything. And now, Top Esports seeing if they could maybe catch Ale out, but Ale wise to their tricks and just going to keep himself alive. He would have been able to die, respawn, and TP back in, but best not to give away the free goal.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, as you were mentioning, if Iwandi ends up chasing in, he's going to be losing so much health, and I think that kind of goes for both teams. With these types of team comps, the team that is forced to face check in is just going to be eating so much damage. You never want to be the team that is forced to walk into the other team here. So you can see LNG fighting really hard for this vision, knowing that that's the case in this game.
Look at the Zhonya's available to the side of Top Esports. You got one on Silas and you got one on the Syndra as well. So there's going to be a lot of delay, if you will, from the side of Top Esports as they try and just keep this game in their favor. LNG, though, they've got themselves 2 items, or two and 2.5 items, if you will, onto Icon. He's pretty big as they look to try and go for it. And honestly, right now with the Olaf, and Ale, be very, very careful there. Jackie Love does hurt. He hits like an absolute truck right now. So 10 seconds till that Dragon spawns. Top Esports will have the push in bot side, but look at top lane. It's actually LNG who got themselves out onto the map a little bit earlier, as Tarzan does get stunned up by the Scatter of the Weak. Top Esports looking for that flank with Knight and trying to stop Ale from getting any kind of priority.
And as you can see, Top Esports is contesting through bot side here, knowing that if they walk directly through the vision, they'll lose too much health. But this isn't the biggest area in the world, and when there's Orianna balls and minefields and all this good stuff, gets pretty difficult to walk through this area.
You don't have to fight this Top Esports. If you don't feel like it will go well for you, you can walk away. You're the ones on Soul Point. Here we go. Dragon down to about 2,000 HP. They're going to go in, try and get it. Karsa gets it. Stolen straight away, but he gives up his life for it now. The fight for LNG. They're looking to try and jump on tonight, but 369 is keeping himself and his solo laner nice and healthy. Shockwave on the backside lands on the Jackie Love. As we can see, Ale goes golden only to die. Flash away by Jackie Love keeps him alive. Top Esports on the wrong side of the map, but they've got the health bars. They've got the damage. 369 and Knight are still alive.
And they're going to try to stall time here because Jackie Love has his teleport up and he's recalling right now.
He's recalling, which means he's going to come back in. It's a deja vu, but this time around it's going to be 369 with the move, or not 369, it's going to be Jackie Love with the potential for it. They're not going to look for it. They're going to just take the 2 for 2, but more importantly, Top Esports got themselves the Dragon. They have the Soul. So in these longer skirmishes, they're going to have so much sustain.
Yeah, and that was one of those situations where right after the Dragon fight, there was this long extended skirmish. So the Ocean Soul was super good in this situation. As you can see, Icon was cheating, looking for an Orianna ult, but Karsa, seeing the Dragon going low, decides to go for the steal and ends up getting it, even ults in to really try to maximize his damage, didn't end up needing it. But on the top side of this fight, you got to credit 369 dashing over the wall, knowing that Knight was in trouble, and being able to help him with the Camille that was on top of him. Jackie Love on top of the minefield ends up having to flash out. But yeah, like we said, this is one of those fights where Ocean Soul is so valuable. And with Jackie Love recalling, LNG knew that if they extended the fight even further, they would get teleported on, and with 369 and Knight being full health, they decide to just disengage the fight from there. But that means Ocean Soul for TES should give them an advantage coming into this later mid game.
Yeah, I want to see a lot more heel cut coming out, apart from just that Oblivion Orb. I want to see some more Oblivion Orbs, maybe even some Thorn Mails just popped in here for Tarzan and Ale, because yes, it is still a gold lead for LNG, but that is pretty much mitigated, if not exceeded, by the fact that you have that Ocean Soul. Not the be-all and end-all. If Top Esports do make or do mess up or get caught out, that Ocean Soul does nothing for them, but still a great position to be in. And we're starting to hit 3 items now for Silas, starting to hit 3 items here for the Syndra as well. So this game kind of becomes a little bit more difficult here for LNG, as they're still waiting on 2 items for their second item for their Ziggs.
Yeah, the Ziggs is definitely super behind in this game. And as we get into this late game, I mean, you're going to definitely see the junglers falling off heavily. And the Trundle is actually going to have a lot of value here into relatively immobile mages.
Yeah, you pop down that pillar, they don't have flash, you're dead. That's just how this matchup goes, sadly. We do see finally the Cosmic Drive finished up here for Light, so he has finally got his second item. But again, he's a full item behind. As I say that, Iwandi needs to be so careful. That wasn't even a full combo of damage, and he's down below half.
Yeah, the Syndra is definitely pretty strong. And I definitely have to credit Top Esports by going the double Zanyas here. Eliminating the threat of Camille by having the stasis available to you is a really good way to deal with the fact that Ale was so ahead in this game. So we'll have to see how LNG decide to approach fights, knowing that the Camille flanks are not going to be as potent as they generally would be.
Well, we'll wait and see. It's still Baron up on the table. Neither team really takes it exceptionally quickly, so it is a bit of a risk. And of course, with Elder Drake spawning in 2.5 minutes, both teams seem content to just farm up their jungle, farm up their side waves, get themselves as many items and as much gold as they possibly can. We'll say right now that if you're Light, you're not feeling great right now. You're so far behind, not even just in levels or in gold even, but in levels as well. You're 2 levels behind JackeyLove, so even just base stats alone, JackeyLove has got your numbers. So it just feels doubly bad if you're on the Ziggs right now, but still pretty good at clearing those waves, still pretty good at keeping himself and his team relatively safe, as the rest of Top Esports just kind of keep pushing them in.
Yeah, I think we might actually see Light renaming to Heavy if he continues his performance into Game 4. So we'll have to see. You know, I don't know. I know player swaps are allowed. I don't know about name changes, but could happen.
Good God, man. I don't know if we're allowed to witness a murder on stream. Like, I think that goes against Twitch's terms of use. Good Lord.
Oh. Well, yeah, I had the co-stream come out. I'll suppress it, and we'll get back to the casting of the official stream.
We'll go back in. Well, we're actually going to see the Hexacle Ultimatum stolen and then used by Knight, forcing Ale's flash out straight away. Also forces the TP out of Icons, so big globals being used here just to defend on this bot side. And when a minute till Elder Drake spawns, this is looking a lot more like TES favored. Yes, again, the gold in the early stages were great from LNG, but similar to Game 1, where that 4th Drake goes down, if it goes out in LNG's favor, they give themselves more time, they give themselves more opportunities to get themselves back into the gold and experience ranges of Top Esports. But because it went over to Top Esports are dictating it. Top Esports can be a bit more aggressive because they have got that Ocean Soul to regen them back up.
Yeah, it's definitely going to give them an advantage in these extended poked fights. And you can see that they're generally playing towards the Elder Drake here because of the lack of Baron damage. Elder Drake easier to kill than Baron means that there's a lot more options that you have if you're Top Esports in this situation. Also, Elder Drake does less damage to you, generally speaking. So it seems like they're prioritizing this over the Baron pretty heavily.
Yeah, we do see Ale going in with the hook shot, not quite able to land anything there, taking a lot of damage off the backside of that. That is not a massage you want to be getting often, as 369 just pops out the culling. He's got himself a GA, so you're going to have to kill him twice if you want to try and take him down. There's the Pillar of Ice down as Tarzan takes a couple of spears to the face. And now with the Dragon live, TP coming in on the bot side. We can see now Top Esports, they haven't fully committed to this one just yet, but look at the damage you can see coming down. LNG still have options available to them. 369 is here. As Iwandi takes so much poke damage. Ale on the back side of this. LNG are hunting. They're smelling blood in the water. They're going to go for it. They're jumping in. Shockwave does land down, but it's only under Karsa and Show. Not exactly priority carries. You cannot get back over the wall, but look at that TP. That's going to be Knight joining this fight straight away. He jumps back in, but they knew exactly where he was, and they jump straight on top of him. Knight is dead. That's a shutdown going over as Icon picks up another. 369 has nowhere to go, and he will also fall. GA down. Jakilov is dead. LNG have found their fight. LNG have found their moment, and LNG will take everything from Top Esports. They're going to look to end the game.
Oh, they're going to end it here for sure. That was a great engage from LNG. They knew that if they played the extended poke game, they would lose out because they are playing into an Ocean Soul. So they find the flank, Ale loops around, gets onto Karsa, blows Joe's flash, and Knight TPing in wasn't able to Zanya's before he goes down. And that's going to be LNG bringing it to 2-1.
One game away from knocking out the World's 2020 semi-finalists. LNG find themselves 2-1 up in this series, and oh baby, game 4 is going to be sweet.
I mean, you told us in the break, you were telling me you wanted to see a 2-1 LNG to bring all the hype.
I did.
And we got it right here. This is the maximum amount of tension that you can experience in a series like this. Top Esports, the heavy favorites coming in with their backs against the wall. One more match lost, and the season is over for them.
This is such a great moment here for LNG. They're doing so much good work, and honestly, that was just such a, like, everything had gone wrong. They had lost Ale's flash before that play. They had lost the teleport from Icon, and Top Esports just could not figure out what way they wanted to go. They were kind of going for an Elder, but they never really threatened it fully. They were looking to try and catch somebody out, and it just never clicked together. Honestly, so impressive for LNG just to find themselves a trigger, go for it, and even when they used it, everything, for even though it was only onto Zhou and to Karsa, the two tanks, they had to use everything defensively, and Knight was not there to help.
Yeah, it was a great job of analyzing in the game what needs to be done. They knew that based off how the early poke had been going, they can't win the war of attrition. So they changed things up, decided to go for the quick engage, and it was just an instantly won fight. They did so much damage to Zhou, so much damage to Karsa, forced out his ulti, forced out his Zanya's, and then once Knight's teleport came in, they just turned back on him, kill Knight. Knight wasn't able to Zanya's, and you win a fight hard enough at 33 minutes, the game is over.
And this is where we were talking about coming into game 3, the changes in the meta, the changes in priority. LNG have said we have an answer to the Sylas. They actually have an answer to the Sylas. They finally have cracked that open, and it is not going to go 100% win rate in this series. So it's no longer that bannable. It's no longer that priority. But then on the other side, I'm looking at it, it's like, is this Lucian as such a priority pick now for 369? It's not getting the same priority as it did in game 2. And for LNG, they have answers, and this is what makes these series so much fun. This is why we were coming in to this LPL summer split and saying this is probably going to be the most stacked top 10 we have ever had. It can go absolutely stompy, but it can also go the full 5 games, and everyone has been proven to be able to take games off of everybody else.
Yeah, and I think for top esports fans, you really don't want to see Jackie Love on another mage pick. The 2 losses were when Jackie Love was on mages, and when you have such a top tier AD carry, you really want to see them go out with the things that they are best on. So like a Varus, a Draven, maybe they go for a Kalista. Any of these types of picks, I think that would just suit top esports so much better than this style that they've been running in the true losses.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they're able to do, because right now they have to win. There is no other option now. You've gotten rid of your 2 lives. You're down to your last one. You cannot lose again. You lose, you're out. You don't even get to go back to Worlds. That's how important this next match could be. We are going to send it to a quick break, but ladies and gentlemen and everybody else, you do not want to miss this series. We'll see you guys very, very soon.
See now a lot kind of coming into LNG's favor, but you still have Suning.
He's just gone straight in and down go the members of Suning. Huanfeng answers with one. We've got Bin on the back line as well. Looks for a huge Nara across the team, but Huanfeng doesn't have the damage to follow it up. He got a Nara, but it just wasn't enough. And Light is taking over the game.
The Baron is not low enough to really burn down. Although OMG are still losing their pace, and Team WE are just going for the fight. The Crescent Guard is huge from Beijing, and that's just another team fight wipe. Might be getting caught. Breathe is now going to join the fight. Missing is in some trouble. Uses the Glacial Fissure nicely as the Harrowing Mist is going to be nicely done by Breathe. The big engage from Cold. The Moonlight Vigil on top of it. And Cold has found himself 2 kills. Now you've got Elk into the fight. The rest of Team WE getting a little bit low.
Dicier for them as LNG trying to move in and contest here. Tarzan is in the pit. In we go with the Magnet Storm. There's a slicing Maelstrom as well. Angel turns gold up, but On's already down. Suning health bars are being obliterated. It's 2 for Light, it's 1 for the Rel as well. Bin goes in, flash from Ale. That's already a bit of a win from Suning, but it does mean that SOFM has to be spotted out. Tarzan moves in. There's a TP coming through from Icon as well as the play goes the way of LNG. It's all blown up in Suning's face. LNG read SOFM like a damn book and completely shut Suning out of the early game. Ale jumps over to the ward after stealing Bin's abilities. It's insult to injury here.
就首先我们是在第一轮就要开始打的队伍，那我们就可能要准备很多的东西，就是才能走到很后面吧，因为后面的队伍都在看我们打比赛，所以我们要更多的练习不一样的东西吧。就首先 Nat 选手是一名很强的选手嘛，但是我觉得我也有机会可以打过他。那我们要选出比较好的组合，然后多跟队友沟通，然后想一下怎么样才能取得优势吧。
Recognizing that he needs to be consistent, have varying styles if he wants to try and contain Knight. LNG now 1 game away from knocking out the 2020 semi-finalists, the Summer Split champions in 2020 as well. So great start for them so far. They still have a job to do, and Top Esports are definitely not someone to take it lying down. I am Penguin. I am joined, as always, by I Will Dominate, and we are coming into our 4th, potentially final game. But Icon had himself a series, Dom, and he got himself an MVP.
Yeah, he played really well in this game. I mean, the Orianna into Sylas matchup, we've seen Knight win these types of matchups, and in this game, Icon held his own. He was able to keep his pressure in lane, had his CS lead, and he definitely is deserving of MVP after this game.
100%. You can even see right at the end the engage there. He fully committed to it, committed the shockwave, was able to. And I think the big thing is, like, similar to what he said in the interview there, is that he needed to be able to contain Knight. And when Knight has not been contained, it's been very difficult for LNG. But when he has been, when he's been able to be coerced into this more passive style of being on the back foot, it's becoming a big win condition here for the side of LNG.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that him having an answer to the Sylas is really nice for them in draft. They don't have to worry about a Knight Sylas if Orianna is up. So the Casio didn't really work out, but the Orianna did, which gives them advantage coming into game 4.
Man, they fully commit onto this one here. This was just honestly really smart, quick call here from the side of LNG, recognizing they had a numbers advantage. They could take away the setup and CC. If you take away the volley bear, who goes in? Who walks forward from the side of Top Esports? No one can. And right there, even though they do get the TPs on the backside of it, 369 at Night just have no support. So great capitalization here by LNG. Great way to put themselves on the front foot. And now they come into game 4 honestly feeling pretty good about themselves. I think right now they're going to be feeling like they can actually do this. Yes, taking a game is one thing, taking a series is another, but you're so close.
Yeah, this would be huge, man. Imagine they 3-2 Suning and then they 3-1 Top Esports. That would be a crazy storyline. People would be back on the LNG hype train that everyone jumped off of.
Yeah, well, Goldberg didn't. Goldberg, one of our analysts, was still always... Well, actually, that being said, I'm going to call him out and say he predicted Top Esports, so shame on you, non-believer. But coming into this game now, Top Esports need to change something. What do you want to see them change? What do you want to see them do differently? We obviously talked about the ADC and bot side, but is there anything else that's glaringly obvious to you?
The ADC bot side I would like to see, and then also potentially a different top lane pick if they're not able to play around the Lucian. I feel like it's a very feast or famine pick. It has its pressure 1v1, but it's really hard to play the game when there's 3 lanes that you kind of need to be helping at the same time. So if they can get one side that's stable and maybe play around Jackie Love, I think that would be one of the best things for them. I mean, it's one of the strengths of 369 is he's able to bounce back, play things like the Renekton, the set, but then also play the carries. So he doesn't need to play carries all the time. I would like to see him on something else.
Oh, we'll see what they're able to change up. And of course, for Knight, I don't think he's had a bad series whatsoever. I just don't think he's had the opportunities that we normally see him have. He hasn't been able to create them either. And for him, I want to see maybe if he can get around the map a little bit more, get himself unleashed, unchained, if you will, and push that advantage in those outplays that we know he can do. But for LNG, I gotta feel like it's don't fix what's not broken. You guys have a winning strategy in terms of how you're drafting. They're taking an early support, they're taking an early bot lane, and they're giving that counter pick to Ale. So as long as they can keep that formula rolling, they should be in pretty good spirits.
Yeah, and Ale has a whole plethora of counter picks at his disposal.
Oh, yeah.
We saw the Jackson to Camille. We've seen him play Gwen before. Now we've seen him play the Camille, which is his, like, pretty much one trick is what people considered it, into the Lucian. You have to assume that he would also be comfortable playing that Camille into something like a Jace. So yeah, I definitely think that leaving Ale's pick to later in the draft has a bunch of potential benefits here for LNG.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to kind of do and change up. And This is when the pressure comes in. Obviously, again, I come back to your experience. You know, you have been in these situations where you're down in series, your season is almost over. How do you overcome it? How do you get yourselves back and amped up to say, look, this is just a game, or you know, one we can definitely win?
Well, if you talk about Season 5, we didn't overcome it, so I'm not sure that I have the answers.
I didn't want to call you out that bad. Like.
I think you end up just losing to Cloud9 and then retiring. Like, I don't know, man. Like, what do you want from me?
And here you are in the best league in the world. You made it, Dom. Congratulations. We'll see what Top Esports do have to change coming back into this game. This could be their final game, or if they have got anything left in the tank to try and change it around. They will prioritize the Syndra again this time around. They're not going to go for the volley. Instead, we're going to see the Trundle now trade hands a little bit, and Light going to go back onto the Ziggs. So again, the Syndra was fine. It did great. It was like 40 or 45 CS up in lane at 20 minutes, but it didn't have the same impact. So I'm curious to see now if this is going to be Knight Syndra or JackeyLove Syndra.
I would personally prefer the Knight Syndra, something that he can get more early lane pressure on, and I think that this adaptation by LNG is pretty smart. I assume they're still going to want to pick Olaf, but knowing that TES have a higher priority on Volibear, they can give over the Volibear and then still R3 the Olaf into that pick.
Yeah, and even right now, you could argue that they still have the counter picks. They could still force, as I was going to say, a support pick coming in for Top Esports right now, because that Trundle technically can go jungle, but it is almost certainly going to be going into iWandy's hands. You don't need it to be as big of an issue, especially when you know you're probably going up against a Leona hard engaged. So right now, LNG, and oh, I love this from LNG right now. They're locking in their top lane pick and saying, cool, we're just going to ban out more top lane picks away from 369 to guarantee Ale a massive success.
Yeah, so what you do is you ban out the top laners for LNG, and on Top Esports side, I would like to see them ban out the Olaf so that they don't give that over. They have a lot of CC on their team already, and they have an immobile mid laner, so I think that this would be a good Olaf ban, and it does come in on the 4th ban for top.
Yep, ban away the Silas, still good from LNG. As I said, Knight didn't have a great game on it last time, but it wasn't really given the same opportunities. We are going to see the Jax final ban come in here as well. Last time we did see, of course, the Jax ban. It was alongside the Tahm Kench, but when you see the Leona, you know that the Tahm Kench is not going to be picked up. Could still technically be a Tahm Kench top for the side of Top Esports if they do decide to want to go that route, but I feel like Camille has a pretty decent time into that particular matchup.
Yeah, and then the other option could be potentially a Tahm Kench support here from LNG. You can always still jungle this Trundle, but the hover on Diana seems to mean that there will be most likely an AD mid laner to make LNG's comp functional.
Yeah, you're looking at maybe, you know, you've got maybe the Yasuo. You could go
Lucian.
old school combination. Lucian is still a very good pick, of course. You've got a couple. Tristana hasn't been in the meta that much, but has been seen in more like the Academy and ERL leagues of Europe and NA. So you have got options available to you as Top Esports now cycle through what they want to do. 369 looking at the gangplank is end up going to lock that one in, so we will have the Scurvy Scoundrel into that top side now as the potential final game. Top Esports, if they can get that pick ahead, if they can get this gangplank to be relevant, this becomes a huge power then for them in the mid to late game.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what Top Esports does. LNG really looking like they do want a Lucian pick, so Top Esports can deny it here and flex the Syndra into bot lane potentially. I think this is really smart, and it kind of pins LNG to picking the Yasuo.
Yep, you got Yasuo, like maybe Aurelia. Aurelia does work too. Doesn't give you as much AD damage. So you still are looking at those assassin picks, and they know it. LNG know it. They're cycling through all the different ones, and like you said, it looks like it's going to be the Yasuo combination coming in here, and there is a lot of setup for him, but we have seen this falter, and we have seen this absolutely soar, so we'll be curious to see how Icon and Tarzan navigate these two combinations.
Yeah, so let's see. Is JackeyLove on the Syndra again? I mean, I think it's more excusable in this draft. The lane phase did not go bad for JackeyLove. Although we were wanting to see him on a traditional AD carry pick, the Syndra into Ziggs did go well. He was 40 CS up in lane, and the Lucian denial here forces LNG to play this very feast or famine team comp.
We'll have to wait and see. It is going to be JackeyLove navigating the Syndra again. Like we said, similar to last game, it was very, very good in that laning phase. Didn't translate, though, into that mid to late game stage. But for LNG, They have answers. They've got Ale back onto the Camille, and they've got the Yasuo-Diana combination that's so potent and so powerful at level 6. You have to respect it. Top Esports, though, you can never count them out. They have got options to them. They have got ways of making this game very difficult for LNG. And Dom, we're just going to have to wait and see how it all pans out.
Yeah, and you got to remember that LNG, I think they were the first team that I saw pull out the Yasuo Diana way early in the beginning of the splits. They were ahead of the meta. They were one of the first adopters of Diana in general, but the Diana Yasuo is something that they innovated themselves. So these are the original Diana Yasuo players. It worked out really well for them when they picked in regular season. Definitely think it has a chance here. I mean, they got Yasuo versus the Lucian mid. That matchup is very skill-based.
Very skill-based. Well, the picks and bans are done. All that's left is to see how it all pans out. Game 4 of LNG versus Top Esports. If LNG win, Top Esports are out. Done. Your season is over, and LNG will continue their crusade through the top half of the bracket. But a win for Top Esports sends us to the all-elusive Silver Scrapes as we jump onto the Rift, and we see LNG getting some nice early aggression in the spot side to get some early information.
Yep. And you see the PTA Lucian coming out. He's not going to be doing any of that Mana Moon area clips stuff. He's just going to be going for the straight up standard, I would assume, Gale Force Lucian.
Yeah, I'm actually curious as well. We actually see Ale taking the Fleet Footwork instead of the Grasping Undying. So curious about that. Looking to maybe be a bit more aggressive in the trades and kind of saying, look, I can take much quicker trades with this guy than I can with the Grasp.
I think it's more just for the sustain in lane. Gangplank is a champion that is so oppressive level 1, and Ale just wants to be able to sustain off the minion wave, and he won't be able to use the Grasp as easily because of the spacing that is available to the Gangplank. So Fleet Footwork definitely makes sense, especially when you're dealing with a champion that has as much poke as Gangplank. Pair that with the Doran Shield, Second Wind, you're in business when it comes to sustain.
Yeah, no word put down onto the blue, but information here from Top Esports to say, right, he did not start blue buff, so he's on the top side, so we will see both junglers pathing down towards that bot side. Lucian into the mid lane. Knight will have pretty much perma prio as the melee into range. It's just how it goes, and even now you can see the double taps coming in. Icon taking so much damage. If he's level 2 there, he just dies because of the double tap passive, and this is what Knight can do on a champion like this.
Yeah, and it's one of these matchups where Yasuo normally has to just give up CS and try to just stay in experience range early on in the matchup. It isn't until level 3 where you actually have the ability to ever win trades with Windwall. You can ever actually just play to aggressively take CS in the lane. 369, not able to land the barrel combo yet. Oh, never mind. Triple barrel.
Just clipped him. Just clipped him right at the edge there. It is a big wave being pushed in right now. We do see level 2s being hit across the board by the side of Top Esports, so LNG, sadly for them, have to give up the priority. But this isn't nothing new. This is something that we saw in the last game as well, with Jackie Love on the Syndra, able to get that early priority into the Ziggs. We obviously know with the Camille as well, but now Karsa gonna walk straight in, and both junglers do find each other, so it is gonna be Iwandi to roam over and try and just make sure that his blue buff gets picked. So we get actually what I like to call a late leash, is how I like to call it. But speaking of leashes, we're going to see the Windwall coming in. They're going to flash away, get the stun down. Icon, though, has been caught, and Knight gets himself a kill. Tarzan is there to land the Crescent Strike, but nothing more to come of it. A good early start again for Top.
Really smart play from Karsa here, invading, using his bot and mid prio to potentially contest the blue buff. But when he sees LNG cross over and knows that Ziggs is also leashing that buff, he knows that Icon is left alone mid. So this is actually super impactful. Gets the flash, gets the kill, and that's exactly what you want to see if you have this Volibear early game.
It's a good start for them so far. Karsa finds himself back into this mid lane, just hovering around. Shouldn't really get himself an opportunity to get a kill or to get at a gank. It's very difficult for him to really make that one stick, considering he has no other setup. But you see the junglers, or certainly not the junglers, the Trundle of Iwandi walking over just to make sure his jungler is fine. And you don't want to give too much time into this mid lane. Yes, it's great to get the Yasuo down, but the quicker he gets to his 0-10 power spike, the worse it becomes for you.
Of course, looking for the 0-10 power spike. But realistically here, the reason why they have to walk mid is because the wave is actually pushing away from Icon, and with him being flashless, if he gets flashed on by Karsa, generally speaking, he's just going to be dead.
Oh, speaking of which, they're going to jump straight in on top of it. Karsa actually ends up getting a kill onto Icon before trading back his life. Now Dro in a little bit of trouble, only level 2, cannot get away. It ends up being a trade of 2 kills in favor of LNG for only the 1. Nicely done. Are they done with the dive? I'm not quite sure you want to go for this early. They are kind of looking for it, but no mana on Light means they're just going to take a plate and back themselves up.
Yeah, and Light ends up TPing. JackeyLove elects not to match it, but he does push in the bot lane here, which means that Light is going to sacrifice some of his minions here because Yasuo is going to be eating his bot wave in this specific situation. I think it makes sense, though. I mean, you really have to care about this Yasuo if you're going to pick it. The CS on the Yasuo matters a lot more than the CS on the Ziggs, so trying to make sure that your Yasuo is not behind seems to be the right call in this situation.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at how they're looking for their entire team fight combination to be that Diana Yasuo. That is a good plan to go ahead with. So they do end up getting the kills down. We can see now the replay coming in. This is just Karsa trying to just force this one in a full 3v3.
Yeah, this was really well played by LNG, predicting that most likely there would be a play on this wave before it crashed and having 3 people waiting for it. Light TPing in, he doesn't end up getting anything for it himself, but trying to back his boys here so that they're able to continue and chase down the Leona in this situation.
Yeah, TP going to be used bot by JackeyLove to get himself up. He's already about 20 CS up, so having a great time against Light as CS leads across the board pretty much apart from the jungle, but with the Diana basically being known to be up on that top side, they're not really going to do anything else in that regard. So Dragon going to be secured here by Top Esports. They get themselves another Drake. That is probably the 4th game in a row they've got themselves first Drake and able to keep themselves going. But Iwandi is here, and this Gangplank will struggle without his ultimate to try and make this one go. But now he has his ultimate, already used it though. So now in a little bit of trouble. There's a good pillar of ice to try and keep everybody away. They're jumping in with the Hextech ultimatum. Oh! This turret though had been stacking up the power, and that's just a massive mistake from Ale. Goes far too close to the sun and gets burned.
Yeah, and 369 sees the Camille ult coming out and flashes him into the turret here. That's a huge win because LNG was investing 3 people into that top side here, and 369 just gets the 1v3 kill, and now he just dips out. It's perfect for him.
It's perfect, but also you're just investing so much into this. You have so much time, so much resources. Now 369, without a flash, without an ultimate, may be dead as he tries to get jumped onto. Has got himself an orange, is stacking up a barrel just a little bit, but don't think there's going to be much else he can do about this one. He's going to have to fall down. They're going to try and give that one to Tarzan, and they will. Good response, but good lord, that's a lot of investment there from LNG.
And look at bot side during this situation. You have the Syndra completely zoning the Ziggs off of the turret. Ziggs is at 29 CS at 7 minutes.
She's proxy farming on this turret. That's going to be a solo kill on the turret by JackeyLove himself. He gets all the plates. He gets all the CS. What's Light supposed to do?
He's supposed to kill this pink ward and say top diff. That's all he's got.
Mute all chat, mute pings. That's what you do in this particular situation. But this is purely JackeyLove having the advantage. More than double the CS, nearly 2.5 times the CS of the Ziggs, and it's just an absolute look at the gold. It's 1900 versus 32, nearly 3300. There's a 1400 gold lead in favor of Syndra and Syndra alone.
Yeah, the Syndra got 4 plates down there. Definitely not worth it from LNG. I mean, they failed the first dive, and then when 369 was pushing out the wave, they end up ganking him, get the kill, but he crashes his wave, and the whole time Light is just being perma-denied. So this is a massive win for Top Esports here.
It really does feel like it, and they're going to double down. They know they have no way of salvaging this bot side, so they're going to try and double down onto the top lane. They do have the Moonfall available for Tarzan, and of course the Hextech ultimatum from Ale. Won't be up just for another few seconds, but with Rift Herald going down, they have an idea of where everybody is, but not 100% sure. And Tarzan's wasting a lot of time here. He's got bot camps to take, but he's giving up a lot of resources to try and make sure Ale can get this kill, and I don't even know if they can.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, never mind. They're dead. Now they get it. Never mind. They're going to have to get the Hextech ultimatum down. They will pick up, and that's Ale picking up the kills. So all good things to those who are patient, but again, LNG, they're pulling at scraps right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was so close. It looked like 369 had an idea that they could be there. He was respecting it, not trading super heavily. He walks up to get that final minion, and it ends up costing him his life.
Yep, you don't get greedy for that last little minion, as we can now see Light just trying to take something, anything to get him back into this game. He has got 30 CS down. He's no plates whatsoever, and you can see just how much power and poise this Syndra has now as they're going to look for it. There is the stun, not quite landing. But there's not really a lot of mana here for this LNG bot side, so JackeyLove should still feel pretty damn confident to know that he's not going to be killed.
Yeah, and Light doesn't have TP. Might be forced to ulti the next wave here. His items are really, really sad right now. Doesn't have even close to the amount of mana and mana regen that JackeyLove has in this lane, which means that he's just going to be getting pushed out on cooldown. I'm expecting him to ult this wave.
I mean, does he have enough mana to ult the wave? That's the question. I don't even think he has right now, so he's just going to have to give up this tower. Honestly, as much as it feels bad to give up your tower, it's actually the correct play, because then at least you can get the wave to push into you and you're not just losing CS and experience.
Yeah, it's just the matchup, I guess. Unlucky.
Yep. Unlucky. Unlucky. Well, that's been happening. Honestly, this is kind of... I suppose LNG should have expected this. They have a losing mid lane. They have a losing bot lane. They have a very tenuously losing top side. It's not exactly an easy feat for them to get priority. So this should be just part and parcel for how they have drafted, realistically.
Yeah, and you saw that Karsa was really, really intelligent with his jungle pathing early game, just understanding which lanes were going to have priority and making something happen in the enemy jungle on that side of the map. So definitely a big lead for TES, 1,500 gold lead at 11 minutes, and most likely they're going to be able to get the second Drake as well.
Yep, they've got themselves about a 1,300 gold lead in mid. They've got about a 1,600 gold lead in bot lane. The only real place where you're kind of saying it's all good, we're going to be fine, is in jungle. Tarzan has found himself about an 800 gold lead. It's equal in top side, so you're okay with that particular setup. For some reason, Iwandi, oh, of course, he got a kill. I was like, how does Iwandi have a 600 gold lead for some reason? But he got himself a kill, and this is where the side of LNG, they need to start getting a bit creative. The map starts opening up. The game starts to get a little bit more different as 369 forced to flash away. Not able to keep himself safe, and he is not safe up in this top side. They will get a second dragon, though, for top esports. But again, more and more resources being pulled into Ale.
Yeah, and I think JackeyLove might have his completed mythic here. He's waiting in base. I would assume that's what he would be waiting in base for. And yeah, they have a ton of pressure here. Karsa also should be stated that they have the Rift Herald. They're using it onto mid, and this should be mid turret completely gone versus the Yasuo.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do here. The Shelly will get her charge off, and that's going to be all plates. That's 10 plates minimum down onto the side of top esports. They get all of bot, they get all of mid. They're now going to start rotating up towards this top side, start gaining control over this top side jungle that is LNG's, and maybe just put pressure onto Ale.
Yeah, and this is perfect. With nothing bot side, the second dragon taken, 4 minutes to the third one, you can just rotate the Syndra up to top side, and you can start working on this turret. So this could be a 15-plate game, potentially.
Yeah, they have plenty of time to do it. It's not as if we're like, oh, maybe they'll get it. They have a minute and a half to do this. It's not exactly a hard thing to do. They will reset. They recognize they are losing a little bit too much on the bot side. And the one saving grace for Light, despite having all this pressure put down on top of him, is he's still a Ziggs. His passive is still exceptionally good at taking turrets, and he still has a satchel charge.
Yeah, and with one more wave pushed in, if LNG have an idea of where Karsa is, they might be able to take it. But it seems like top esports is defending it. That being said, Syndra does have to play very carefully on the top side, playing into the Divine Sunder Camille with no support on that side of the map.
And now you have this advantage for top esports. I want to ask you, where are you looking to... I just caught myself a little bit, as we are going to see Ale go straight in onto JackeyLove. There's a bit of very much the Fed member, either Fed member of these teams going up against each other, see who is the strongest. But just before we come into that, I wanted to ask, you're looking at this from top esports. Are you happy to let this game just continue the way it's going? Are you always going to be ahead because you're ahead, or do you need to look for a bit more of a proactive play to catch people out?
I don't feel like you really need to be super proactive in this situation. It's not like you have a scaling issue. You have Lucian, you have Syndra, you have Gangplank. It's more that you just have to make sure that in team fights you have vision of where the enemy champions are. If you don't know where Diana is and there's a Diana plus Camille flank onto your backline, that's going to be the real combo that you have to be careful of. Obviously, Diana will enable the Yasuo to jump in there, and that's really what LNG will be looking for when it comes to these mid-game team fights.
Well, Ale just going to take the last plate before it ticks off, so gets himself a nice little bit of extra gold. Still only just sitting on its Divine Sunderer. And we do have the double Divine Sunderer for the side of Top Esports. They got it on the volley, they have it on the Gangplank as well. And they have mythics across the board. And so, to my biggest surprise, LNG were able to get Light enough resources so he was able to get it himself. As we now see Icon and 369 maybe looking for a little bit of a gank opportunity, as they know exactly where he is, but he has no flash. He does have the cannon barrage, but there's no minions just yet. 369, he needs to leave. He needs to get out of here. I don't think he can. There it is. The last breath with the Steel Tempest gonna be used to absolute perfection, and that's the combination you love to see.
That's a 3 right there. You don't want to be on that side of the map solo.
I feel like this is something we've seen so many times this series for Top Esports, where be it 369 or where it's be it Jackie Love, where they don't have priority in one side of the lane. They're just looking at it like a moth to flame, just like I gotta go to it, man. Like it's what if they just randomly decide to not all pile down on bot side? It just seems to be a double. I say that we're gonna see Jackie Love now being dropped off onto mid lane. Hextech Ultimatum, and now LNG stringing together a couple of kills, and they're still going bot side as well, so this is actually a lot of gold.
Oh man, that's massive for them, just evening up the game right here. And LNG doesn't really have to care that much about the dragon. With it being a Cloud Soul, they don't have that same pressure they had in previous games to fight it. So LNG, massive comeback play on bot side. Jackie Love getting picked off mid, 369 getting picked off top, and all they ended up really getting for it was second Herald.
I was just so enthralled in my own analogies that I didn't even realize that Jackie Love was getting jumped onto right there in the mid lane. And this is... we talked about it a little bit as we look at the replay now. This is just Ale straight up saying, you've walked too far.
Yeah, and it's smart. He knows that the wave is going to stack towards his tier 2 anyway, so he doesn't need to be there yet. So he flanks onto mid lane, and with the Hextech Ultimatum, yeah, it's too hard for Syndra to avoid without the stopwatch.
Again, this is just something that we mentioned at the start of the day, but like, Jackie Love has had a couple of these moments where he has given away far more than he probably realizes to the enemy team, and now not only do they get 2 kills, so fair enough, 369 died, that was avoidable, but you deal with it, whatever it happened, but then you lose top tier 1, you lose another kill in mid, you're gonna have Knight pushing this bot side, thankfully with a Rift Herald, so he's gonna have a little bit of pressure in that. Yes, there is no Iron team, but my god, is there one and win, and you're going to need Knight to 100% carry this game if you want to try and come out of this one right now.
And that's really what you have to look at here. Knight is the one that still has the huge gold advantage. The Syndra versus Ziggs advantage didn't seem to amount to much in game number 3. Here in game 4, I don't expect it to have a massive impact on the game itself, but Knight right now, he's super, super strong, getting that 600 gold tier 2 turret recently buffed. Sitting on a 2200 gold lead, and on a champion like Lucian, he's really strong right now. Has the Gale Force, has the Essence Reaver, has the plated steel caps, and the stopwatch all at the same time. So it's really going to be up to him to carry this game here from top.
And I really like the plated steel caps. He recognizes that Ziggs is not going to kill him, and if he gets jumped on by Diana with the combination, he's dead. There's nothing you can do about that. So he needs to make sure that he's mitigating damage from the Yasuo and of course from the Camille. So right now, Top Esports, they find themselves still ahead in gold and on soul point, but not really in a position to not be making the most proactive of moves. We do see Ale jumping in off of the backside. Flash forward, the Solar Flare, nicely done by Zhou to stop any kind of push in, and that was just really good heads-up play.
Yeah, and the Cannon Barrage comes down for Top Esports. Ale ends up getting away, but has to burn his flash there, which means that he most likely won't have it up for the next dragon fight. It's on tonight.
Hextech Ultimatum, and Ale's got a little bit too far forward. Icon as well, getting jumped on. He's forced to flash away. There's going to be the ultimate. The last breath is too much damage. The exhaust is good. Gangplank is here with Karsa trying to come back in tow. They'll trade it 1 for 1, and if you're Top Esports right now, you take that.
And it was really hard for Knight to actually deal damage in that fight. Jackie Love ends up getting jumped on, goes down, doesn't even use the ultimate, and now sitting on the stopwatch, he's going to have to use that. But you have to be really aware as a Syndra into this Diana combo. I mean, normally Diana is a good pick into Syndra anyway because of how potent the ultimate is, but when you combine that with the Yasuo, you have to be super, super aware. If you are not, and you don't stopwatch it early, you are just one shot.
Yeah, and Ale, again, just straight away saying, I'm going for this play. And good from Knight to keep himself alive, keep himself away from the rest of the team. You can see him, he's just playing on the edge, but he just can't walk that far forward. The Immortal Shield Bow doing a lot of work for Icon, but with Karsa and, of course, with the barrels from 369, it's not quite enough to keep him alive.
Yeah, and Jackie Love building towards the Zanyas now will help him survive part of this combo, but it does actually allow Light to catch up in terms of like raw damage that they can both output. Not as much pressure onto the Ziggs this game. Ziggs can play relatively front to back. He won't be dove. There is a Syndra, a Lucian, a GP. There's no person to actually get on the Ziggs and make his life hard, meaning that he'll be able to deal damage freely, and all the pressure is going to be on Syndra.
Big moment here for Top Esports. You're still ahead and you still have all the advantages, but it does feel like LNG are the ones being proactive. They're the ones that are pushing forward, looking for opportunities. Probably the first time in this series we are actually seeing LNG be proactive rather than reactive. We are so used to this team answering to what teams throw at them that this time around, they're the ones that are able to find opportunities, force opportunities out of Top Esports. And if Top Esports don't find themselves back into a little bit of an advantage, they might end up falling a little bit too far behind.
Definitely. That being said, it does look like Icon is going for GA second on Yasuo as opposed to the Infinity Edge, so that will delay the power spike in order to have more survivability. We'll have to see how useful that is throughout the game. We'll be lowering his damage for the immediate upcoming fight by doing this.
And I will say, for Top Esports, you don't really want LNG to be stacking those Cloud Drakes. Yes, Cloud Soul isn't the be-all and end-all, but 2-3 Cloud Drakes on top of LNG's comp with the reliance on ultimates that you have, getting that extra ability haste, it makes those flights a little bit quicker. You know, you're not thinking that the Hextech ultimatum is down anymore, the last breath even, alongside the Moonfall combination. These are things that can happen, but Knight doing a great job. This is what we saw from them in game one, of just spreading LNG out, making sure, hey, you're fully committed to this, we're going to push you onto that, and Knight getting the most out of what he can get right now.
Yeah, and I think that with Yasuo having these items, he doesn't really have the ability to...
Ooh. We're going to see if they go in for it, but there's the scatter wing, and oh, they stop him before he can get the Moonfall, and the Cannon Barrage is good enough to stop everybody else. And we can see now 369 jumping onto Ale. They know they have him isolated. They know they can maybe look for a fight here. There's the flash forward. They get the scatter to the weak. Top Esports find two, and they've blown this game wide open. They're going for the big purple worm.
Yeah, and they ping onto Baron instantly. So it doesn't even come down to the top situation at all. The good pick in the jungle from Top Esports here, allowing them to get Baron, and they don't even care about Cloud Soul anymore. Who cares about that? Now they have the massive advantage, and with Knight being so far ahead and his ability to split push, like, he can beat anyone in the side lane. Doesn't matter if he's a Lucian into Camille.
Yeah, it really, really doesn't. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Does do a lot of damage to 369, but just a little bit too early. You'll see LNG will take the consolation prize of denying that soul, but you gained yourself that priority. You gained yourself that buffer as Top Esports when you said, right, we'll take the first 3 dragons. We don't really care if you deny a soul right now. We have Baron, we have the Ascendancy, and we have enough pressure on the map to make you sweat.
Top Esports pinging onto the tier 2. Wait, they're pinging assistance. They're spam pinging onto the tier 2, but it doesn't look like they want to go for it.
I think they were just maybe thinking that if the next wave went in, but Joe is here with Knight. They could kill off Ale. Ale does not have Hextech ultimatum, does have flash. They take the better of it. They have a feeling that the rest of the side of LNG has reset, and they do not want to lose their advantage that you just got.
Yeah. So going into this replay, LNG thought they were just picking off Joe with the Trundle ulti, but Syndra over the wall gets the stun, and Tarzan ends up just getting shot here. Man, it is actually so well played by the Leona, insta-stunning the Diana, not letting her get off any of her abilities. And when Ale TP's in, this fight is already lost. He just needs to get out of there, but he's not really able to. Walks forward, the flash EQ from Jackie Love, and that's just going to secure Baron for them.
That's a big, big shift in momentum. It went from about a 500 gold lead, it's now a 4,000 gold lead. It is very much Top Esports now, and they have the gangplank, they have the Lucian. They will melt these towers so quickly, and you can see them already now. They're trying to just pull LNG around. LNG saying, look, we'll go for top lane. We have the Camille. We can make this one work. But that turret in bot side, that tier 2 or tier 3 even, the inhibitor, is very, very low. Won't take a lot to really take this one down. That's the base cracked open.
Yeah, Knight is just so far ahead right now. He's up a completed item over Icon. And Icon going for that GA won't be able to output that much damage in these fights. You see Ale split pushing top, trying to get something back. But TES has already got the bottom tier 3, so they are chilling in this game.
Yep, they got the base cracked open. They know that's an avenue they can look towards later in the game. They're going to reset, get themselves back onto the map, and maybe look towards that tier 2. Really push LNG back into their base. We got a little bit of a moment before there's going to be any real fighting coming down. Let's have a quick look at the items. You've got the Proto Belt and, of course, the Zhonya's here for Tarzan. So his engages are going to be very, very good, and they're going to have a lot of distance on that. But I'm looking at the other side. I just don't know who your target is if it's not Knight. But even then, he's got a GA. There's so many different targets that are just so slippery or so hard to kill now for the side of Top E or for the side of LNG.
Yeah, and all these defensive items are really good here, especially to deny the Yasuo Diana combo. So it will be really hard for LNG, and they might have just lost their window.
Might have just lost it a little bit, as we do see Zhou went in, but was not able to land the Solar Flare. Did lose the exhaust in that as well, so a little bit over-eager as we see Ale going in. Has got the Hextech ultimatum, but we're going to see him all on his lonesome. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, and that's going to be enough to take out the Gangplank. There's the last breath down onto the backside. Look at Knight, trying to see if he can take out Icon. He's going to use the culling and try and keep his team alive. The Syndra is only here now. Knight goes over the wall. Icon follows. It's a 1v1. It's going to be Knight going into GA. He's the one who gets taken down. It's a fight on 2 fronts, though. Karsa trying his very best. Knight gets out, surprisingly, and Karsa is popping off on the top side. It's now jungle versus jungle, but it's not a fair fight. As you can see, Tarzan has got himself a friend, and that is going to be enough for TES to keep the push in top side. They trade 3 for 3, but they get the dragon, or sorry, not the dragon, the tower.
LNG actually playing so well here, noticing the one guy that doesn't have a defensive item in GP and going directly for him. Definitely finding the angle here and also getting Knight's GA, so big win for LNG. They really needed that to get back into this game.
Nice influx of gold. They are still 5,000 gold behind, but it keeps them into it. Let's have a look at this replay here, because like you said, it looks like Ale is just going to go and Knight gets himself away, but 369 is the target.
Yeah, and as soon as they get onto 369, they're able to just blow him up instantly. This wind wall also super annoying for Knight. He has to try to space around it to calling the backline, but while that is happening, the Leona is just getting killed by Icon. But Karsa on the backside of this fight, doing God's work here. Killing Iwandi onto Ale here, he kills Ale as well, and he's just so strong in these types of duels with the Divine Sunderer build. This whole time you have Icon chasing Knight on the backside, gets the GA, but in the end, Knight ends up surviving. A big win for LNG.
And with Jackie Love's final breath, he just sent out the scatter of the week. It was like, to you, Karsa, I give you the torch. You must carry this fight. And it really was the be-all and end-all now. 30 seconds until this dragon spawns. This would be Soul here for the side of Top Esports. They are still very much ahead. You now have Asterix here for 369. So we talked about that defensive item. It is now here. Look, all the way down on LNG. No flash, no flash, no flash, no flash. Iwandi does have one, but he's not exactly a priority. I look on the exact same side of Top Esports. No flash, no flash, no flash. Jackie Love, the only one there with that. And again, LNG saying, look, we don't care about Soul. We can push in this mid lane. And now they can turn and burn and try and maybe go for something. There is a TP for Ale, and he's going to try and reset. Good scatter of the week onto Iwandi. Oh, Dom, it's getting tense.
And TES, knowing that after the last fight, they need to play front to back. They need Jackie Love and GP to be playing together so they have the ability to peel for each other. Ale's TPing into the fight. It looks like we're going to have a Soul fight.
Here we go. 369, though, wise to his trick, says, look, I know you're here. Now, Dragon is there. If LNG take this, not the end of the world for Top Esports, as they will still be on 3 dragons. Now, down to 3,000 HP, gets a reset. These bouncing bombs will start to hurt now. This is where the poke really comes in for this Ziggs. Probably why we see such a priority on it. Dragon re-aggro. They know where Ale is. They know exactly where he's coming from. Iwandi taking a lot of damage. They go in. Stolen! Getting them down for LNG as they jump straight back on the backside. It's going to be massive ultimates coming in on top of this fight. But Knight is still alive. Knight is still putting out damage, and Knight will eventually fall. But look at the rest of Top Esports. They're trying their very, very best. It ends up being a 3-for-2 fight as Syndra picks up 2, but 369, he's got nowhere to go. He's got nowhere to be, and he will fall. The only person left is Zhou and LNG. They might look for something more.
Yeah, they're definitely going to look towards the Baron here. They have the damage with Camille and Yasuo still up. And it was great from Tarzan there, playing the hero. Not only did he deny the Soul by stealing the Drake, but he also got the huge engage, hitting 2 or 3 people with the Moonfall, setting up the Yasuo and just getting them that crisp engage they need to be able to fight against Top Esports.
That's going to be the Baron traded back here now. LNG picking up that objective, and the gold lead is going to go back to even Stevens. This game has everything on the line for Top Esports. LNG not letting it go without a fight. They'll get the Baron. They'll be able to get their side wave set up. But let's have a look at this. Ale does get spotted out, so they know exactly where he is, and it's just like Top Esports are trying too hard to focus on him rather than the rest of the team.
Yeah, not only are they focusing on him, they're also focusing on the Dragon. And look at this combo, 3-man from Tarzan into Icon. Just huge engage to start this fight, and if you land that type of combo with this team comp, that's your whole identity. You're going to win the fight afterwards.
And honestly, comboing that with the Mega Inferno Bomb, just pure burst coming out. I will give massive props to Jackie Love. Jackie Love saves that fight. He immediately flashes forward, kills off Ziggs on the backside, and then gets a Scatter of the Week that kills off Iwandi as well. So, or excuse me, not Iwandi, Tarzan. So, a lot of props to him to keep his team back in this fight, but my God, was it so close to being all over there for Top Esports.
Yeah, and with Icon actually electing to go for that GA second, it delayed his build till pretty late in the game, but here at 30 minutes, he picked up the Infinity Edge. Now this is a spiked, strong Yasuo, so there's no longer going to be the ability for Knight to 1v1 him in the side lane as easily anymore. And this really means that LNG is going to be on the offensive here with this Baron. It's going to be tough for TES to come back into this.
Gold even. 3 dragons for Top Esports, 2 for LNG. They are now pushing in towards this mid lane. There's some good wave clear here as we can see Jackie Love has to go golden. There's 4 people on top of him. I don't think he can survive this. He cannot. And his ultimate was Sonya's as well, so Tarzan will not fall. Hextech ultimatum. They're going back in onto the backside. They can't take out the health bars just yet. They're still seeing if they can take out Knight. He's gone into GA. He flashes away. Carson gets a kill, but I don't think it's enough. I think this is it. I think this is where Top Esports fall. All members of 2020 Worlds from the LPL will falter, and LNG will continue to rise. They are into the base. They'll take the inhibitor turret. Nobody believed. Nobody said they could do it. It was supposed to be a standard affair for the side of LNG, but now look at them here, pushing in, taking Nexus turrets, taking away Top Esports life, and this is going to be LNG taking out the number 4 team from Worlds and taking themselves to a fight against RNG.
Oh man, people were questioning at first Tarzan's all-pro first team selection, but in this series, man, Tarzan played super well, really deserving of that spot. That is a massive win for LNG.
Unbelievable to think this result was possible. Massive shout out to this team because they put it all there. They took on a team that nobody gave them a chance against, and they are the victors. And what does that earn them? A right to fight our MSI 2021 champions, our spring champions, RNG. The fight is not over for them just yet, but they have earned themselves a top 6.
Man, this is actually crazy. No one expected LNG. No one expected them to come back. They started off so hot, 7-0, I believe, in terms of series score, and they kept on dropping series after series, 3 and 6 afterwards. It looked completely doomed for them. And with these 2 wins, man, RNG is going to be scared playing against them.
I mean, who wouldn't be right now? This is why we talked about this playoffs. LNG, despite coming in from the bottom half of this playoffs, are making a run. That is 2 series in the space of literally 2 days. They played on Thursday and they played today, and they are now going up against RNG. For them, this is a dream come true, and it's just the fruits of the labor they put in. It is, of course, sad to see Top Esports drop Knight having a career-defining split, and he will not get to show it off on the international stage. Someone's got to win and someone's got to lose, and today LNG refused to lose.
Yeah, you got to give credit where credit is due, man. Tarzan had such a hard journey to get here. People remember last year on Griffin, the post-Worlds Griffin, getting relegated in LCK to now making it to top 6. and potentially, I believe, a Worlds qualifier, regional qualifier slot for LNG.
Guarantees top 6, guarantees you a regional qualifier. So you, at minimum, even if they bow out 0-3 to RNG, LNG should have enough points to get themselves a second shot, to put themselves into one best of 5 for the World Championship. It's a fantastic fairy tale story for Tarzan, and honestly, you mentioned it in the cast earlier that this was an LNG that were faltering. This was an LNG that was falling off of the hype, off of that momentum, but now they seem to have reignited it. They're playing more cohesively. They know how to go for these engages, and straight up, pound for pound, they're looking better mechanically.
Looking better mechanically everywhere, and even when they have deficits, it feels like they're so much more confident getting back into games and playing off their leads. Normally you'd see LNG in regular season have these games where they start losing out early and they just end up going out pretty quietly, but here, even Light being down 50 CS in lane, doing 6k more damage than Jackie-Lev, like that's a huge performance given the resources that he have.
Yeah, absolutely. It really does feel like, I feel like it's just LNG came together. This was the biggest criticism we had for them in the regular split. It was that, yes, they are individually great players and they have shown us massive ceilings, but they don't play cohesively as a unit. Today, they did, and deservedly so. They get themselves a 3-1 victory over Top Esports. That means that every single seed that was in 2020 Worlds from the LPL will not be there. We will have 4 completely different teams now coming into that. It just shows you how incredibly stacked this league is. It could be your year, it could not be your year. To keep consistently being at the top is so hard in this league.
Yeah, and they have a tall task for them next game LNG here. RNG, one of the favorites by people to win. So it's crazy that they're going to be underdogs for the 3rd time in a row, but they did it twice. Let's see if they can do it a 3rd time.
Yeah, we're going to see our MVP. I will be totally honest and say I did not hear the name as we were coming into this one there, but a man of the rift here for LNG. Honestly, it could have gone to pretty much anybody. I'd almost even give it to Light to be like, you had to deal with the horrible end of this stick, to say like you just had to deal with it as a whole. But coming into this one here, it is very much looking like LNG are in form. And honestly, what a great time to come into form, as you know, it doesn't really you don't really need it to be in form until the very end. That's when it matters most.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm thinking about Man of the Rift myself. I think Tarzan's definitely made a case for himself here. Had a pretty amazing game, especially towards the end of it with his engages. So I wouldn't be mad if they gave him 2 MVPs in 4 games.
I mean, Tarzan, like you mentioned, is someone who's absolutely been on a journey, shall we say, from his days in LCK now into the LPL, and finally has himself a shot, another shot to get himself into the world stage. Of course, we'll see what it is. A moment, I'm going to say directly to my, there it is. Thank you, production. I was wondering when they would bring it up, but there it is. MVP for Tarzan in this game. 4 thoroughly deserved. I feel like it just came together for LNG. It was honestly great. It's such a shocking result. Not shocking to Wendy, our interviewer, because she quoted and predicted LNG to win 3-1, but for everyone else, pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, she gets full points on that prediction there, and I guess she knows something that we don't about, you know, LNG's current form, because they beat Suning, but it was a closer series than this was. I mean, this was a more commanding victory. I mean, the game score 3-1. I wouldn't say they had huge advantages in most of the games. They had to play a comeback in game 3 and game 4. But overall, I think that you look at this game and you have to really start appreciating what they're doing in draft. And we have to see what RNG's approach is going to be into LNG's strategies.
Yeah, and honestly, LNG, you can see just in the last bit, once they got their teeth into it, once they found a little moment to be able to try and capitalize on, instantly jump on, get an opportunity, and they did it so many different times. And that's why when I think of Ale, I think of Camille. Camille fits his playstyle so well, where he's just able to jump in, give himself time and space to get him and his team back onto the board, and it just facilitates exactly what he wants to do on overall on the Rift. And right now, LNG, they're going to be probably exhausted, but feeling so good about that win, because again, that's the 2nd series in a row. Suning, didn't expect them to win. They came out with the win. Top Esports, nobody. We all, like, I was almost thinking myself, I put 3-2 to LNG, but like, I still thought it was going to be so much closer, and it's just going to be so good for them going forward. We are going to send it over, though, to our playoff queen, Wendy, and she's going to be sitting there with Iwandi for an interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview. And here we have Iwandi from LNG with us. So another very huge victory for you for LNG. And I think the schedule was quite tight for you guys. So facing a very strong opponent, Top Esports, and especially they got a very aggressive body. Is there any special preparation made by the team before today's games? 那首先恭喜你们非常漂亮拿下今天比赛的胜利。那其实对于你们来讲，赛程还是比较紧张的，特别是今天也是面对很强的对手，很强的滔博，他们也有一个进攻性很强的下路组合嘛，所以说可能在今天比赛前有没有进行哪些特别的准备呢？
首先我们得把自己的心态调整好嘛，因为对手很强，所以说我们首先得先把自己做好的，然后再去迎战他们。
So the first thing that we should focus on is our mentality. So we need to really stabilize our mentality before today's game because our opponents were super strong. So in facing them, we need to perform like normally. So I think the mentality is very crucial for today's game. And definitely you guys have shown the very stable mentality throughout this best of 5. And I want to talk a bit more about this champion, Leona, because we feels like LNG, you guys just put this champion on very high priority into this ban peak phase. So what's the reason for that and how can we just maximize the strength of this champion Leona? 那其实说到今天的比赛，感觉你们好像把雷欧娜这个辅助英雄的优先级是提的是比较高的，所以说想问一下原因是什么？同时我们可能怎么样在真正的比赛当中能够就是尽可能最大化雷欧娜这个英雄的一些优点呢？
因为雷欧娜的话，在我平时训练的时候玩的比较多嘛，所以说今天就一直在玩，然后就感觉效果也还不错，所以说就拿出来用了，最主要的还是要多玩吧。
So I think I really practice a lot of Leona in current practice. So and also I got the confidence on these champions and because I can really master with this champion. So that's a reason for us to just put Leona on very high priority. I think I don't have much tips on this champion Leona. You just need to practice more on this champion. And definitely Leona performed so good. I want to talk a bit more about the AP body because besides the Ziggs that we have already seen a lot of times in LPL, in today we have seen a lot of balling Sandra. So what's the reason for that? And could you evaluate more about the AP ball lane in this meta? 那其实说到今天的比赛，比较有趣的点也是 AP 下路的选择，就是除了我们可能之前会看到很多有炸弹人下路嘛，但今天感觉一个辛德拉的一个下路也是，就是感觉是 BP 的一个重中之重。所以说能问一下你们为什么今天会选出很多的 AP 下路的原因是什么呢？而且同时你觉得可能 AP 下路的优劣点会是怎么样的呢？
因为这版本炸弹人下路都一直很强嘛，而且现在这版本辛德拉也加强了，然后所以说现在法师下路就会出现的很多，所以
So I really think like Ziggs bowling is very strong in the current meta, and also in terms of this this meta 11.15, Syndra this champion got buffed a lot, so that's a reason for us to just pick Syndra at the bot. And I think in this meta, the AP bowling or the traditional mage can also be seen a lot of times in the bowling, and I think this can be a very decent choice. And I want to talk a bit more about the LNG's macro overall because from the voice moment, I realized that I want maybe you are the menstrual caller from the whole team, and in today's best of 5, we have already seen the very good macro decisions from you guys. So could we know more about what's the late game focus from you guys in order to just snowboard to the end into this game? 那其实我们感觉一直从麦克风里感觉我们小廖一般都是好像队内的一个指挥的担当嘛，然后特别是今天的比赛，感觉你们是真的把运营玩得出神入化，很多都是用很漂亮的运营拿下的比赛，所以可能问一下你们一般在后期运营的一些重点会是什么呢？
一般后期重点就是利用2条边线吧，然后利用他们的推线，然后来配合我们中路进行一些进攻，然后就主要还是大家配合沟通的比较好吧，所以说做出的决策也比较清晰。
So normally in the late game, we will try to use try to push the side lanes, and after that we can have some skirmishes, and also we can seek more opportunities around the main lane to just control all situations, to take the initiative. And also for today's game, I think we just have a better synergy and better communications in the late game. So that's a reason for us to have a very good macro in today's best of 5. And my last question is, next week you are going to face another opponent, RNG. Definitely they are a very strong team. So what's your outlook, and maybe do you have enough confidence for the next best of 5? 那其实你们的旅程，接下来下一周你们要面对很强势的一个 RNG 嘛，所以说你对下一场比赛有什么样的展望？有没有足够的信心拿上下一场的对决呢？
面对下场比赛的话，我们还是挺有信心的，因为我们现在状态挺好的嘛，然后下场比赛也会很有信心。
So I really have enough confidence on the next matchup against RNGs because currently we're really on a very high note and we have a very good form. So if we can just maintain this, we have enough confidence in the next best of 5 as well. And best of luck for the next matchup and congratulations again. 那再次的恭喜你们，希望你们下一场也能加油。And happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Bye bye.
And happy Chinese Valentine's Day to you too, as well, Wendy. Iwandi and Wendy, only 2 letters away from being the same person, but great series from LNG. Obviously, not going to not address the elephant in the room. It's disappointing to not have Night at Worlds. That is always going to be a thorn in our side, but I think when you look at how LNG have performed, they deserve the win today.
Yeah, I mean, and Tarzan won 2 MVPs, and I feel like he just overall had a really great series. He had that one bad Olaf game where Karsa outplayed him, but outside of that, he looked really, really solid over the course of the series. And he didn't even have that much to work with in a lot of the games. Sometimes he has no prio in his entire bot side, and he's still getting advantages. So you got to just put a lot of respect on Tarzan's name here. I mean, this guy is just so insane in the jungle, and he's been one of the jungle gods for like 4 years now.
That's what I was about to say. We lose a mid god, but we gain a jungle god as we come in now. We can have a look at the bracket as we are starting to see teams pitter-patter fall off and some kind of carry on as we look now. LNG continuing their miracle run from the first series all the way now up against RNG. They will play that game next week. And then tomorrow, BLG versus WE. These 2 teams both looking to make a bit of a deep run themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And definitely the tallest task is still up for LNG. RNG, I mean, it doesn't get any easier, right? You got RNG, and then if you win that, you got FPX. So 2 of the teams that could potentially even be finalists, the 2 finalists from spring, back-to-back series. But I mean, you can't have more confidence in this, right? Like, you just beat Suning, you just beat Top, you were underdogs in both series, and now you've got nothing to lose. You can go into game 3 or your 3rd series and just play at your absolute peak.
Yep, you're guaranteed a regional qualifier as you did make it to the top 6. So you at worst, as we said, do lose this series. You still have yourself a second chance at redemption. So we can see exactly how that matchup all goes. Of course, that will be next Thursday. We do have one more series to get to. That is, of course, BLG versus WE tomorrow. It was a low-key of a banger one right there. These teams, very similar in temperament, very similar in style. Be curious to see how that one goes. And I'm going to ask you straight up live on broadcast, who do you see taking that win?
Tomorrow's one, the WE BLG. So I think I did my prediction, and I sent it in. Now, let me just look exactly what I sent. It was either 3-1 or 3-0.
For who?
That's no, I have 3-2 WE. So
there you go.
I have WE barely winning, but I can see that series going both ways. I think it's going to be an absolute banger.
Agreed. I completely agree, and that is going to be all the time we have for today. Dom, thank you so much for joining us on this. Thank you so much for joining me and helping me understand the wild and wonderful world that is the LPL. Of course, you can check out Dom's Twitch channel. I will dominate on Twitch. You'll be able to see all his different co-streams, and hopefully this won't be the last time we see you here on the LPL casting either. So from all of us here, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you guys same time, same place tomorrow.
rack it up. First of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, shots to the face. Some rock with the Sprite, he might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cop shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on the handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on the handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on her fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny, if you tryna take it from me, better tell them go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I